248-539-9797. Doug Karsh will be here at 10 o'clock. Also, TJ Lang will be here at 9 with us. And we'll talk to Brian Baldinger coming up at 8:18, the Friday staple on the Costa and Jansen program. Let's go to Chuck. You're a 97 on the ticket. Good morning, Chuck. How are you?
Front. I've been saying this for years, and that is the 53-man roster and, the practice squad, that's not enough personnel, especially now they're playing 17 games. I know it's kind of a fun story at the end of the year, a guy's in the Super Bowl after, riding around in a dump truck or driving a forklift, but the product isn't as good when you've got guys that aren't ready to play later in the season when you're just trying to fill a roster. So I think they need more guys.
Well, so if you add more guys, you're basically adding guys that aren't on rosters now. They're not good enough to make NFL rosters. Why does that make the product even better?
At least they're practicing. They can know the playbook a little bit as the season progresses, and they're ready to play. Maybe they get picked up by another team.
Well, they have expanded the practice squad roster.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The practice squad's got like 12 to 15 guys on it, right?
Yeah, or more.
Yeah.
Does it? All right. Yeah. The stories are cool near the end of the year when a guy comes in, but obviously the product isn't as good. It's amazing it is amazing what the difference in level of skill is from the starters to the guys.
Well, Chuck, what I will agree with you on is maybe the game day active list should be expanded in case there's a lot of injuries during the game. Because right now there's only 45 guys who are active, correct?
Right.
So, because you have a 53-man roster. So make it 53, people should get dressed for the game.
Well, okay, so you've got the inactives, right, Stoney there? Who were the inactives yesterday?
Well,
one of them was Carlton Davis, who wasn't going to play anyway, even if the 53 was available.
Right,
and Emmanuel Mosley, who got hurt in the pregame.
Same thing with Decker was hurt. Giovanni Manu, Awasika, and Sorsdahl, all offensive linemen.
So, they had everybody active defensively that could have possibly been available for the game.
Yeah. Don't you agree that it's just tough when the skill level it's noticeable how much it drops.
Right. And where it could make a difference, and thanks for calling, Chuck, is guys that are older veterans that can no longer withstand a 17-game season. I would have been a part of this, where they pick you up sometime during the season because there's a bunch of injuries, but they do that now. They get stashed on practice squads where, hey, we just need you for a couple of games, maybe at the end of the year. So you hold on for an extra year or two, and then instead of getting a guy that has zero experience coming in to play, you've got some older veterans. Maybe that's where, you if they expand rosters. But for Spartan fans out there, a guy that was really starting to come on, and this one broke my heart yesterday. I don't know if you saw it watching the Dallas Giants game. Josh Butler, 5 years out of football, caught on with the Michigan Panthers, played in the USFL. It got an invite, a training camp invite to the Dallas Cowboys, caught multiple times due to injuries, not his. Was given a roster spot, made his first start, played well, and this, I think, was his third game, and then a non-contact injury I think it was late in the second quarter, and was taken off on a cart. Don't have any idea what the injury is, other than they just said at the game he's ruled out. We'll know more in the next couple of days, but you
went through.
Hate to see it. 5 years out of football, and he keeps fighting, finally gets his chance. And then, the non-contact injury is, you just hate to see it. It's never a good thing.
They are bad. All right, we have some ticket texts as well on the Eberflus bonehead move at the end. Mm-hmm. Coach is responsible, period. He threw his rookie quarterback and team under the bus. Coach didn't have them prepared. Happy Thanksgiving and go Lions. That's from Drew. Two things can be true. The Lions won and the Bears lost. There's no way you manage the game like that late. And I say, no, you didn't lose. The other team just won. You did great. And finally, Eberflus doesn't deserve blame for not using the timeout. The down and distance dictated that they save it, but he does deserve some blame for his team not handling the time and situation right. They had plenty of time to run a play. See, that's what I kind of think. I think his plan was smart to get the 10 yards or whatever they wanted to do.
Right,
to get
re-rack the play.
Re-rack the play, as he said. The problem where he takes responsibilities, it was so apparent that they were having a problem to get the playoff.
And I think this goes back to practice. During the course of obviously training camp, you work on 2-minute drills. During the course of the season, there's at least one, if not two times at the end of practice where you work on different situations. And you can never mimic exactly the situation that's come up, but you always plan and you script, hey, offense has the ball. There's a minute and a half left. You have one timeout. You get the ball on the 15-yard line, and you're down by 4. All right, so you got to score a touchdown. Mm-hmm. All right, and so you go through that script. And then the next week, it's, I don't know that they ever scripted one where you get the ball at the 1-yard line, you have, 2 timeouts, and you have 2 minutes left to go. Like, it doesn't matter, but the thing is at some point in all of those practice sessions, you got to a point where there's approximately, give or take a few seconds, 30 seconds left. And something like that happens. You give up a sack. Okay, what's the protocol at that time? The protocol is you re-rack the same play. Now, it doesn't have to be the same thing for every team, but for Chicago, it sounds like that's what the plan was.
Right.
You re-rack the same play, and it felt like the entire offense was in disarray. Even veteran players, to take that long to get lined up, that to me is a signal that they didn't understand we were going to re-rack the same play. Because you run a route and, hey, it doesn't work. You come back to the same spot. Mm-hmm. You line up in the same place that you did the time before. It doesn't take 20 seconds to do that. So it goes back even further to practice where that should have been a pre-planned. If this scenario happens, we re-rack the same play, get lined up, and let's go.
Yeah.
And then in the game, when they're not getting lined up, you know that they're not going to get the playoff in time. Then you call that, he said, 12 seconds? You need to run a play and then call the timeout?
That's pushing it a little bit, but yeah, 15 maybe.
The ball is spotted with 32 seconds left. By the time you get to 22, you're nowhere near running a play. Call a damn timeout.
Right, exactly. That's what I think. The original plan, I think, was okay, of not calling a timeout right after the sack.
Right.
I get all that. But once it was apparent that you were basically a train wreck, that's when you call it.
You call the timeout with 22 seconds left. At a minimum, you could call it before that. But at that point, you have plenty of time to run a play. And if you're only, say, okay, end zone, it's out of play. Let's run a play so that we know we can pick up 10 yards. And then as soon as you do, because you're talking in a timeout, this is our play, you're also getting the Mayday field goal team lined up on the sidelines. All right, hey, as soon as this play is complete, as soon as the referee blows his whistle, you're on the field.
Right.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. You kick the field goal. You have a chance to kick the field goal, send it to overtime.
Look, if Brady Hoke's Michigan team could get a field goal off against Northwestern in horrible conditions with the holder Drew Dillio, right, sliding to get into shape, then a professional team should be able to do it with much more time than that.
Yeah. To me, this one, there is always going to be some responsibility on the quarterback, on the offense. Already went through that scenario, and they weren't getting lined up. So the coach then has to pull the trump card. I'm the leader of this team. I know what's going on. Timeout.
Yeah. By the way, it's a great stat I saw. In the last 30 NFL seasons, 1,501 times has a team lost by 1 to 3 points in regulation. Okay? Of those 1,500 times, only the Bears today, meaning yesterday, ran a play from inside the opponent's 30 on the final drive, but ultimately had time expire without bringing out the field goal unit and without using all their timeouts.
Oh, man.
In the last 30 years.
Okay, so let's play this out. if let's just say, for S's and G's, Dan Campbell was in this position, and that happens. What do you think Dan Campbell goes to the podium and says?
It's on me.
It's on me.
Yeah.
Eberflus didn't do that.
No.
Oh, I think we handled the situation right. Do we have the Eberflus comments?
Yeah.
Let's play Eberflus.
Yes.
What? That blows my mind. That absolutely blows my mind. And I always think, okay, what would, we always see those wristbands, WWJD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a former player, John,
WWDC.
if you heard the coach say that, like we handled it, I like what we did there. What are you thinking as a player, knowing that it didn't go well?
We heard. I don't know if anybody was listening to all the post game audio.
Oh yeah, the
players were
pissed.
Yeah,
they used some
were
expletives.
They did, and they were mad that they didn't get another play off.
Right.
And they basically, hey, we did our part. Is basically what they were saying. We put ourselves in a position to win or at least tie the game.
Right.
And they didn't
throw
Matt Eberflus under the bus and say it was a coaching decision. They just said the players did what we were supposed to do.
One of them said basically, I can't believe we didn't use a timeout.
Yeah.
We had a timeout. They don't carry over.
No, you don't get an extra one next week.
No. All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up next, is this still an issue? 97 won the ticket. Stoney in for Costa on this Friday. TJ Lang will be here at 9 o'clock. We'll talk to Brian Baldinger around 8:18. God, too many offensive linemen for me for one day.
Really?
Jesus. Unbelievable.
Smartest guys on the field. We'd have called a timeout. They're probably clamoring for it.
Mm-hmm. But you have an interesting question about this football team. That
I'm curious, and trust me, I get the stats from yesterday, and the end stats look pretty good. And when you're thinking about total sacks, 5 sacks, there were times in the first half where Caleb Williams just had way too much time to look downfield. And Caleb Williams doesn't want to throw the interception. He's not taking some chances. He's not taking some throws that are there, and he'll grow. But is the pass rush effective enough? Zadarius Smith gets a big sack at the end of the game. We talked about DJ Reader with the 2 sacks. Lee McNeil has been applying pressure. Are you still worried that there's not enough pressure coming off of the edge?
I'm worried most of the time, but based upon yesterday, I wouldn't be as worried. But I know you just can't base everything on one game.
Especially with the secondary being as beat up as it is. Now, I know the defensive line took a hit yesterday with Pascal going down, Onwuzurike going down, and Muhammad, hey, great job. Comes in, one play, sack.
Right.
I'm basically unblocked.
Right.
And he did what he was supposed to do.
Right. This is interesting. Eric Schlitt of I was very careful. Does a great job. Pride of Detroit. Great social media group, and they do some cool stuff. Anyway, he reposted this from Next Gen Stats. Zadarius Smith with 8, Aquadine Muhammad 7, DJ Reader 7, all set or tied season highs in pressures against the Bears. Only the second game a team has had 3 players with 7 or more pressures this season in the league. The Lions pressured Caleb Williams on 17 dropbacks without blitzing, the most non-blitz pressures in a game of the Dan Campbell era since 2021. Okay. So based on yesterday, yes, I'm cool, but I don't base it just on yesterday because you have to be able to get to the quarterback more consistently. And look, yesterday, was it an anomaly? I don't know, but I still think the pass rush is still a concern. Is it as big a concern as the cornerback play? It's pretty equal.
Yeah.
Because the corner, look, they held up in the first half yesterday pretty well, but finally, and you mentioned this earlier, and you're right, too much man-to-man, and they got worn down at the end. Yeah,
they're too much man-to-man, and I know, hey, Kmet got called for the offensive pass interference. Even the thing about it was he didn't have to do that.
I know.
DJ Moore was coming across the middle, and they really had a couple of guys when they ran those crossing routes. The defensive backs just couldn't stay with them, and so I think there's going to have to be an adjustment by Aaron Glenn. Okay, if yesterday is what this pass rush is going to be, you got to finish it. And I think with that many pressures, maybe there should have just been more sacks than just the 5 that they had. It just felt like
some of that's on Caleb Williams.
Oh,
give
sure,
him credit.
He's a tremendous athlete.
Unbelievable, like you said, they're watching, and it looks like he's about to be sandwiched by 2 guys, and he somehow is able to get through.
Okay, so let's go to Thursday night. Jordan Love. Now, I know he's done a good job of beating himself, and I don't necessarily put him in the same category. But fast forward 2 weeks, Josh Allen.
Well, Josh Allen's
he gets out of those, and
Josh Allen, yes. Jordan Love gets out of them, but he's not as physical as Caleb Williams. So he was not going to break it. If you get your arms around his legs, I think he's going down as opposed to Caleb Williams, or as you mentioned, Josh Allen, or maybe in the NFC Championship game, Jalen Hurts.
Right? Yeah. I mean, Jalen Hurts, or you start thinking about Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, obviously Josh Allen. If you're in the Super Bowl at that time and a rematch of what will happen in 2 weeks, maybe it's just a preview of the Super Bowl. But a more accurate, more confident quarterback that escapes the pocket like Caleb Williams did is going to make the Lions pay a little bit more. I mean, Anthony Richardson, how many times did he have to throw the ball downfield? And that he's going to overthrow. Like, you go into a game just knowing that he's going to overthrow some guys.
Right.
But he still was able to get those throws off. So I'm curious, I mean, is there still any concern about the pass rush? And maybe it's more can't hold up on the back end like you used to at the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have more pass rush.
Yeah. Look, I was concerned even before Hutch got hurt.
Right. Who's rushing opposite him? That was the conversation in the offseason.
Right, because we weren't sold as a collective Lions fan base on Marcus Davenport. And then when he got hurt, he said, all right, we definitely need somebody on the other side of Hutch. And that didn't happen. And then Hutch went down, and then they got Zadarius Smith.
Yeah, I saw a stat leading into this week where I think Hutch is still, fifth in quarterback pressures, and he only played in 5 games.
Yeah.
He was having a dominant season.
He's looking. They showed him in the suite yesterday.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Seems like he's looking good.
Hopefully,
hopefully,
fingers crossed. Hopefully, it's him, it's Barnes, it's Anzalone, it's all of these guys that you could get back at some point.
Yes.
In or around the playoffs.
Yes. Or even if you have to wait till February 11th.
Right. Yeah. In or around the playoffs.
Exactly.
Super Bowl time.
Yeah. That would be a nice thing. All right. 248-539-9797. Today is Black Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder, with the advent of the internet, because there are great Black Friday deals, and of course there's Cyber Monday and all that kind of stuff. Are people still were people lined up today? Like
at the Best Buy or at the mall?
Yeah, there's places, because I remember, people used to, I remember one year, one of our neighbors, the kids, son's really good friends with my kids. They went just to hang out at midnight on Thanksgiving.
Right. Because they want to be first in the door.
Yeah, even though they just was more for S's and G's than anything else. But is it still a thing? Are people on your way? If you're on your way, give us a buzz. 248-539-9797. I would think, like everything else in this country, in this world, because of the internet, you've become lazy to a certain extent, where you'd rather order your packages and your gifts and whatever else, your deals online. Why deal with people?
Well, and Black Friday deals don't just wait for Black Friday.
No.
They started, weeks ago for some of them.
Right.
Hey, this deal is good up until Black Friday, up until Cyber Monday. I asked my girls this while we were sitting at dinner, and it's also, I don't know how much the weather will play into a factor. We woke up, there's a little dusting, but my wife said, in taking her parents to the airport, that the roads were a little bit dicey. You look outside, and you're like, yeah, you know what? Turn on the computer. But again, asking my daughters about it, and they said a lot of their high school classmates are arranging their Fridays, and we're talking high school aged girls.
Yeah,
arranging their Fridays on when they were going to be at the mall. I don't know if some of that is just want to go to the mall,
I'm
want
sure
to get away from mom and dad.
I'm sure that's most of it. It's just a place to hang out.
Yeah, versus being at home with dear old mom and dad.
Right.
We're not cool anymore.
I know.
Are you back to being cool? Your girl's old enough where they've gone from got to get out of the house to now they don't mind being around.
No, they like
your old dad.
They like being around, especially Marissa's out of town, so she loves coming in. So she really doesn't want to do anything but hang out with mom and dad. And Jessica, actually, she's going through a stage where she likes me now.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
good for you.
That's great.
Good for you. It's nice to know they come around.
It's great, yes, and she's doing wonderful.
Yes. So anyway, Black Fridays. It's still a thing. Are you on your way? Did you organize your day around which sales you want to hit first, and you're going out to them versus sitting in front of the computer? 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we got NFL action today. We've got college action tomorrow. More NFL action, obviously, on Sunday. Tackle all the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, and it's all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the live stats and the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more in the same place where you're going to place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. You're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets if that first bet wins, and it's only got to be a $5 bet. Again, that's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jim Costa and Heather are off. Gov is off. Greg Hargrave is off. Stoney, that's me. I'm here. Paul Sarah behind the glass with the one, the only, the legendary John Jansen.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Are you doing any Black Friday shopping?
No,
Whether
I'm going to do some Black Friday sleeping, I think.
Are you? Yeah, it was late night for you.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, but then you get your Sunday back.
Yes, I do.
And there's something to watch in every TV window of the NFL game, something that could impact the Lions, obviously the Packers, and the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins did us no favors last night.
There is one huge game this weekend too. It will
other than Saturday.
Yes, other than Saturday. I'm talking about NFL.
Okay.
Eagles Ravens.
Oh yeah, that's
that impacts the Lions.
Oh, it sure as hell does.
Yes. I know it's God. I just, part of me thinks, it'll be so cool if the Eagles play the Lions for the NFC Championship game, but I really don't want to go through that.
Oh, you don't want to be conflicted?
I won't be conflicted because I'm going to be rooting for the Lions.
Are you?
But I just, I want to like.
You want to enjoy that game?
No, I want to despise the opponent.
You just can't do that.
I can't do that. No, they're my B team. I can't despise them.
So we think.
No, I'm pretty honest when it comes to that stuff.
No, I know. You like to give you a hard time.
I know. And we'll talk to Brian Baldinger at 818, and he's headquartered in Philly. I will ask him a few things
Compare the two teams? Sure.
Yeah, because when you sit and break it down, it's pretty damn close.
Oh, yeah. And when you think about it, injuries are starting to rack up for Philly as well.
Yes.
Now, they got the offensive line back and healthy.
Right.
But, defensively.
Devontae Smith's out right now, but he'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Brandon Graham getting hurts them. He was playing great.
Yep.
And I don't know if you heard the video or the audio or saw. He was on our sister station in Philly Tuesday after the Rams game. And he was breaking down because he said before the season it was going to be his last year.
Yeah.
And
no one wants to go out like that.
Yeah, I know. All right. We were talking about Black Friday. Is it still a thing? Let's go to Craig in Fowlerville. You're on 97 on the tape.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
How you doing, Craig?
Good morning.
I just pulled over because it's like an ice rink with tons of snow out here in Livingston County this morning.
Oh, be safe.
It looks like Christmas. It's beautiful. The hunters are loving it. Got a little fresh powder down.
Oh, hell.
But anyway, I always go to two places. Even I'm an old guy now, but I always hit Lowe's and Home Depot because they have what they call like door knockers, or no, I guess that's Young Frankenstein.
Yeah, I was going to say nice knockers.
Sorry. Sorry. My head's somewhere
Yes,
else.
great
Tony.
movie. It's a great line. Fra Brucha.
Tony.
Yeah.
Walk this way, Stoney. Anyway.
Abby Normal.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll go all day, but I don't think you're listening.
I know.
Oh.
Hey. So yeah, I was just at Home Depot to pick up some things, and on these doorbusters. So yeah, it looks like a busy regular day, kind of a busier day at Home Depot. I mean, there's not, people running through, but boy, they sure have those stores well staffed. Lots of people, general manager greeting people at the door. So I was able to land some deals there with the Milwaukee tools, pack outs. That are those, John, those ones are like $350 for the 4-stack pack out. It's like,
oh yeah,
I think they were, I just bought, I think they were $198 or something.
Wow.
Yeah, got a Milwaukee framing hammer for $12, and a reciprocating saw for $79. So
nice job.
I loaded up. Yeah. So the other places didn't have as good of deals. I was looking at some other places, and the Walmart out here in Howell is, looks like an afternoon. So it's not like it's, tons of people, but it looks like a regular afternoon. And I just went by a couple other stores here, and I mean, you're surprised that there's that many cars in a lot, but it's not like it used to be. I just went by a Best Buy as well, and he said right away this morning they were jammed, but now it looks like maybe it's 2:00 in the afternoon there as far as the crowd goes.
Well,
and that's your report, Stoney.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate it.
And don't worry, I'll hate Philly for you.
Okay.
Same here, Craig. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you, John, you always hate them because you played in that division.
Yes. Stupid chant. Everybody can spell Eagles. We don't have to have it spelled for us.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
We know they fly as well. You don't have to keep telling us and singing it to us.
Okay. Well, how come all your fight songs have hail in them?
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And did you hear the report that there have been some discussions about bringing the Redskins name back with the NFL?
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Shoot, let me
Wow.
Yeah, there was something that was released on
That's awesome.
Friday. Yes.
Well, I think look, I understand
yes, discussions
of all the
and good faith negotiations have been held with the NFL and the Washington Commanders to allow the Redskins logo to be used once again. And this was per Senator Steve Daines.
Okay. The logo or the nickname? There's a difference.
Well, sure, there's a difference.
Yeah.
It just says to allow the Redskins logo to be used once again.
Okay,
So
okay.
I don't know if they're going to actually come back with the name, but
Hail to the commander.
that doesn't ring right.
No, it's not.
No.
Look, but in all
But every
the
good fight song should have hail in it.
in all the political correctness that goes on in this world, that's the one, the Redskins, where I can actually say, yeah, I kind of get it.
Sure.
You know, some of the others, like the Hurons and all that, when the heads of tribes want to keep the name and the schools or whoever, cave in.
Yeah.
Ay, boy. Anyway, Adams texts in, been at Home Depot looking at a new freezer since 6 a.m. So many options and sales.
Oh, good.
I work, but the wife is out the door at 5 a.m. to be in line at 6 for Menards and Target.
Okay.
I would never call Cindy the wife, by the way.
No.
Is that disrespectful?
The wife?
The wife, as opposed to my wife. I work, but the wife just sounds more possessive probably than it probably
The
should.
wife?
Yeah.
I guess I never really thought about it that closely.
Would Lisa be offended if you called her the wife as opposed to my wife?
It does sound a little bit more. I guess it does sound more possessive. Maybe not possessive, but just a little less respectful than they deserve.
Yeah. I think anyway. I've been out and about this morning, and things don't seem too crazy at the moment. I dread Black Friday. I work asset protection at a high-end store, and today is going to be bananas.
Oh.
Well,
Asset protection. How about head problem protection?
Yeah, no, the Costas. I borrowed Costas headphones because I
Just
left
take them
mine
off
home.
and fix it. You can't do it without looking.
I know. I'll have you do it because I'm a klutz. All right.
It's one of my great joys is watching you struggle with headphones.
Brian Baldinger coming up at 8:18. TJ at 9:97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Lions end their Thanksgiving losing streak at 7 with a 23-20 victory over the Bears. However, the win not garnering as much national attention as the loss. Bears head coach Matt Eberflus under heavy criticism following his team's in-game management the final 46 seconds of the game. While down by 3 at the Lions' 25 and having a timeout to spare, following a sack, Chicago only got off one more play before the clock expired, costing them the game. Nonetheless, Detroit benefiting, improving to 11-1 on the season. Former Bears running back turned Detroit superstar David Montgomery spoke on defeating his old team. The Lions' next challenge remains in the NFC North as they look for a season sweep over the Packers next week on Thursday Night Football. Meanwhile, Michigan has their work cut out for them if they want to remain undefeated in the 2020s over number 2 Ohio State. Columbus hosting tomorrow's big noon kickoff in which OSU is favored over their rivals by 19.5. Finally, both the Pistons and Red Wings in action today. Red Wings with the early game dropping the puck at 3 p.m. at LCA against the Devils. Then it's an NBA Cup game for the Pistons against the Pacers at 8. It'll be the 4th straight game without Cade Cunningham. He has already been ruled out due to an injured hip. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Roar.
No roar when they called for the roar.
I know.
I mean, you're letting the 8 o'clock crowd down.
I know. By request. We did it earlier.
Should we re-rack this and get
No,
the full attention of Stoney? I know you're watching the highlights.
I know. I got distracted by watching the Lions highlights. I admit.
That's a classic.
I know.
It's a Stoney classic.
I know. Me being distracted is a classic, too.
You know what? You and I share an anniversary yesterday.
Yesterday was November the 28th, right?
Yeah. Let's go back to the year of 2020. You and I were together after the Lions lost on Thanksgiving Day. And I believe that was to the Houston Texans. That was the J.J. Watt interception I always referred to.
Oh, it's the Stafford play, yeah.
Yeah. November 28th, you and I were sitting next to each other in the big house when this announcement was made.
Oh, that's right.
It led to Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, and where we are today.
That's correct.
How about a moment of recognition for the dismissal?
It was during COVID. It was the Penn State game. It was the only game I went to because I just wanted to check it out.
Yeah. I got a chance to sit at the 50-yard line because I was the only one they would let down there. They wouldn't let you come down to view the game with me. I was sitting in the big house all alone watching that game.
That was before they waved the white flag, right?
Yeah,
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, you're not.
I am kidding, actually. Yeah, I am.
Then why bring it up?
I don't know, because I wanted just to piss you
You
off.
want to needle me, don't you?
Yes, exactly.
On a day like today, when I'm getting ready, the truck is started, it's headed south, and I'm ready to go down to Columbus. Now is when you choose that you want to needle me?
Yeah, because I think that was all BS. I still do think they would have lost by like 60, but
could have.
But I don't think they fake getting COVID.
No. But yes, it was the dismissal of one Matt Patricia.
Yes.
And Bob Quinn.
Yes, indeed.
And now we are the Super Bowl favorites.
It's incredible.
It's remarkable. And I think we need to make sure we there are very few dates in Detroit sports that we mark. There's always one in March. There's always one now. And it has set us up on the path of a possible Super Bowl championship.
So what are the dates? Because you have March 26th is the one you're referring to, the Avalanche Red Wings revenge game, McCarty and Lemieux.
Those would probably be the only two that would ring to me.
I think November 19th to certain we just had was Malice at the Palace. Maybe.
Oh yes, that would definitely be another one. Yeah. They always show the highlights on that one, too.
Yeah, there are those who know the date. I don't. You probably do.
Oh, he's testing me now.
Yeah, I'm testing you. When the Tigers won the World Series in 1984.
No, I was too young to actually know the date of it.
Okay.
But I do. I mean, 84 was the start of – I was 8 years old.
Okay.
So, yeah, dates at that time, other than the year, escaped me. So, yeah. But yeah, November 28th. The day that all began instead of ended.
That's true. And who took was that? Did Bevel take over?
Bevel, yeah, Darrell Bevel was the offensive coordinator. He became the acting head coach, and then he went down to Jacksonville. Where's he at now?
He's the Miami Dolphins quarterback coach.
Oh, says our Miami Dolphins fan.
That was a tough one last night. You know what they should have done?
I mean, I knew they were going to lose that game. So.
I know, because historically they don't play
Two
well.
Two is now 5 or 0-5
in
games under 32.
And I don't think that was an issue yesterday, actually. But whatever. The stats still.
It is what it is.
It is
yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
But because of that, don't you think that maybe they should have said, all right, well, maybe because it was a short week, they didn't do it. They should have had practice in Minnesota or someplace outside in the cold just to get acclimated with it more.
Yeah, go up early instead of
right. I heard Tua say stuff while during the we were throwing ice cubes at people and things. It's like that's
yeah. Are you going to catch an ice cube?
Yeah, I know. Well, whatever. No.
It's either cold balls or wet balls. They had cold ones.
They dropped the big ball on the punt.
They did to start the game off. Mm-hmm. And I actually thought Miami, when they started that defensively, I was like, okay, they're actually ready to go. 3 and out, and then they give them the ball inside the 10-yard.
Yeah, I knew that was the end there. That's the Dolphins. That's their MO in big games, is they will cost themselves the game as much as the other team beats them.
But the weather had nothing to do with them looking so disheveled. With the penalties that they had, it was a, at least it shouldn't, in terms of NFL players, it shouldn't cause you to jump off sides.
No, they were being beat on the line of scrimmage, both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
That's what cost them the game.
Could have done us a solid, and you didn't. I blame you, Paul.
I'm sorry. I wish I could have done more. I could have told you they were going to lose that game. That's what they do. So the media always asks them whether when they play a playoff caliber team or they play in the cold, can you change the narrative? And Mike McDaniel always says the only thing we could do is win the game to change the narrative.
He's right.
I think they should just stop asking him that question because they just lose. We already know they don't have the ability to change that narrative.
Well, they're not going to stop asking the question either until they win one.
Is Mike McDaniel safe? I mean, I think he's basically done a good job. I mean, look, they were hampered by Tua's injury this year a little bit. A lot.
I think he's somewhat safe. The issue with the backup quarterback situation and them having nothing behind Tua worth any respectability back there might be a little bit on him, might be a little bit on the GM, Chris Greer. I kind of think Greer should be on the hot seat because they really haven't had anything out of their last 3 drafts except for A-Chain. So,
it was a 3rd-round pick.
Yes. You got to be able to find more than one guy in 3 drafts.
Well, you would think.
Yes, you would. You would definitely think. Hey, just go after. We have a good general manager here, so we're very content.
Yeah. Well, we're very content, but we're always talking about, and more so on the coaching side, what does Ben Johnson do? What does Aaron Glenn do at the end of the season? I think we're in the position too where now people are going to look at, okay, who is learning from Brad Holmes? And those guys are going to start getting plucked as well for future general managers.
I also think if you're looking for a GM, another guy from the Rams might work because Les Snead and his group always find guys later in the draft.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they're not in it right now, but they have not necessarily had the drop-off that people thought they would have after they went F them picks.
Right. They still got a shot at getting in the playoffs.
Well, it's because their division.
Their division's weird. It's just
San Francisco's been not San Francisco, and they've been obviously hampered, due to injury.
And Arizona was playing well, and then boom, Seattle wasn't playing well, and then boom, Seattle beat Arizona last week.
Yeah, and Seattle's now in first place. They're tied with Arizona 6-5, but they got the tiebreaker. So it's that division with Arizona even being second. I didn't.
No.
Everybody knows how I think about Kyler Murray, but with the Rams being 5-6, San Francisco certainly being 5-6 is probably one of the bigger surprises in this year's NFL.
Yeah, but part of San Francisco's problem is injury, as much as we.
Well, it was last week because of the quarterback,
right? And rightfully so, because we know what it's like. But Kittle was out for a while, not the whole. Obviously, he's back now, but I just read where Fred Warner's playing with some broken limb or something. He's playing anyway, and he's not playing as well, obviously.
One thing we didn't talk about, what do you think Daniel Jones brings to the Vikings?
Just the fact that he's a veteran, he's better than Nick Mullins, so they've upgraded their backup quarterback position. Were you of the camp? I know it was a big topic of conversation on the Carson Anderson show. We didn't really talk about it much. Do you think the Lions should have gone after him, especially now that he's in division as a backup? I would have had no problem with it. I mean, I don't know. We don't get to see practice to know how Hendon Hooker has progressed. I would have had absolutely no problem with it because you kind of want somebody who's actually won a playoff game.
Yeah. Well, he has.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he's not. Look, he's
And it
not.
wouldn't cost you anything.
No, he's obviously not great. There's no doubt about that. But anyway. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. TJ will be here at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, another offensive lineman will be with us, Brian Baldinger. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, just look out the windows. All you got to do to know that it's a slippery driving season. And again, there are reckless drivers everywhere. They just can't seem to control their own cars. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any other time of the year, you need an injury attorney who will be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can call and pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Happy Thanksgiving, Brian. I was doing some research because I'm not usually the guy who talks to you on Friday. With Jim is, and I've followed your career, but I did not know that you graduated high school with Jessica Hahn, Tim Van Patten, and Brian Setzer of the Stray Cats. Very impressive class of 1977 Massapequa High School.
That's right. That's right.
That's
Jerry Seinfeld came out of there. Alec Baldwin, the Baldwin family. It was quite the place back then. And people don't really remember Jessica Hahn, maybe, but anybody that followed her story, she was definitely in the news back then quite a bit.
Right. She was the one with, Jim Baker or something like that?
Jim Baker, exactly.
And she went out with Sam Kinison, or was in his video, if I remember.
I think I remember that part. I think she was living in Arizona when Sam was one of the hottest comedians in the world at that time.
Yeah, he was really funny. All right.
How do you handle your Thanksgiving Day? Because obviously here in Detroit, we watch the Lions, and a lot of people after that will go and have their Thanksgiving dinner. Doing what you do, you've got to be able to watch all of these games because you come on the next morning, you talk about it, how does it impact the rest of the NFL? When do you fit in Thanksgiving dinner?
Good question, John. So yesterday I had to do the post game for the Detroit-Chicago game, then the Giants and Dallas game, and then I was finished. So, I went over to my girlfriend's family's house. They had a big party there last night. So I had the Dolphins game on. I was kind of loosely watching it, but it was time to, have my fun, have some drinks and food and all that stuff, socialize. But I kind of had my eye on it a little bit. So when I got up early this morning and studied that game, but I watched all of Detroit, Chicago, and all the Giants, Dallas, because I had to know what I was supposed to sort of analyze at the end of the game.
All right. So the big question as far as the game that was here, should Eberflus lose his job over that, and how much of it was him? Or I think a little bit of it, not all, but Caleb Williams has to take some responsibility too, doesn't he?
I don't know. Za'Darius gets the sack. It's 3rd and 26, right? There's 32 seconds to go. They got a timeout. The offense coordinator, Thomas Brown, is giving him a play. Evidently, it's like a quarterback draw. He doesn't like it. Now he's trying to change the play. And we saw all the time that ticked off to the point where even if he completed that pass down the field to Odunze, they were going to be out of time to do anything. So I thought that's the job of the coach. Just call the timeout there. You got the sack. You need probably 10 more yards to get in Cairo Santos' range and discuss the play and let your field goal team alert that, you might have 15 or 16 seconds to run out on the field, get set, kick the ball. So I don't know. I felt like that was on the head coach in that situation there.
I felt so as well. And you and I both know that during the week, all season long, and in preseason, even in the offseason, you're practicing 2-minute situations. And this is unacceptable that you get to a point like this where you actually have a chance to tie, if not win a game, take a shot to win a game, that you don't run a play. Let's go back to the Lions now, though, in regards to your thoughts after watching, especially defensively. So many injuries. How many can they sustain and keep winning?
I don't know, John. Alex Anzalone, obviously, and on the defense line, but, you traded for Za'Darius Smith. He had that sack at the end. He showed up. DJ Reader, continues to be a force. It seems like the guys that, are going into Pascal looks like he went out. And so I don't know how much more on the defensive front, John. Branch is still doing his thing. He missed some time. Corners are going down. Carlton Davis, but, Vildor did okay out there. I don't know how long he's even been there, to be honest with you, John. It's hard to keep track, the guys that are coming and going. But what has shown up, though, is, the guys have stepped up. Malcolm Rodriguez has stepped up these last 3 weeks. He's played great. So I'm not so sure that they can weather a whole lot more, especially on that defensive side right now.
And Dan Campbell said after the game, Rodriguez's injury is the one who he thinks is going to be the longest of the 3 guys that got hurt yesterday, him, Pascal, and Unzarike.
Well, that's unfortunate because he's like I said last week after the game where I think he got a game ball from that game. But
yes.
I thought, he would start for a lot of teams in this league. He's just even coming out of Oklahoma State, he was a tackling machine, and he just has a nose for the football. That's cliche, but that's what he has. He finds the football, and he's really good. Sideline to sideline, I guess he doesn't run as fast as some people want their linebackers to run. But it doesn't look like it shows up as quickly as he diagnoses these plays.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. And Brian, I know that you're headquartered there in Philly, right?
I'm in Philly and Florida right now, John.
Okay.
You got to go back and forth.
I'm sure that the weather in Florida would be a lot nicer this time of year. But your time in Philly, obviously there's a huge game that could impact the Lions and the number 1 seed. Philly, Baltimore, give us a little breakdown. Is this Philly team, are they for real? We saw some bumps in the road early in the season, but now they're getting a little bit more healthy. Are they for real, and will they give Baltimore a run for their money?
They will, John. Their offensive line is awesome. I mean, maybe Detroit and Philly are the 2 best in the business right now. But the only thing, they haven't, just like the Chargers found out last Monday night, they were the number 1 ranked defense in football through 11 weeks, and then they ran for 212 yards, and they really couldn't stop them all the way to the final, Justice Hill, sweep down the left side there for a touchdown. But they're going to get tested by this run game of the Baltimore, and this will be a big test for them because they've won 7 in a row. There's no other weakness that I see right now. The rookies and the Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, these kids have been really, really good for them, good selections. But this is a good test. They're down a couple of defensive ends themselves, so I'm anxious to see if Baltimore gets that run game cranked up this weekend, if they're going to be able to slow it down or contain it. So it's a good test for them because if they get through this one, then I think it's a collision course with Detroit, for the NFC Championship.
So, all right, so let's ask that question. Unit by unit, who's better? Because, we're like biased here, but I grew up in Philly, so I like the Eagles too. But, every quarterback, Hurts, is he a little better than Goff? I don't know. Is Goff a little better than Hurts? Pretty close. I'd give the edge to Goff right now. Running game is obviously Barkley's probably the best, but the Lions unit is pretty good. And then you talked about the offensive line, receivers. What, slight edge to Philly because of A.J. Brown? I don't know. I mean, how would you break down the teams?
They're pretty comparable. I mean, it's hard to find many weaknesses. It might come down to just attrition right now and who's healthy and who isn't healthy. The Eagles just lost Brandon Graham for the season last week. They already lost Bryce Huff, who was those 2 edge pass rushers right now. So they're a little bit like Detroit in that regard. I think the linebacking core right now is completely healthy for Philly. Zach Vaughn and Kobe Dean, and they're better than Detroit right now in the situation that they're in. I don't know if Ancelotti's going to come back or not. I guess, the forecast is I think he'll be back, but we'll see, how he's playing at that point. I think it might come down to just the coaching decisions, and obviously Dan Campbell, was a gambler in the championship game last year and it backfired. And so I don't know if that's going to change, but it might just come down to, like it did yesterday, it might come down to head coaching decisions in the heat of the moment, whether it's 4th downs, field goal, go for it. Some of those type things might determine the outcome of the game that looks so even on paper.
I'll take Campbell over Sirianni any day.
Well, Nick seems like he's straightened out a little bit. I think in Philadelphia, as you know.
I know.
Like you make some of those errors early in the year, that's all you hear. I mean, you could be in Home Depot getting something for your house, and those fans in the aisle 17 are going to give you the business about it.
So obviously we'd love to have that game here in Detroit, that NFC Championship game. I think that certainly helps against the Eagles. But to get there, you also still have to win your division. How much of a threat do you believe the Vikings are?
I'm going to see them on Sunday, John. I'm anxious to see them. Of course, you're going to see Green Bay on Thursday. So you're going to see those teams down the stretch. Minnesota's really good, although they kind of hung on last week against Chicago. Mm-hmm. They probably could have easily lost that game at the end. But that happens to every team. You get games like that. I think I think whatever happens here, John, it's going to battle test Detroit for the playoffs. I think nobody's going to cakewalk themselves into this tournament. The number 1 seed is huge, so all these games down the stretch, even though they've won 10 in a row, they got a nice record, all that stuff. Like you want the home field advantage. So I see this team playing really hard all the way to the end. If the Eagles are out of the number 1 seed towards the end, they might very well just rest their starters the way they're running away with the division right now by week 16 or 17.
Well, that would be nice, but we'll have to wait and see. Hey, good luck. Enjoy the game. It should be a good one on Sunday.
I look forward to it, man. Arizona, Minnesota. I know this: if Minnesota wins, they're going to beat a pretty good and solid football team in Arizona.
Yeah, they will. Playing good. So, hey, Brian, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Appreciate your time.
Likewise. Yep. Thanks, guys.
We're going to be back. We got to ask the question: whose Saturday is most important? We'll find out next. 97.1 The Ticket.
248-539-9797. By the way, if you follow the possible NCAA playoff, people were really tooting the horn of Tulane.
Green Wave?
Yeah, they lost last night to Memphis, so they are done. We got some games today, don't forget. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Colorado against Oklahoma State. They should kill them, but
you never know.
Boise State against Oregon State. They're teams that are, possibly going to be in the playoff hunt. And Georgia Tech.
Oh, rivalry game.
I forgot that game was today.
Yeah, Georgia Tech's beat some good teams.
Yes, they have. They beat Miami.
Doesn't Nebraska play today as well?
Yes, Nebraska, Iowa. The Hawkeyes are favored at home by 3.5 points.
Okay.
Tomorrow, as you know, there are 2 huge games. Rutgers at Michigan State, where the Spartans are favored by 2 points.
All right. Senior day.
That's right. And then in Columbus, the game. Ohio State favored by 19.5. That means there's a little Michigan money because it was 20.5 earlier in the week.
Oh, betting it down.
The over-under is now up to 42.5. All right, John, here's the question. Obviously, Michigan became bowl eligible with their win over Northwestern.
Mm-hmm.
Not the way you wanted the season to be after winning the national championship, but I digress. So they're in, but it is Ohio State. They could just absolutely make Ryan Day, lose his job. Although, who knows? They could still win the national championship even if they lose to Michigan. But anyway, it would be 4 straight losses to Michigan, and that is just unacceptable in that part of the country.
Yeah, and what did he say when he was interviewed last week? It's other than his dad,
his father committed suicide.
This
is the worst that I think I've ever gone through, and things like that. I don't.
That's how rough it is down in Columbus,
right.
Because he referenced it. Also, it's not just him; it's his family who has to live in Columbus.
Right. I mean, so that should tell you something. It's like, you know what?
Yeah, lunatics.
Get the hell out of there. So the question is, what game is more important?
The game in Columbus or the game in East Lansing?
Yeah, because Michigan State, depending on what you believe, how important you believe a bowl game is, they need to win this game to be bowl eligible.
Mm-hmm.
And they're playing a Rutgers team that, boy, they blew a game last week to Illinois because Schiano tried to be, the smartest guy in the room and call timeout on the field goal and all that stuff that you know about. Or Michigan just destroying Ohio State's season. And you don't want to finish at 6-6, but you're already in a bowl game. So as far as the bowl stuff, would you get to a better bowl if you beat Ohio State? Maybe. I don't know. The way the bowls are now, I think it's just by how much money the bowls
you can bring in.
So I don't think that has anything to do with it. To me, as much as I would love to pull off, it would be one of the biggest upsets in the history of the rivalry, if not the. Pretty close.
It would be pretty close. The biggest point spread, or at least where Michigan has won by, that I'm aware of, and I tried to go back to 95 and 96 to see because I had no idea at the time. Sports gambling is so much bigger now. I know it was still big amongst some circles at that time. 96 going down to Columbus, we were 17-point dogs. And obviously, that was Sean Springs. I think Finkus and Vrabel were still there.
Oh, yeah.
Big Andy Katzenmoyer at the middle linebacker position.
Sean Springs slips.
Yes. Sean ended up being a teammate of mine.
Greasy to Ty Streets, right?
Yep.
Score a touchdown. You might disagree. I believe because of that play and that win, Greasy
set up 97.
Well, not only set up 97. Well, it did because I don't think Greasy would have come back if they didn't win that game.
Well, he's talked about that a couple times. That you could read the book.
Oh,
he talked about that as well.
Did he agree with that?
Because he had already, I think, had agreed to
law school or some kind of.
I think it was a financial job or something like that. Yeah,
right.
he was moving on with his life. Obviously, he hits that touchdown pass and comes in that game because Dreisbach got hurt and ends up coming back for another year. We win the national championship. He gets drafted by the Denver Broncos. I think he even made a Pro Bowl or two, as the Broncos quarterback. Anyway, we digress.
Mm-hmm.
which game you so you think Michigan State winning is a bigger win?
Because it gets them bowl eligible in Smith's first year. And I think that's important for the psyche of the program. Even though bowls aren't what they used to be, I think for them it's more important. Michigan, yeah, we want to. I want to win. Okay, and obviously you do, but I, as a Michigan fan, I want to win. But I'm trying to look at it like, okay, besides the joy it would bring me of Michigan winning is just so the Ohio State people could feel pain. It doesn't do much for.
You don't think it does much for the program?
Well, okay.
I know they got some juice, a week or so ago with some of the recruiting news.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm convinced now more than ever, and you maybe think I'm crazy with the whole NIL, the way recruiting is.
Your statement probably has no bearing on whether I think you're crazy or not.
Okay, well, yeah, all right, that's true. But I think that where in the past this might lean a recruit to choose between the two schools, I don't think it makes a difference right now. I really don't. I don't think the kids care that much. They want to go where they can play and get paid. They don't care where it is for the most part. Obviously, there are exceptions. That's just my.
I think there are certainly more factors involved now.
Right.
And I actually asked Sharon that question last week when we had him on. How does he think this would impact recruiting? And he feels like more it's about relationships that you built through the entire recruiting process, which it was before, but now that relationship is not just with you.
It's with Uncle Sam.
It's with collectives as well.
Collectives with George Washingtons and Lincolns and Benjamins.
Yeah, Benjamins.
Yes, exactly. So I think it means more to Michigan State. Now maybe their fan base would disagree because it's who cares? We're going to go to a Fleabag bowl game or whatever. I don't know. I think for them to be 500 would be pretty impressive. Plus, if you want to play the rivalry card, we had the same record as Michigan. Because if Michigan loses.
Yeah.
That's another reason why I think it means more. It's a bigger game for Michigan State, beating Rutgers.
Going into the season.
It sounds so ridiculous that Michigan State beating Rutgers means more than Michigan beating Ohio State.
I'm glad you said that out loud.
It does. It sounds so ludicrous.
Yeah.
But that's because Michigan's in this freaking predicament that they put themselves in that we could talk about that for 3 hours. Well, we're not.
Right. But I'm glad you said that out loud, that it sounds ridiculous, because it does sound ridiculous.
I know it does.
I think beating Ohio State, who was number 2 team in the country, would be a bigger win for Michigan than just becoming bowl eligible for Michigan State and a win over Rutgers. And let me ask you this: going into the season, I certainly was wrong. My expectations were that Michigan wasn't going to be a 6-win football team. It's clear I was wrong. What did you think Michigan State's record would be at the end of the year?
I believe when you guys went to the D, or the Circa, excuse me.
Yeah.
I asked Costa to bet money on Michigan State and actually Rutgers futures. And I believe Michigan State's, if I'm not mistaken, was either 4.5 or 5.5. I don't remember which.
Their win total?
Yeah. So the expectations were not very high. But
did you think that they would be that they would get the bowl eligibility?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. So I think this is pretty good for them.
So at the beginning of the year, I actually thought that Michigan State would get to 6 wins. Now, it's been a winding road. I thought they would get a win over Boston College because I didn't think, Boston College would be much of anything. Now,
you probably thought they would have beat Indiana too.
Right. I mean, those are some of the wins, and then there was like a 4-game stretch in there. Looking at it, going, "Wow, this is a tough 4-game stretch." But I thought they would build up enough early on.
Right, that stretch was what? Michigan, Oregon, Iowa, and Ohio State. Right, that was that 4-game gauntlet that they had.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Iowa was in there too.
And they beat Iowa.
Yeah, that was the one that I thought, you could trade some of these wins. I thought they were going to be a bowl team in the first year under Jonathan Smith. And I thought Aiden Childs would be a little better than he is. I thought he'd protect the ball more. I think he's still going to be a good quarterback in the Big Ten. I haven't given up on him. But I think when you look at just the stakes in this game. Now, the stakes for Michigan aren't there, right? They're already bowl eligible, and we kind of went through that.
Right. That's
But to be able to salvage some of the season going into the offseason, this could be their last game. There's no Big Ten championship game. There's no meaningful bowl games on their horizon. But beating Ryan Day a fourth straight time, beating Ohio State when, hey, they're the number 2 team in the country. Their only loss, obviously, is to Oregon, who's the number 1 team in the country. I think the impact on them would be greater. The impact on Michigan getting this win would be greater. The juice going into the offseason.
I get it. I realized it was going to be an unpopular take. But anyway, we have some texts here. And I don't know if you want to go with this, but I don't think so. But beating Ohio State would basically save Sharon's job to me personally.
Well, I don't think his job is in jeopardy.
No, either do I. I mean, you got to give a guy 2 years, I think, at least. Sharon Moore needs to win this badly. I don't think he's getting fired, but this would boost fans' confidence with him.
I could agree with that. I think he could use this win.
Yeah, absolutely. Ain't going to happen, but yeah, he could use it. The last time I checked, HBO has never made a documentary about the Rutgers-Michigan State rivalry. The game is always the game. John Lake Orion.
Terrific point.
I'm not saying that's not what I was saying, as you know.
You're just upset that it's not the land grant trophy.
Oh my!
They're not playing against Penn State.
Yes.
The
By the way,
make-believe rivalry.
Had anybody asked Joey Galloway, does he think Will Howard should play tomorrow? Because he thought Indiana should bench their quarterback last week because they're going to be in the playoffs, so why even risk injury?
Oh, against Ohio State?
Yeah, he said that. And Reese Davis said, what are you talking about? Yeah, he goes, if this, playoff prognostication, because they had the predictability, he goes, if they're in the playoff, why would you even play them?
Well, if you're looking to Joey Galloway for wisdom, you're looking in the wrong spot.
Well, let me tell you something there, Mr. Michigan.
Oh, yeah?
And you might actually agree with this. As far as ESPN football analysts, I would take Joey Galloway's wisdom ahead of the guy who represents your school. Because Desmond has turned into a joke. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, and it's all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, live stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more, all on the same page where you're going to place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today, and you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets. All you have to do is win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. TJ Lang will be here at 9 o'clock. Does Eastern play this week?
Well, I don't know. TJ might be
hair
delayed.
Oh, really? Because of the
He's
weather?
supposed to be here at 9. Yeah, he said the roads are not good, and he is crawling along. So he'll be here eventually.
Okay.
Just want him to be here safe.
Yes, exactly. Yes, TJ's Eastern Michigan club will be on the road tomorrow, taking on Western Michigan.
Okay.
And the Broncos are favored by 6.5 points.
Well, the Broncos have lost games they've been favored in before, namely going to Central Michigan, Mount
That's
Pleasant.
right.
Yeah.
Could this be Chris Creighton's last game at Eastern? They really haven't done squat the last few years, have they?
I don't know. We'll have to ask TJ that.
I know. All right, let's go to Tom. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Tom?
Good morning, guys. Enjoying the show.
Thank you.
I think it, being more of a Michigan fan, I think it's pretty important for both teams.
Okay.
And couple things. It was sweet revenge last night. We live downriver, and we got caught up in the Bears leaving for the airport yesterday, and that was kind of fun because the last time I got caught in traffic like that, I watched the Michigan State Police escort the Buckeyes from Ann Arbor. So that was fun. And reading some of the comments on Facebook today about what JMO did, yeah, it was dumb, but you know what? We got some guys with a little swagger again and some nastiness. You know, we didn't cry about Lambeer or the bad boys doing stuff. You know, the Giants didn't demand Lawrence Taylor get fired. The Cowboys with Irvin in prime time. Let's enjoy this.
Yeah, but hold on 1 second. Irvin
Okay.
and look, I hate the Cowboys, okay? Irvin and Dion and that whole group, they were like, no, not Dion, but Irvin and those guys, they were like doing blow at a place that they used to call the White House. They had nothing. It certainly didn't affect them on the field. What J-Mo did yesterday was wrong. He apologized to the team afterwards.
Yep.
So I agree with you that a team needs a little swag. It's just enough is enough. Like, let's stop it as long as it hurts the team on the field. I don't care what you do off the field as long as you suit up and ready to play. That was just a dumbass move he made yesterday.
It was.
After
True.
one of the greatest things I've ever seen,
Right.
a guy hurdling another guy who really wasn't in a crouch.
Yeah, and I don't see that as swag. Like, swag is when you're going into the end zone, you leap and you
You do the
land on
Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, you do the Marshawn
That was
Lynch.
funny.
That was There are moments like that where I'm all about the swag. This isn't swag.
No.
Okay. You've changed my opinion.
Well, good.
Well, thank you.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah,
Have a great holiday.
yeah.
Have a great weekend.
I do have a report though that TJ did arrive,
Oh, good.
so he will be here as
Beautiful.
scheduled.
Beautiful.
Yes, he said the roads. If you're out on the roads, please be careful. Take some extra time. I've already texted the kids. There's some places they got to go today. Roads are in. The road cruise is their first venture into snow. It's snowing a lot more than I thought it would. Roads are a little bit slippery, so if you're out there on them, take your time. Don't rush. Get there safely.
This is a perfect day to just sit at home, watch some sort of sporting event. The Wings play at 3 o'clock. You got the Chiefs and the Raiders playing today. You got some college football that we mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have some good leftovers from last night.
Oh yeah. What do you do with your leftovers?
I don't,
Do you have any type of special leftover, post Thanksgiving meal, whether it's lunch or dinner?
no, because usually, especially since we don't host, we'll take a plate home maybe.
Oh, you don't have
Like,
any leftovers? Ooh, that's the thing about not hosting.
I know. Actually, I did take home my sister-in-law made whitefish pate,
Oh, okay.
which was awesome.
Sure. I get behind that.
Yeah, so I'll probably for lunch have either with a cracker, I might stop and get a bagel or something like that, a little whitefish.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I don't-
you in a bagel shop.
Yeah, I've been pretty
Go
good.
crazy.
I've been. Well, that's a whole different story. My favorite bagel store, they sold it,
Oh no!
and I don't like the.
New ownership.
No, they're not as friendly. Put it that way.
Are the bagels the same?
Pretty much,
But
I
they
don't-
taste different because they're not as
They
friendly.
don't taste different, but it's just It's not the same. It was a family atmosphere. And in fact, the guy who owned it opened up his own out in Auburn Hills, and I went to visit him after like 3 months of never seeing him. I just, what? Because the place it used to be was at 14 in Farmington. So I said, you know what? I have nothing to do. I drove out to Auburn Hills and surprised him and the staff that was still there. And it was great seeing him. It was
good for you.
It was really good.
Good for you.
Yeah. But it's called the Bagel Spot in Auburn Hills.
Okay. All right. Yeah, little friendly plug.
Yeah, what the heck? I know.
Yeah.
Tell Eddie Stoney sent you.
Yeah. You want to take Daniel before we get TJ in here?
Yes, I do. Daniel, Port Huron, what's up?
What's going on, boys?
Good morning.
So I just want to say, I forget the names. That last caller mentioned like that we got some swagger and like Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin's the only name I remember, but I know when he said that, he said a bunch of guys that had won and had produced. And when you're Michael Irvin, you get a little bit more room to make mental mistakes or do something that'll fire the boys up than when you're Jameson Williams. I love him. I hope he works out. Hope he gets more consistent. Hope we figure it out. But I don't think there's anything swagger or cool or wouldn't fire me up about that. I'd be mad too. Antoine Randall, I loved it when I saw him chew him out right after.
I believe, and I'm not officially, I don't know if I'm accurate on this. Maybe TJ will be able to tell us when he comes on in a minute or two. Did J-Mo ever see the field again after that play? I don't know. He might have been benched. I have no idea. But somebody suggested that on our post-game show yesterday. But, yeah, it was good seeing Antoine Randall get in his face. And J-Mo did the right thing. He apologized to the team on his own in the locker room. So, yeah, that was cool. All right. TJ Lang is here. We will discuss the Lions and all sorts of other stuff, including the latest weather and road conditions from Mr. Lang himself. It's 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Lions and their Thanksgiving woes topping the Bears 23-20. Lots of storylines coming out of the Lions improving to 11-1. The one receiving the most national attention is the in-game management by Chicago head coach Matt Eberflus. With in striking distance of at least tying the game, he let the clock expire with a timeout to spare. While that criticism is on a more national scale, on a local level, many fans have expressed their displeasure in Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams, who did take a costly, unsportsmanlike conduct penalty late in the game after throwing the football at the face of a Bears player on the sideline. Lions head coach Dan Campbell addressing the situation. Detroit's next challenge will be 6 days from tonight as they host the Thursday night football matchup against the Packers. And finally, we have Michigan football on the docket for a big noon kickoff tomorrow. The Wolverines with a tall task of taking on number 2 Ohio State. Buckeyes quarterback Will Howard and edge rusher Jack Sawyer expressing earlier this week how badly they want to win this game for their head coach Ryan Day, who is 1-3 against the Wolverines, their last win coming back in 2019. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. It's Stoney in for Jim Costa, and it is a offensive lineman sandwich that I'm in the middle of. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, John Jansen, who's been here all morning. TJ Lang is here as well. Got to see TJ and his lovely family yesterday at the game.
Oh, they all joined you?
Yeah,
yes,
they did.
They were great.
The kids all made it down.
It was a lot of fun. It was a thrilling game. It didn't need to be as exciting down the end, but it was, and it was funny because I'd say I walked into your booth. It was probably 5 minutes after the game, and you guys, and rightfully so, were still flabbergasted by what the Bears did.
Oh, that was incredible. Yeah, and I don't even know I don't even know what Eberflus was trying to explain after the game. Like, he was
No.
defending it, saying, hey, we did it. I think we did it the right way. Like, what were you trying to do?
I
Just
think
run the
what-
clock down and hit one Hail Mary to win the game?
No, what they were trying to do, the plan was for them to get extra yard, like 10 more yards,
Okay.
and then call a timeout and kick the field goal.
Yeah, well,
that was the plan.
That plan goes to nowhere when you get sacked.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, now it's okay.
No,
Plan B.
but still, but there was still, 36 seconds left when he got sacked. So
Yeah,
there was still
32,
enough
I think.
time, with whatever.
Yeah.
There was still enough time to do what he
Oh,
wanted
yeah,
to
that's
do.
plenty of time, yeah.
Yeah, the problem was that where he, in my opinion, screwed up is when it was apparent that they were really confused. They didn't know what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
Caleb didn't like the play. That's when you call the timeout. If they had, got to the line, ran their play, then called a timeout, which was his plan, fine. That's when you use the timeout. But after a while, you're sitting there watching the clock. You got to use it.
Yeah,
You call a
it
timeout.
gets below probably
some of it's
12 seconds. You're like, okay, this is we're
Well,
we're
even
blowing
before
this
that,
thing. We gotta take time out.
you've
now.
got to. Well, if you don't take the timeout till 12 seconds,
I'd say
you run
15.
a play, then you've got to hit the sideline.
Yeah, you got to get out of bounds.
If you call that play, or if you call a timeout, even at 22 seconds, you can run a play and then have the Mayday unit come
Right,
on
get the
and
field
probably
goal,
kick
get
a
it
field
out.
goal.
Yeah.
So at some point when Caleb is running around, the coach has to say, okay, this is not going according to plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Timeout, young rookie. It's like, there's a lot of factors involved. Even seasoned quarterbacks at that time don't always perform
Right.
as you would expect. As soon as that clock starts running and you know that the guys aren't lined up, you call timeout.
Yeah, you have to. And yeah, I put probably most of it on Caleb Williams. I mean, just having like no urgency in that situation. And first of all, the sack, I think Caleb Williams forgot the play call. He called a quarterback draw. You can tell the tackles are just kind of letting the guys go, and then the guys on the interior are trying to run downfield and block linebackers. And he didn't run the quarterback draw. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, he dropped back like a pass. It looked like he forgot the play call.
Yeah.
And then that whole debate. Yeah, the operation eating up 30 seconds of the clock to finish. I mean, I put Eberflus, you know what? You're the head man. Like,
Yes.
when you see something's going wrong, and this is gotta have it, win or lose situation, you gotta be a little bit smarter than that. And then Caleb Williams, you gotta have some urgency too.
Right.
I thought it was incredible how we couldn't believe it. I mean, nobody could believe it. We're like, what are they? Oh my! They're really going to run the clock out
and
with
Loma,
the timeout in their pocket.
And Lomas is calling for Eberflus's job.
Right, yeah, so this is. I want to know what the conversation was after, because we're going to listen to Dan Miller's call. I could hear you guys somewhat laughing.
Oh,
but
I mean, it was funny.
Here's Dan Miller's final call.
I said the ghost of
in the background.
The ghost of George Hallis is going to take advice from Lomas. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, the Bears have like 3 or 4 just crushing,
Awful,
devastating, like
the Hail Mary in Washington,
an
blocked,
easy like.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like a 40-yarder that got blocked against Green Bay. That's
Right.
kind of a chip shot today.
And last week against Minnesota, they could have won that game.
Yeah, I mean, they were down late.
Right.
I mean, they had a little comeback, but and then obviously yesterday, I mean, and then you could start to tell the players. Even Keenan Allen was like, I think the players did enough to win the game.
Right.
I think that's what he said yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Like,
he didn't throw the coach under the bus, but he threw him under the bus.
Like he threw something to the referee, Keenan
and
Allen.
Even Caleb Williams, I think, kind of hinted. He said something along the lines of, hey, right now I'm just listening to the coaches, right? I'm just trying to do what the coaches are doing. Maybe if I'm a veteran player, I might call a timeout myself in that situation. But as of right now, I'm just trying to do what the coaches are telling me. I'm really just curious of what they were trying to do. Like, Eberflus didn't even explain it. He just said, "Hey, we feel good about the operation." And
he said they were going to re-rack the play that was.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the draw.
You know what? Sometimes when dysfunctional teams get in their own way, you just get the hell out of their way.
Right.
Just let them
do their thing.
Yeah. And you know what? And Stoney, we talked about it too when we were in the booth last night. That play, first of all, should have never happened. that pass interference call in the
was
fourth and
awful.
long was one of the worst calls I've ever seen.
It was terrible.
I mean, Kendall Vildor played it perfect. That ball was nowhere close to DJ Moore. And so you're sitting there going like, oh my, they were about to bail them out on that.
It was like that they wanted to make amends, and there's not any amends for the legitimate call on Komet the previous play.
Yeah,
It's
the
like,
pass
all right,
interference.
All right, we call one on them, we'll call one on them.
And then I think they got another one on the left guard. I think was a hands to the face
Yes.
to Ali McNeil that ended up, costing them some more yards.
Which was a legit. I mean, his helmet
Oh yeah,
came
it
off.
was. No, it was.
They
But
were
yeah,
le-
that play, the game should have been over at the 4th and 14.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the refs bailed them out a little bit, but I guess it ended up being their little karma there at the end. But man, what a debacle. I thanked Coach Campbell when I got on with him yesterday before we started recording. I'm like, thank you for not ever making me ask you questions about that. And he was like, man, I kind of feel bad. Like, even he knew how bad.
Yeah, he feels bad because he's not going to be coaching against them next year.
Well, but here's the other thing, is we talked about this earlier. If that situation were reversed and Dan Campbell was in that situation and he was asked that question, what do you think is, because he talked about it when they lost to Tampa Bay. Like, I think he says this loss is on me.
Yeah, 100%.
Whereas
yeah.
Eberflus still, like, as many times as you play his post-game audio, I still can't figure out what he was thinking.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to me like he's just a guy trying to hold on to his job at this point.
Yeah.
I mean,
Try to finish out the year.
Yeah, it's been weeks now, maybe a month of, the hot seat talk and the coaching decisions. And, I know he's not the one blocking for the field goal, right? He's not the one out there defending on a Hail Mary. But when you watch some of the little things, right, just what they're doing, I mean, it's either coached or it's allowed. And, when you're talking about the corner who's out dancing, mocking the fans.
Right. Yeah. Ironically, he was the one that got hit by J-Mo.
Yeah. So I think that when you just put that together, if he were to come out, what do you want him to say? Like, he already knows the loss is on him.
Right.
He doesn't seem like the type of guy that's taking accountability, especially when he's on the hot seat and probably can read the room a little bit and probably understands what's gonna happen.
Yeah, he's called his realtor. Yeah. Get ready.
Well, yeah.
My house is going to be on
expect
sale in January.
At some point this weekend, because the Bears have never fired a coach in season. Yeah. They probably come out and give him the dreaded vote of confidence, which means, we believe in you through the end of the season.
Yeah, for the next month and a half. Appreciate your time.
I don't know. You know who's running the Bears, John? One of your favorites.
Oh.
Kevin Warren.
Yeah. He did a great job with the Big Ten.
Still doing commissioner?
He was the old commissioner,
okay.
Still doing a bang-up job with the Bears.
Yeah.
Stay there as long as you want, buddy.
Yeah,
I say extend to Eberflus. Give that guy an extension.
All right, let's talk about
battling with that team, man.
It's
Keeping them in close games.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate he's not in Dallas.
Yeah, give that guy some real talent. Let's see what could happen.
The injury situation with the Lions defense. It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean, these guys did come up. Muhammad had a really good game. Like you said, Vildor ended up playing well. David Long Jr. fits in really nice.
Zeke Turner, I mean, that line 47, he kind of was a lot of special teams, but he got some more playing time yesterday. Looked pretty good.
But eventually, especially if, Rodriguez Dan said that his probably will be a longer-term thing. But, next week against the Packers, if you don't have Rodriguez and Pascal and Uzurike and who knows about Carlton Davis, let alone what we have already with Anzalone and Hutch, I mean, how much can this defense, survive?
Sustain. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, you felt yesterday, the first half was like, man, this is so impressive because of the guys that they're missing. They're missing a key player at every level of the defense. And it didn't really look like it mattered. Now in the second half, obviously Chicago kind of got some life and started making some plays through the air. But, I think it's got to be a concern. I mean, you're down 3 of your top 4 linebackers. You're down your top 4 defensive ends. You know what I mean? When you talk about Davenport, Hutch,
right,
Pascal, Levi's, defensive end. So, yeah, I mean, secondary, right, a little bit banged up. We didn't see Carlton Davis. Although, Coach, I think what I asked Coach yesterday was, were those guys close, speaking to him and Decker, and he said, I think he felt more optimistic about those guys maybe returning next week, so that'll help.
By the way, what's the deal with Mosley?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Being inactive yesterday?
Yeah, he tweaked his hamstring in warm-up, they said?
I didn't hear that. Yeah. I didn't know what happened. That was an odd inactive only because of the injuries to Carlton Davis, obviously, and Terry and Arnold was kind of on a pitch count. He didn't even start the game. He was more on a rotational basis. But is that what they said? Mosley got hurt pregame warmups yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's things that happened to Rakestraw, I think, at one point earlier this year, too, got hurt pregame warmups. Obviously not an ideal time to get injured.
No.
When you've already got the game plan going in, and maybe it was his job to go out there. And that throws everything off. But you just got to find a way. You know what I mean? The guys in that locker room, you got to find a way. You know it's a long season, especially having the early bye week, right? You're going 13 in a row to finish. 3 games in 11 days that they're going to play by the time they get off the field next week against Green Bay. So you got to look at that, man. Hey, we got 7 days left, right? We got a division rival coming in. We got to figure it out. And then we get that long weekend.
Yeah.
A little bit of time, a little mini bye to get our bodies right. But I still love the depth that they've built on this team. I think that even the guys that, like you mentioned, David Long and Zeke Turner and Muhammad, these guys that have been in-season acquisitions are coming in, playing meaningful snaps and making a difference. So that's a testament to the coaching staff. That's a testament to the leaders. And, man, it's a testament to Aaron Glenn, too. Like, he understands what he's playing with out there. He knows his personnel. He adjusts to what he has to do. Second half got a little dicey, but he still found ways in some big key moments to get his guys to make some stops.
And John mentioned earlier, and I think you're right, that maybe they played a little too much man towards the second half because those guys are starting to get worn down a little bit.
They were getting worn down, and the Bears found routes that they couldn't cover.
DJ Moore on the crossing route.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And, you talk about the pass rush was good at times yesterday, but there were some times where Caleb got some time, and it was like, oh, man, I don't care who you got out there playing secondary. That's going to be a tough cover.
Yeah. I want to talk to you about the pass rush. Also want to talk to you about the reaction to J-Mo. You probably have some insight, maybe some former teammates that have acted in such a manner. But we'll get to that next. 97.1 The Ticket. It's wintry driving season out there, and TJ just let us know, hey, the roads are tough today. Reckless drivers are everywhere, and they just can't seem to control their own cars. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of the year, you need an injury attorney that will be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You could pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. Before we get to the phone calls, I want to ask about two plays in this game yesterday. The JMO play, obviously. Actually, two by him. The hurdle that was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen a guy hurdle somebody who was actually basically standing up.
Yeah, wasn't even trying to go low on him.
And then Justin Rogers for our Detroit Football Network podcast told me yesterday that he did some research.
Okay.
And JMO, I think he still holds the record in the state of Missouri for the 300 high hurdles.
Oh, wow.
He was a high hurdler in high school.
Okay.
Which saw it pay off.
Yes. And so then we have that.
TJ, did you ever do the high hurdles?
No. No, I couldn't even do the low loaded hurdles. No.
Then the stupid penalty that he had, which was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And, he apologized to the team after the game. It was good. And then another play I want to ask you about. And I don't know if you saw it. Maybe I'll get it to maybe Paul can find it. The Jack Campbell play where he
hits Caleb
Williams. Did you hear Caleb Williams after the game on it?
No. What did he say?
He kind of thought it was kind of cheap.
Okay. What,
basically.
Just want a guy to stop?
Yeah,
I know.
Patrick Mahomes is to blame, where he fakes going out of bounds and then tries to pick up another 5 or 10 yards.
Gets another 10, 15 yards
right.
off the sideline. Yeah.
It's the Kenny Pickett rule in college. Like if you're going to go out of bounds, then go out of bounds. We won't hit you. But if you're going to fake it, now all of a sudden we have to be on alert.
And Josh Allen does that too. And Caleb Williams stopped running. Like he had a clear path to the sideline.
Right.
He decided to try to turn back up. What do you want him to do?
Yeah, he just kind of turtled at that
that's
point.
actually not a dirty play. Yeah.
I
That's
totally,
not a dirty play.
Yeah. Well, so seeing this on Twitter, and Cam Jordan, the excellent defensive lineman, said, because somebody sent it out, shows it with the soundbite that I can't hear right now, but it says, Caleb Williams commenting on the hit he took from Jack Campbell. And I saw his response last night. So Cam Jordan writes, "It's football. He launched at the hip. If you don't like it, slide or run out of bounds."
Exactly. Yeah. Slide or get out. And he had a chance. It looked like he had a chance to get out of bounds.
I thought he was going to step out of bounds, and Jack wouldn't hit him.
Yeah. It's football play, man. You want to run on us, we're going to hit you. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah,
what do you think of Caleb Williams? First time seeing him in person as a professional. He's going to be a really good quarterback.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, we kind of mentioned it when he had time yesterday, man. He was really accurate with the football.
The one where he beat Branch, a beautiful loss.
Yeah. I would say there's other times that, and we saw it last week with Anthony Richardson. I think you see it with a lot of young quarterbacks is they got to learn sometimes when to put some touch on the pass, because there were some times yesterday he had guys open and he was just throwing 100-mile-an-hour heaters at him, and it's like a little bit of touch, hey, we'll take it. But a little bit of touch there, and better play. But I think he's going to be a good player. I do. I did think that if you take away his first read at times, he does start to panic. I think we saw that a lot, especially in the first half yesterday, where it's eyes down and, okay, I got to look at the rush now instead of just kind of feeling it.
Rookie quarterback.
Yeah. And you know what? I think a big issue that a lot of young quarterbacks have too is when it comes to protections. Like they're not really taught in college anymore to read defenses and read rotation and read the safeties and read the fronts, right? That can tell you a lot, give you some hints of where the pressure is going to come from. So, and he's not the only young quarterback that has issues with that. A lot of guys do too. I mean, C.J. Stroud is the same way. I mean, it's like if you can get some pressure and disguise your blitzes, he's not going to see it. I think I saw a lot of that with Caleb Williams yesterday too. Now he's going to get better the more reps he gets, but he looked like a good player, man, and he threw some passes that were deadly accurate, and he made some plays with his legs getting out of the pocket that has the tool. Kid's got the tools to be a really good player.
So I asked this question earlier, and I know they ended up with 5 sacks, and there were other pressures. There were times, more in the first half than I thought in the second half, where I felt like there was just way too much time standing in the pocket to be able to throw the ball and then to be able to escape the pocket as well.
Yeah, there were times. Yeah, no doubt. Like some of the things we saw yesterday from the pass rush, just kind of still lacking that consistency that I think we would all like to see, especially – the Bears' offensive line, in my opinion, is not very good.
Well, they not only good, but even as starters, they weren't good. But they had 3 backups.
Right, yeah, late by end of the game, you're right. I think the right tackle
center went down.
Center went out. Yeah, so you kind of would like to take maybe a little bit better advantage on a more consistent basis. But Definitely some timely pressures in there. The last sack.
Yeah.
Kind of got to put that on Caleb Williams because everybody else was block and draw, and he just didn't run the ball. But it's going to be a challenge now, especially depending on Josh and Levi, what their status is going to be. You're going to have to find ways to continue to be creative if you're Aaron Glenn. I mean, do you go back to how you kind of finished last year, where it was just an exotic defense? We don't know where the pressure's coming from. Like, look at some of these looks. My goodness, like there's 8 guys at the line of scrimmage. You don't know who's going to blitz or not. How much does Aaron Glenn? How much is he going to have to adjust based off the personnel that he's going to be left with? At least next week.
It's incredible. And I got a list here. Jeremy Reisman of Detroit Online, or Pride of Detroit. Here are the starters that are hurt. Okay, Hutch, Davenport, Levi, Anzalone, Barnes, and Davis. Okay, right now. Reserves who would be starting: Pascal, Kaminsky, Mabin, Rodriguez, Rakestraw, or Mosley. Because if the starters were hurt, those guys, and so their reserves are hurt.
Yep.
Other reserves who would likely have a role: Nate Lynn, you might remember him from training camp. He out for the year.
Outside linebacker. Yeah.
Kyle Pico, they had big expectations for him. David Bata, I don't know him, the defensive tackle, and Iffy Melfano.
Yeah.
So it is really unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, and another guy that we saw get some run later in the year last year, Jalen Reeves-Maben.
Yeah, I mentioned him.
On defense.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? I missed that.
But yes,
it's not. I mean, let's not act like this is uncommon. I mean, most teams, especially this time of year, are banged up, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
but not in one side of the ball this many.
Yeah, and you hope that some of those guys, maybe it's just a day-to-day, week-by-week thing, right? Mm-hmm. And I think there is a chance that Coach, I don't know if maybe Anzalone you get back late in the season, maybe for a playoff run.
Yeah.
But maybe you get some of those other guys back. Thought we were going to get Melifanu back a couple weeks ago, and then they put him back on it, so must have had a setback. Mm-hmm. But he's a guy that I was really excited about this year, just how he finished last season and the versatility that he could have brought to the defense. But you're right. You don't have time to think about it, man. You don't got time to sit in the locker room and say, man, we're really beat up. Like, we just got to get to that 10-day. You can't think about that. It's just, hey, man, we got depth. You guys are here for a reason. You wouldn't be on this team if the coaches didn't feel like you can go out there and contribute.
I got some texts, and one of these, the last one, I want to get your guys' reaction to this because it's making me sick. All right. Danny in Highland says the Lions offense almost cost us the game yesterday, not the defense. All the miscues were on offense. Well, 3 times in the red zone where they had to settle for field goals and the Gibbs fumble. Yes, absolutely. No doubt about it. But they did score a touchdown right after the Bears did at the beginning of the second half. Lions will lose the next 2 due to injuries. I just don't get a Super Bowl feel this year despite the great record. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't think they're going to go 16-1, but if they get some guys back,
I think if they get Carlton Davis back and Taylor Decker, that'll make a big difference.
Yes. What J-Mo did was reckless, and I love it. The recklessness is what makes him the player he is. Well, there's a difference between reckless and stupid.
Right. Yeah. You want to be able to have some swag,
yes.
But that one was just dumb.
Okay. And here's the one. Unnamed texter, as Doug likes to say. Mm-hmm. Aaron Glenn's defensive calls let the Bears right back in the game and almost lost it. The Lions are winning in spite of him, not because of him.
Not sure which team you're watching. I would have preferred not so much man coverage in the second half when you are down so many defensive backs, and it was something that Chicago had been able to utilize.
Right.
And they found a couple of weaknesses. That's where I would have made an adjustment. But up until then, I mean, he's been a magician.
It's it's the old cliche. He's making chicken salad out of chicken. You know what?
Yeah, and look, you shut him out in the first half. I mean, that was 12 straight quarters without allowing a touchdown.
Yeah. How dare
you? You're going to tell me
that's not great in the NFL?
You're coaching. Malpractice. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? You can make the argument that he's with what he's got.
They had two first downs in the first half, and one was because of a penalty.
Yeah, I mean that's having a good plan and going in there with the guys that you got and just figuring out a way. I mean, but you can make an argument that Ben Johnson's the one that gets all the love, right? But can you make an argument that Aaron Glenn is maybe more impressive based off of the list that you read with some of the injuries and what he's still able to do with this defense?
Absolutely. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls. We'll get TJ's thoughts on the game. Michigan State and Rutgers. 97 won the ticket. That's Stan Campbell talking about J-Mo after the stupid unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, addressing the team and apologize. So that is he's right. It's growth, but you got to nip it in the bud. Don't want this to be a lingering thing, and I don't think it will be.
Sorry, and he hasn't really shown that before. So if that's like the third or fourth time, you'd be like, okay, man, like come on, we got an issue here, right? But yeah, I mean, you guys nailed it. Coach nailed it. I mean, it was dumb, right? It's something you can't do. You can't hurt the team. And I think Coach even mentions, like, look, I give these guys a lot of leeway when it comes to showing passion, showing emotion, whatever they want to do celebratory-wise, but, like, don't cost us the penalty. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's something that obviously, J-Mo don't really know what happened, a little trash talking, but, yeah, you can't do that. You can't throw a football in somebody's face, especially when they're on the sideline.
And he's playing good football.
And he knows, and he's playing good football. And that's all part of it, too. I mean, coaches, whether they admit it or not, Mike McCarthy used to come out and tell us, like, hey, guys, like, you have a BS meter, right? And it's depending on how much you produce. The more you produce, the more we're going to tolerate. The less you produce, the less we're going to tolerate. So if you're a guy you're not out there producing and you're doing that, you ain't going to be around here. Like J-Mo, though, he is producing, so I think that's where you do get a little more leeway. And Coach, I don't think he tried to minimize what that was, but I think he did a good job of just saying, we addressed it. We're good. He apologized to the team. He knows he messed up. He knows that's not how we play football here. Yeah. And, we're going to move on, and it's not going to happen again.
You could have understood the emotion a little bit more if it had been like a big first down. It was a 3-yard game.
Right.
Take that.
Yeah. You kind of wonder what, what was being jawed about on the sideline to make him react like that.
And it was the guy who cost the
Stevenson?
Bears, the Hail Mary stuff. Yeah. David, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, David?
How you doing?
Good.
Hey,
Turn your radio down, please.
I don't got my radio on.
Okay, never mind. We had a little bit of an echo. Go ahead.
So I was going to talk about the Matt Eberflus mistake, but I also want to comment on J-Mo too.
Okay.
The J-Mo toss, it was kind of underhand toss. First of all, it was still wrong. It was underhand toss, like a defender would have caught it on the sidelines. It wouldn't have been as egregious, and he did apologize. But also, if y'all want to look at it like this, Keenan Allen got one that was way more aggressive.
You're right.
If you told me before the year started, we could have got Keenan Allen, I would not be sitting up here complaining to he's a bad locker room guy or any of this. So you can't really fault J-Mo for that. That's a lot of people and with their temper tantrums and just controlling that. And also with the Matt Eberflus thing, the late game clock situation, we got to put also some blame on Caleb Williams. Because if you watch that whole game, it was about 3 times they could have been called for delayed game, which they did. So they would have been used up all them timeouts. And Caleb Williams took that sack, and I'm sure the coach told him not to take a sack in that situation because you don't take a sack in that situation. If it was Jared Goff or anything, I don't think Dan Campbell would have got 100% of the blame. Like, we got to start blaming quarterbacks too because they play a part of it.
Yeah, and he seemed confused. He brings up a good point. There were a lot of times. Now, granted, they say they give you an extra beat.
A beat, yeah.
But it seems like a few times. I'm watching the scoreboard clock at Ford Field.
Yeah.
And it looked like there was delay. They didn't get the playoff. And also on the bogus pass interference call, you watch that play again. It looked like one of the offensive linemen was a false start right before.
Oh, the right tackle.
Right tackle.
Yeah.
And the calls both ways. Stoney, I know I didn't see the replay, but even you said the horse collar was kind of that benefited the Lions.
Yes, that was weak.
Yeah, so there was some questionable calls there, but the pass interference, in my opinion, was what kind of led to that whole debacle at the end, which was just a terrible call. That would have been game over.
Ross and Macomb, you're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, I'd like to volunteer to be the dean of discipline in the case of J-Mo.
Okay.
And what I would do is get a dark room, a chair, and a 300-watt bulb, and have him sit down and see if I can get an answer about why he's doing this stupid stuff.
Oh, you're going
to back to the 1930s? He did one stupid thing on the field.
Well, it might cost the fellas, the young lad, he's not thinking right, and it might cost him a playoff game.
Well, look, it happened once.
Yeah.
And,
If it happens a few
obviously
more
if it
times,
happens again, then
then you got a point. But
got to address
it
it.
happened
Well,
once.
the dean of discipline would come. I'd come in there and just make sure it won't happen again, and make a very.
Okay, so you think you could do a better job than the coaches and his teammates?
Yeah. So what would you do as the dean of discipline?
Well, he said he would get the spotlight.
No, I want to see what
spotlight, a chair.
Yeah. What else? You're gonna.
And then I'd say, I want an answer, and I want it right now. If I don't get it quick enough, you boink right in the head with your finger.
Oh yeah. All right.
Oh, flick him in the head. How about waterboarding?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a waterboard. That's too severe. But just to get his attention, he's got to stop it.
Why not there? Get some car batteries and some jumper cables too. While you're at it.
Right. All right, I'll let you go.
Thank you,
Ross. Wow.
Dean of discipline.
Dean of discipline. Never mind.
J-Mo, come here. How does that conversation go? Walk in the room.
Why did you do this?
Yeah. Turn the headlight on him.
He might have a job available soon. The dean of deportation.
TJ, would you like to follow that?
Nope, I'm good.
Nope. See,
Stoney goes down that. You just let him go. Come on, John.
No,
you know that.
no.
You know that's a golden rule around here.
But
don't play his games, dude.
Just a little bit more.
Don't play his games.
See how far he'll go.
That's on your side, actually.
But I didn't go there.
I know. I did. It's okay.
As the dean of deportation, how would you go about this?
I go and check. See,
this is all you got to do. Just throw him a little bone, throw the hook, and hit the hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, check IDs and all that stuff. And if you're not a law-abiding citizen, get the hell out too. I know you guys think I'm like this left-wing zealot, and I'm so far the opposite of that. All right, 248-539-97. Come on, I said, never mind.
What were you going to say?
No. Josh and Warren are 97.
Back to sports.
Hey, guys. Yeah, there was a caller where he was saying that, or you guys said that this is the first time J-Mo's done something on the field. I'm not saying that he's going to have a problem, but he did dunk the ball through the uprights, and that was another 15-yard penalty. So he just got to, control his emotions. That's the only thing that's going on here is he's getting these dumb penalties after he's making plays. So it's not like it's causing us harm on the, in between the lines. It's after the plays are done that he's causing these issues. So that's the only thing I would say is that he's done it one other time with dunking the ball through the upright.
I forgot about that. He didn't get a penalty for doing the Marshawn Lynch, though.
No.
So
well, that's a celebration. That's different than losing your cool and taunting people and the unnecessary roughness.
It's after the play. It's the two things already. So it's that becomes a pattern. But that's the only thing he's got to get talked to is just don't let him get in your head so easily. And he wants to respond so fast because who wouldn't? He's burning by guys and he's making plays, but he just got just got to keep that in check.
Yeah, I can live with the celebration a little bit more because all it's doing is backing up the extra point. And, it's not – certainly you don't want it, right? You just – come on, guys. But and I'm not defending J-Mo either. I think that was, Calvin Johnson night. And he said, I probably knew I was going to get a penalty, but I wanted to do a trick.
Right.
Whatever way you want to spin it, I don't look at that as the same way. Like Jahmyr Gibbs last week getting an unsportsmanlike, right? He got a taunting for a penalty too, John, at a Colts player after the game. I can live with those. Yeah. It's just it's more of the taunting and the losing your cool and
what would the dean?
Those are the plays that.
What would the dean of discipline have to say about the
dunk?
The dunk. What would the dean of discipline do for that?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, he might have nipped it in the bud at that point. Maybe we should have had him hired.
Oh my. Doug Karsh will join us at 10 o'clock and not join us. He'll have his own show. Gators off. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. I can tell you this because that's exactly what they did for me. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs. It's where they live and work. They understand the community because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Stony in for Mr. Costa, who will be back on Monday. Some texts at 248-539-9797. Why do the Lions not run the ball on offense more? They always go away from their strength, and it sucks. That's from Ray. I don't know. I'm looking. I don't know. They had 33 rushing attempts and 34 passing attempts. I think that's pretty freaking balanced.
And on the season, I think it's actually more rushes than they actually have pass attempts. It was like 51%, which in today's NFL, that's remarkable that they don't throw the ball more than they run it.
Right.
And then the other half of the 49, I would say probably, I'm just going to spitball here, 20% of those are play action passes where you're still selling the run up front.
Yeah, at least I would say.
Yeah.
I would love to play in this offense.
Guys, are you serious? You just said J-Mo did one thing. Just one? Every other week we're talking about a new J-Mo topic. This is not the first. He's a problem, and if he cannot mature, he can have one of his childish decisions cost the team during the playoffs. We're talking about on the field, okay?
Right. We did put that disclaimer there.
Yeah, on the field.
He has made some bad decisions.
Yes.
But, the dunking of the ball, backing up the field goal, extra point, and the toss, it's just so unnecessary. It does go to a pattern of not being able to make good decisions.
Yeah.
On or off the field.
We've now heard from the Dean of Discipline, and when Doug shows up, we'll get to hear from the King of Cal.
The Dean of Discipline. That was a new. I didn't see that one coming today.
I know. How do you qualify to become the Dean of Discipline? That's what I wanted to ask him. Let's go to.
You seem to have an idea.
I think he self-nominated himself.
Tim in Garden City on 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys,
what's up?
Hey, I was wondering what you thought about that play. The Bears coach at the end, I thought it was pretty bad. Also, it was first down, 46 seconds left, and they threw an incomplete pass, and they weren't ready, and he had to call a timeout, even though the clock was stopped. I thought that was a pretty bad play. Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, Caleb Williams kind of called the timeout like late. In the play clock was kind of running down.
Pass.
Yeah, 43 seconds, 43 seconds left.
Yeah, I think that was we were questioning that too. I mean, it looked like Caleb just got to the line and maybe they were lined up wrong or
you burned a timeout in that situation.
Yeah, it turned out to be costly. The one thing I would say late in the game though, I mean, if you got a big play like that and it's 3rd and 7 and you're at your own 4-yard line and there's any sort of miscommunication, I mean, I'd rather burn the timeout just to get everybody on the same page again rather than running a potentially disastrous play.
The timeout that really didn't make sense to me that they made, thanks for the call, was in the first half when the Lions had the ball. It was 1st and 10 at the Bears 23. Montgomery goes up the middle for 4 yards, and the Bears called a timeout with a minute left.
Yeah, and then it looked like a good decision after because Jahmyr Gibbs fumbled. But
yes, exactly.
Yeah, you did wonder that. Like, did they really trying to get the ball back?
And the bad challenge that they had that made no sense.
Which one?
At the beginning of the game.
Yeah, they challenged whether a ball was complete or not. I don't remember exactly what it was for, but I was like, why are they challenging? It's so obvious that it's not going to be overturned.
Oh, yeah.
It was 1st and 10. It was first quarter. Goff pass incomplete deep middle to Jameson.
Oh, that's
Williams.
the one they thought it was going to be the fumble.
Right.
Yeah. J-Mo jumped up, got hit, the ball got jarred loose.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Chicago,
which was clearly incomplete. It was clearly incomplete.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, now sometimes it's not the coach's fault because he gets called from
right.
upstairs.
Yeah, they don't see the replay, and especially on the road, you're relying on somebody else.
Yeah.
Watching it up in the booth to tell you.
That was a bad challenge.
You're not going to see that one on the big screen.
No, exactly. Especially on the road, man. They can help you out.
Yeah.
Your former coach won a game yesterday. That's 2 in a row
for
the
Cowboys.
Cowboys. Mike McCarthy. Jerry said last week that he might get an extension. Are you surprised by that? And I'm just curious. I don't think we've ever asked you. Did you like him as
I loved him. Yeah. Yeah, I still love him.
So if they would let go, if he would get fired, do you think he'd get a job somewhere else again?
Yes, I do. I think he's a really good coach, and he's a Super Bowl winning coach. I know that. It's 14 years ago, but I love Mike McCarthy. I think everybody that ever played for Mike McCarthy loves and respects him. Now, is he going to get one of the high profile jobs? Right, like Chicago opens up, which probably will. That's going to be a coveted job with just the young talent that they have, right? Mm-hmm. Could see Mike maybe more at a Vegas, Carolina, like New Orleans type situation. But I do, man. And look, I'm not throwing any sympathy out there for the Cowboys because I absolutely hate them, which everybody I think does. But when I have a lot of respect for Mike McCarthy, so I think he's a good coach. And I don't know how much you take Jerry Jones' word for it when he says an extension.
Yeah.
He has had some situations this year where you talk about the Lions being shorthanded. I mean, they were shorthanded for a long time there.
Yes, indeed.
But that's football. You got to figure out a way, and we'll see what happens with Mike. But
well, your son Micah Parsons thinks they're on the road to recovery.
They get hot. I haven't looked at their schedule, but I know they have to play the Eagles one more time, and I don't know who else
they could do us a solid. I don't care if they make the playoffs or not. Just beat the Eagles.
That would be
it's
very difficult for me to root for them.
I haven't really looked at the
come on
playoff
at that point,
picture.
I know you and I both have a disdain for Dallas, but at that point, if it means it helps the Detroit Lions,
when it comes to the Eagles, I just let it. I use the John Jansen theory. Cowboys, let it play out. I don't root against.
I mean, they are only 2 games back of Washington, who's holding that final wild card spot.
Yes,
so,
I know.
you never know. Weird things happen.
And I think they play again too.
Yeah, I mean, I was on a team that was 4-6 that ended up going all the way to the NFC Championship game. So, weird things happen. Weird things happen.
Things have happened.
Yeah, 5-7. That's not impossible.
John, thank you for having me in.
Hey, thanks for showing up.
And I'll be here with you and Costa, and actually for Doug next Rico this week. A lot of me in December. That's not a good thing for the listeners, but whatever.
Yeah. Hey, happy holidays.
Great thing
happy
for us.
Chinooka.
That's right. I get to work with you two and as well. All right. What do you got coming up? Some time management questions?
Oh my God. I just went back and watched it again. And it's just a cacophony.
It gets worse.
Errors.
Yeah.
It's like and it starts with bad clock management before the horrific clock management.
Right.
And it just
snowballs.
It's not our problem. Right?
No.
But there's so much that happened in yesterday's game that was so familiar, but it was just not the Lions committing these catastrophic mistakes, but which is refreshing.
Weird game. Felt like it should have been like 30-0 at halftime.
Yep.
Well, red zone trips that didn't pay off into touchdowns.
Yeah.
Alas, it was not.
It was not.
And it led to
let him hang around.
Led to a weird the whole thing was kind of strange.
Yeah.
You're right. It was a weird game, but we'll get into that. Got some Michigan, Ohio State stuff. It's going to be a busy Friday.
All right. Have a great weekend, everybody. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions, they end their Thanksgiving woes with a 23-20 win over the Bears. The win, however, not receiving as much national attention as the loss, as Bears head coach Matt Eberflus has been under heavy fire over his management of the final seconds of the game. Trailing by 3, Chicago was within striking distance of at least tying the game before allowing the clock to expire with a timeout to spare. Nonetheless, Detroit improves to 11-1. Their next challenge remains inside the NFC North as they host Thursday Night Football next week in search of a season sweep over their rivals, the Green Bay Packers. And speaking of rivals, perhaps the biggest rivalry in all of sports comes to a head on Saturday as Michigan and Ohio State meet for a big noon kickoff in Columbus. The number 2 Buckeyes in search of their first win over the defending national champions since 2019. Earlier this week, quarterback Will Howard spoke on the importance of this rivalry. I'm alongside Doug Karsh, who will be calling all the action on the ticket tomorrow. I'm sure he can attest to everything Howard just said. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. Anderson out today. I am Doug Karsh. Hope everybody had a fantastic Thanksgiving. Certainly entertaining day of football, and the Lions just keep stacking wins. They just keep stacking wins. And look, it was an interesting game with a lot to digest and a lot to talk about. Plus, as you heard, of course, we got Michigan, Ohio State. We'll be on the air this time tomorrow, part of pregame coverage from down at the Shoe in C-Bus. Wolverines and Buckeyes. It is an Ohio State team, an Ohio State program that feels like they're out for blood. And the question is, can Michigan pull off the stunner? We'll get to that a little bit later on. But good morning and welcome. Waking up to quite a coating of snow today. I'll do a long drive in. But happy drive in after yesterday's Lions victory over the Chicago Bears. 11-1 start. Best start in franchise history. And look, there's the minutia of games where you zoom in and talk about what happened yesterday, and we will do that. And then there's the wide angle view, the 30,000-foot view of where this team is, where the organization is, where they are in a quest to get to their first and win their first Super Bowl. Can it be done? Can it be done? And is what we're seeing evidence that it can or concerns that it can't? Look, the Lions have spent much of this regular season building a very compelling case that they are any given Sunday proof. We've spent a good portion of our collective adult lives watching a Lions team that in the end always let Detroit down. And this team has built a very compelling case through the first 11 games that they were any given Sunday proof. You can look at the loss to Tampa, but you can also look at convincing wins over lesser opponents. And then yesterday in game 12, it's a stark reminder of how tough it is to win in the NFL. And there's reasons for that game being what it was. But as Dan Campbell said after the game, and Detroit fans, I think, are kind of had moved away from this. The Lions had stopped being judged in the way that's most important, which is in the NFL, you're judged on a pass-fail scale. On Sundays, in this case Thursday, did you pass or did you fail? And that's all that really matters. It's all that really matters. But we are now to the point where we are grading wins. And Dan Campbell, I think, was really, really emphasizing this yesterday in his postgame. There's always stuff to clean up, win or lose. Always stuff to clean up, blowout or close game. But it truly is a pass-fail test. And they passed the test. Okay, they passed the test. I'm just wondering how many people looked at this game and said, they passed the test, but. Like, were there growing concerns that are starting to creep in? And the obvious one's injuries, and we'll talk about them at length. Because the next two games are against the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love and the Buffalo Bills and Jared Allen. They are going to see quarterbacks that can make you miserable. And they might be doing it with guys on the field that aren't supposed to be on the field for as many snaps as they're going to have to play. And so the challenge at this point is to put a product on the field that finds a way to win. Finds a way to win. This is a huge game next Thursday against the Packers. It's a huge game for Detroit. It's a huge game for Green Bay. It's a huge game for Minnesota. It's a huge game for Philadelphia. The Lions are staying ahead of the pack
not the Green Bay Packers, but the pack of teams behind them, which happens to include the Green Bay Packers. And are they going to be able to fend everybody off? We can talk, and we do talk at great length about the importance of home field. I mean, the Lions last year finally won a playoff game for the second time in my life. They won a playoff game, but they did it at home. Then they won a second playoff game at home. Then they went on the road and lost. Now they've gone on the road and beaten quality teams this year, which is reassuring that if it's too much, if it's too big of an ask to keep winning with a depleted defensive roster, if it's too big of an ask for them to fend off everybody and win the top seed, but they have to go on the road at some point, can they get the job done? You know, you look back at wins that have aged very well. They went on the road and they beat the Vikings. At the time, they were 5-0. So I don't even know. The Cardinals win is one that aged pretty well. They've won at Green Bay. They've won at Houston. These are all teams that are currently sitting in playoff positions. The Lions have won at Houston. Actually, Arizona's just on the edge of a playoff, but they're half game behind Washington. One at Green Bay, one at Minnesota. I mean, this is so they've proven that they can go on the road and beat playoff caliber teams. You just don't want to have to. And whether or not yesterday showed some vulnerabilities in terms of, you know, just this team has vulnerabilities, or yesterday was all about injuries, they are being tested. They are being tested. And, you know, I've said it throughout this great stretch of football. Seasons are long. Lots can change. The concern now is what's changed is the last play of the game yesterday, by my count, they had 4 starters defensively on the field that were starters at the beginning of the year. 4. Lee McNeil, Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. Those are guys at the top of the depth chart at the beginning of the year. Now, given Zadarius Smith, check that, there's 5. Terrion Arnold was on the field as well. Zadarius Smith, starting caliber player they acquired during the season. But there were guys like Mohammed, Broderick Martin, Khalil Dorsey, Ezekiel Turner, Amik Robertson. Like, their depth is seriously getting tested. And Broderick Martin, I was looking at the snap counts. According to the official stats, Broderick Martin played 2 snaps. And you know what they were? They were actually the last 3 plays of the game. One of them didn't count because it was a race by penalty. Then he was on the field for the last 2 plays of the game. Broderick Martin. And, I mean, you talk about trying to find a way to make it happen. You got to find a way to win games. And Dan Campbell talked about it afterwards. The injuries, he's like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. He's not buying into any of it. He's not going to talk about it. He's not going to dwell on it. And, I mean, personally, I kind of like it because I think it sends a message to his team. That's our job to talk about it. Again, according to the stats, Broderick Martin's first 2 snaps of the season were the last 2 plays of that game yesterday. That tells you where they are in terms of depth, in terms of injuries. Got the job done. With some help from the Bears, but they got the job done. 248-539-9797. People lining up want to talk to you. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. Can they get it done? Are vulnerabilities being exposed? Can they keep winning with a depleted roster, without 8 defensive linemen, without Alex Anzalone? Rodrigo is a very scary possibility that he's going to be done for a while. Can they keep winning this way? Next 2 games are going to be telling. Green Bay and Buffalo. We'll talk to you next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's an opponent that finds ways to lose. It's Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Look, I mean, that's part of this, too. Wait out a bad opponent, and they'll shoot themselves in the foot. You know what this is? This is is everything going to be okay Friday edition to the Carson Anderson program? Do you feel like everything is going to be okay? 248-539-9797. You got a football team that didn't finish in the red zone, but as Dan Campbell said, the high standard that we have for this team, they've created, and in a lot of ways, hey, we're super grateful. This football team's awesome. But is everything going to be okay? With the injuries piling up defensively, is everything going to be okay? 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Greg is in Detroit on this Black Friday on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Greg?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, I really think everything is going to be okay. As a fan, these last couple of years, I have personally just went through some things, as far as a fan, and I've learned, and I have kind of matured too as a fan. And so even with the blowouts and even with the close games, it has matured me to stay kind of even-keeled. And with the defense, the fact that we have a defense is wonderful and great. However, that defense is depleted. But so it just says, okay, we can do what we did last year with the defense that we had last year. We kind of rested on the offense. The offense kind of somewhat became our defense. So long as we got Jared Goff and we got Fox to kick the ball like he does, I think we're going to be okay. And my thing is, I'm driving a car with a blacked out windshield and no brakes and enough gas to get to New Orleans. That's all I care about. That's where I am as a fan. So let's go.
All right, Greg, thank you. Look, yeah, I mean, if we look at it comparatively speaking, right? Last year's team had a pretty bad defense, had a great offense and a pretty bad defense. I would argue that the offense is better this year, and I would argue that even with the injuries, the defense is better than last year. Here's the thing, though. The defense might be running the risk of starting to look more and more like last year's defense if you keep taking people off the field. If you keep taking people off the field, can they keep up this pace? Can the Lions keep up this pace? They had looked far superior to their opponents week after week after week, with some exceptions mixed in, like the Houston game. But they have looked far superior. Chicago's not a great team. They're in that same category with the Dallases, the Colts, the teams that the Lions have comfortably rolled. And that game was close. It was authentically close yesterday. Is it because it's just the NFL? Or is there a real concern that either A, some weaknesses are being exposed, or B, the injuries are just catching up to them? Now, if the defense, and they, we keep talking about the tolerances, like how much can they tolerate and still win? It's amazing when you go through that depth chart from the beginning of the year and start crossing names out defensively. I used a lot of ink doing it. It's a long list, man. It's a long list. Yesterday, you talk about guys who were primarily in backup roles. Amik Robertson, 47 snaps. El-Quadin Muhammad, 43. Kendall Vildor, 38. Trevor Nowatzki, 31. Ezekiel Turner, 22. Some of these guys weren't on the roster and have been picked up since the season started. Kai Wingo, 14. David Long, 12. 248-539-9797. Mark is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? Now don't get it twisted. Don't get it wrong.
All right.
Okay. I put Chicago with the Dallases, but make no mistake, Chicago was a decent football team. The only reason why they record is like it is because they got a lame brain for a coach. I'm glad we beat them, but long as you win, I think long as they keep the offense intact, and long as they keep that secondary. And the two tackles, Reeder and McNeil, I think they're going to be straight. I think if it came down to it with an injury, if it was the playoffs, I think Carlton Davis would have probably played. So I think next week you're gonna get back Davis, you're gonna get back Tyler Decker, and then I think the next following week, Ozarike, or you might get them back next week too. I mean, this coming up, but they're not out for a season. I think as long as they can keep that secondary intact with the two big tackles, I think they're gonna be straight. I think they can fight the injury, but I think that bye week is so important so they could get a week off and rest people and get everybody that they could healthy, ready for the playoff run.
Well,
that's why I think securing that bye week is the main thing.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, it's absolutely huge. This football team could use it. The NFL continues to add games. Let's play more on Thursdays. Let's play hell on Wednesdays. Let's play on Fridays. Let's add a game. And, I've talked about this in the past, and it never really applied to us, Mark, and that is, unfortunately, the NFL's too much a game of attrition. Like, it's too much who's left standing at the end because it's so brutal. And now it applies to us.
If they win these next two games with the injuries, that's impressive. And I think if they win the next two games, and they probably win one more game after that, they'll probably have the NFC number one seed sold up. I think with probably one or two more wins. Let's say they win these next two games, and then Philly loses one, and then the Lions win one more. Wouldn't that pretty much clinch the number one seed?
Well, it depends what Minnesota does, but I mean, Philly's got Baltimore this weekend, which is no joke. That's a tough game. Obviously, as you mentioned, if they win the next two, that includes hanging another loss on the Packers. If you look at Minnesota's schedule, isn't that tough leading up to that Lions game. They got the Packers and the Lions the last two. In between, Arizona, who can beat you, Atlanta, who I guess can beat you. Then they've got the Bears, then at Seattle. Detroit's is definitely tougher with the Pack and Buffalo in the next two.
Yeah, but you know what? Only thing that I know about those teams, we played Buffalo last year, and I think the year before last, and we almost beat them. So I think it's going to be a grind, but I think they're going to get it done. I think they're going to get it done.
Appreciate it, Mark. Thank you.
With their offense, they can beat anybody because they can control the game.
That's the thing. I mean, it's what matters is at the end of the game, you have more points than the other guys. And if that means you win the game like yesterday, 23-20, or down the road, you win at 45-42, you just got to find a way to win the game. And the offense, in spite of the inability to finish drives in the end zone yesterday, in spite of that, the offense still, I have faith, is going to roll most Sundays. 248-539-9797. Tom is in Erie and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Doug. Thank you for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
I'm going to say the last thing first. I really enjoy the way you sign off. Okay, now I'll get to the game.
Thank you.
I think it should have been 28-0 in the first half.
Yep.
I don't think it was a mistake, but looked to me like they had the whole team in the box when they were running the ball. I think on first down, if they would have passed the ball, we would have scored real quick. But that's all. I'm not worried at all about the Lions. I think we're going to go all the way, and I have faith in all of them and the coaching staff. That's what I have to say.
So, Tom, at this point, flying close to the sun yesterday, not finishing in the end zone, and all the injuries, you're not concerned.
I'm a little concerned, but it's the NFL. Those guys that are playing now, I mean, they're not number one draft choice or starters, but a desire can mean a lot, and I think those guys do have desire. I mean, they play very hard. They're going to miss a few things now and then, but I think they'll come up. They'll do the job.
Hey, appreciate the call, Tom. Have a great day. 248-539-9797. Mike is in a van, and he is next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Doing good.
Awesome. Thank you guys for everything that you do. Love the show.
Appreciate it.
Just a couple things I noticed yesterday. I always try not to complain about the delay of games, but I noticed the Lions got dinged on a couple of them, and it seemed to me like the Bears were running out of the play clock and nothing was called on them. And the second thing I wanted to say is second week in a row, Vildor has been getting torched out there. And on that last play where he got that pass interference and that whole conundrum happened, I just did not see the pass interference. And it's also the second time I've seen DJ Moore just completely give up on a play. And, that's just something I'm not used to seeing, especially if a player gives up on it. I don't think that the pass interference should be called unless it's egregious. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts is on that. But.
It's really interesting you bring up Vildor because he's become a flashpoint. And he kind of, unfortunately, etched his name a bit in Lions infamy with the face mask reception in the NFC title game last year. And a ball that at the very least should have been incomplete, probably should have been intercepted, somehow went in the books as a 50-yard pass and set up a first and goal to go situation for San Francisco. Look, it's an incredibly difficult job to play that position in the NFL. And, after the game, I don't know if you heard it, but Dan Campbell praised him. Dan Campbell really, really backed his guy. And, there's a degree of frustration. I think when you talk about as you get into depth at that position, you start talking about, is he even supposed to be on the field? Because he's probably their fifth corner. Carlton Davis, Terrion Arnold, Amik Robertson, Emmanuel Mosley. They probably would rather play Brian Branch out there. But so he might be their fifth, maybe their sixth corner. I mean, what we're really talking about is who's got a guy on any NFL roster that's far down the depth chart where you can expect them to go up against the DJ Moores of the world and be successful. It's a huge ask of a guy that is right there, is that far down the depth chart.
Yeah, I think that's a fair take.
Yeah.
And
it's tough. I appreciate it, Mike. I'm starting to feel bad for him. And I unfortunately, like I said, he's etched his name in infamy. But the guy is a fifth or sixth corner on a roster, which I think if you put any 5 or 6 out there and ask him to play corner in the NFL against this league's receivers, that person's going to struggle. I don't care what team it is. Hey, tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, live play-by-play, so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. It's FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Lots to talk about. Is it going to be okay Friday edition of the program? Is everything going to be okay? Obviously, yesterday was one of those games that, look, it was probably closer than most people thought it would be. And that's okay. Look, this is the NFL. And I think Jared Goff tried to prepare us for this a couple weeks ago when he was like, dude, nothing is easy. They were making it look easy, but he was making a point. Nothing is easy. And that's, I think that was on display yesterday. What's getting tougher now, though, is trying to figure out how many injuries this defense can endure. It's a game of attrition. It's just the way the NFL has been in recent years. You sit there and you watch it, and I'm watching. I mean, the perspective that I had was looking up at the teams competing for the Super Bowl, and I'm just thinking, wow, who's going to be able to endure all their injuries? And now we're playing that game. Now we're the ones getting talked about. Now we're the team that is parading out players that weren't on this roster at the beginning of the year. You know, I'm looking at them like, David Long might help them. He has to. Broderick Martin, it's pretty incredible. And I find it hard to believe, but I went through, the snap count says 2 plays. I found Broderick Martin. It was the last 2 plays of the game. His first 2 plays of the season. 248-539-9797. Paul is next. Hi, Paul.
Doug, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Allow me to play the what-if game.
Yep.
If Gibbs doesn't fumble, they blow him out. Now, I realize that's not what happened, but, Gibbs is a pretty sure-handed back. He fumbles inside the 5-yard line. It would have been a first down. And, like we punch it in whenever they get a first and goal from that close to the goal line, they way more often than not punch it in. Chicago was ready to go down and be buried right at that moment because that first half they absolutely got dominated. And the fact that he fumbled, that left them in the game and allowed them to go into halftime and regroup and think they had a chance. Whereas I think at 23-0, that game was essentially over at that point. So, unfortunately for the Lions, he did fumble, and it allowed that second half to play out the way it did. But, it was much, much closer to being another dominant performance than I think maybe we want to give it credit for. It's not like that game was close in the first half, right?
Nope.
That was an incredible amount of time of possession and yards in favor of the Lions. And like I said, the Bears were ready to go, and we just didn't push them over.
It was a 28-point halftime lead disguised as a 16-point halftime lead. It really was a dominant performance. Shabuzi's on there in half, counting 1 to the 2 to the 3 to the 4, and I thought that was an homage of all the Bears' first downs. Like, I was like, they are getting smoked at halftime, and I'm sitting there going, well, if I'm in the Bears locker room, I'm talking about we're only 2 possessions away, blah, blah, blah. Let's go take the opening kick, go get a touchdown. And when they did, you're like, all right. Even then, the Lions respond and made it 23-7, but I give Chicago a ton of credit. They did what they've been doing. We said it leading into this game, Paul, about how the most NFL games are won on the margins. It's a play here or play there. And we did it for 50 years, talk about how the Lions are close. If they just make this play, that play. That's what the Bears have been doing for 5 weeks, with the exception of the New England game. They've been a play here or play there away from winning, and they did it again yesterday.
Without a doubt. And listen, I at Thanksgiving yesterday, we had family. Put it this way, there was three Bears fans with us, diehard Bears fans with us. So that was a incredible game to watch how it played out. And one of the guys, their dad, they kept trying to check, our concern meter as the second half was playing out, and I was pretty unconcerned. And he sat there in all, calmness and told me, there's no reason to be concerned. The Bears are going to do what the Bears do. And they predicted that what Eberflus was going to blow it at the end, and sure as heck, when it happened, he looked straight at me, and it was It was a reverse moment. It was a looking in the mirror moment of me sitting and watching games with other people, knowing that the Lions were going to blow this game one way or the other. And they went into the whole, how many different ways can you lose a game? And I'm like, well, listen, I'm pretty sure we wrote the book on that. So it was pretty interesting and fun.
It's so funny you say that because the Lions were looking early in that game. Lions had a 4th and 1, and the Bears jumped into the neutral zone. And I'm like, that's my entire life of Lions football. The Lions jumping in the neutral zone on 4th down. And it's amazing. You're right. It's like looking in a mirror and you see somebody else's image. And look, the Eberflus thing, they had 2 wasted timeouts that put him in that 3rd and 26 nightmare to begin with. The beginning of that drive, a 3rd and 7, and then after Caleb Williams threw the ball at DJ Moore's feet. Remember that play where Tony Romo said that he might have scored there, that he completed the pass? There were 43 seconds left, and the clock is stopped, and they had 2 timeouts. The idea of only getting 2 more plays off is unthinkable. It's unthinkable that you'd only get 2 more plays off. But that's what happened. And, the idea that they wasted 2 timeouts. We could talk about them carrying a timeout in their back pocket back to their team plane into Chicago. But the 2 timeouts on that same drive beforehand, you got 40 seconds to get the play in. And maybe this is really truly a product of having a rookie quarterback, which is somewhat understandable. If the Bears hadn't had some terrible end-of-game scenarios leading up to this game, I'd probably be cutting Eberflus a bit some slack because he got a rookie quarterback. And at the end of that game, it looked like a rookie quarterback trying to execute. But you have to be better as a coach with time management when your quarterback's a rookie. And he, in fact, is not better. Is everything going to be okay? Is everything going to be okay? Or are you concerned? Joe and Troy. Hi, Joe.
Hey, yeah, I think it's going to be okay. There's only 2 things in that game that I think really mattered much, and they're both fixable. The last caller just said the fumble. Gibbs isn't going to do that. How many times has he fumbled this year? 0, right? This was the first time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think his last fumble was probably in the NFC title game on that exchange, right?
The only other big mistake was Jamo. That stupid toss the ball at that whatever he was doing there, and getting that unsported. We score on that drive. I mean, likely, right? That if that doesn't happen, I think so anyway. But the thing about Jamo is earlier in the game, I don't remember how much, just a little bit earlier, there was a play at the line of scrimmage. There was a little bit of tussling, and he jumped up like he was going to sock some guy in the jaw, and one of the linemen just stepped in front of him and just like, nope, you're not going to do that. And no penalty. But I remember at the time thinking, whoa, he's got a temper. And, everybody in football can lose it in the right moment. But those 2 things with Jamo made me say, somebody's got to pull him aside and say, dude, just catch the ball.
Look, every mistake that a young person makes, whether it be professionally or personally, those mistakes, as long as they're not too bad, are worth it if you learn from it. And he apologized. I don't know if you heard, Dan Campbell said he got up in front of the team unsolicited and apologized after the game.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'm glad to hear that.
He did it on his own, and Dan Campbell didn't have to say anything to him. He did it on his own. He recognizes the mistake. Jamo's one of those guys that we talk about as he's really a pivot point. Like he could be as great as he wants to be. Just don't let other stuff get in the way. And there's been the 2 suspensions. They overcame this, but that was on a drive that resulted in a missed field goal, right? That's right. What backed him up. I don't know what else to say other than he's got to keep learning from it. I think that's the first time that he's taken a ridiculous penalty. A really costly one.
That's a touch. With that and Gibbs, that's 14 more points right there. If not 7 back for for the Bears as well. I think I think it's a dominating victory just with those two mistakes not made. And like the first one's not even a mistake. Gibbs fumbling, that was a hell of a hit on him. I mean, anybody fumbles in that. It's just a ideal, two guys nail them the right way, that ball comes out, and 9 times out of 10 it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I think as much as we can talk about the defense and the injured guys and all that, it's still a hell of a game if you don't make those two mistakes. I really think that. I mean, and we still had other opportunities to score. You're always tempted. I mean, I think every one of us in the back of our head has got that same old Lions little fear, right? And yet no.
The Bears were the same old Lions yesterday is what we saw. Thank you. More of your phone calls and feedback. Is everything going to be okay? Are you? And we're talking about the stuff that was on display on the field, the injuries. Is everything going to be okay? 248-539-9797. We will get into Michigan, Ohio State before the show is done. It's a Black Friday edition of Carson Anderson. Gator out today. 97.1 the ticket. Did you run the turkey trot? Are you working out to burn off that extra helping of stuffing from yesterday? I respect that, and you should be running, walking, and lifting in workout clothes from Show Some Respect, a Michigan-based company with a mission to make the highest quality workout clothes. And I got to say, the long sleeve performance tee is one of my favorites. I wore it 2 days ago while working out. Show Some is founded on respect to everyone with the courage to compete on the field or in life. Go to showsomerespect.com and use the discount code Doug at checkout. Showsomerespect.com. SHOSUM respect.com. Dan Miller on the call. Is everything going to be okay, Lions fans? 248-539-9797. Hey, they win a football game yesterday, and it's the first time in a while that they haven't looked like clinical the entire game, surgical, 60 minutes of dominant performance against a bad team. Look, Houston's a good team. They played a tight game with Minnesota. And found a way to win, and they were awesome. Like they've raised the bar so high. Like I feel like any complaining we're doing, we understand what we're doing. But look, every Sunday is a test in, are they good enough to win the Super Bowl? Every Sunday you want your team to look good enough to win the Super Bowl. Yesterday probably wasn't that day. That's gonna happen. Is everything going to be okay? Feedback coming in. I have zero concerns. Tons of injuries yesterday. The Bears are better than their record. Division opponent with a good defense. We just need our defense to get healthy before the next 2 games, and we'll be okay. That's from Andy in Dearborn Heights. Unnamed texter. Time for the offense to dial it up and build a bigger cushion. The defense has bailed them out lately. They need help. Can the Lions win a playoff game on the road? Depends on where they play. Indoor teams are 0-14 in conference championships played outdoors. It can be done with the injuries not stopping them. We are relying on 6th, 7th, and 8th string players. It cannot be done with the injuries. Sorry, we are relying on 6th, 7th, and 8th string players. It's unsustainable. Well, it's tough. It's just going to, if the defense is on its way to being what last year's defense was at the end of the year. And we're seeing similar names on the field that were on the field that they tried to upgrade. They all are going to get Carlton Davis back. Anzalone will be back late in the year. Other guys that missed the game, portions of the game, we wait word on like Pascal, Rodrigo. Anzarike got banged up. And, there are guys that El-Quadim Muhammad, Ezekiel Turner. Turner played a ridiculously high number of snaps. He played 22 snaps. I'm sure that wasn't the plan. Muhammad played 43 when they got those guys. But is everything going to be okay, Lions fans? 248-539-9797. Devlin in Colorado, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Devlin?
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I rarely ever get a call in and speak with you guys. So, moment here, and I got your ear. I really want to talk about something that has just been perturbing me extremely bad. I love my Lions. I'm a Pride member since 1970 at birth, and I really appreciate everything that's going on up there in Michigan. It's a huge thing for me and my family, but I am absolutely agitated with the major networks. I'm going to use the words pillaging our offensive coordinator, our defensive coordinator. Every time I turn on one of the major networks, I got to hear how these two are going to be up for coaching prospects for this year coming up, and I'm a little concerned and going crazy in my head due to the fact that if the Chiefs are now the new anointed Patriots, then why aren't they going after the Kansas City Chiefs staff members rather than for us Detroit Lion faithful who are looking towards the future going, hey, we got a chance. We are very close to being the Chiefs or the Patriots and running into that moment of history and sharing that. But it seems like all I hear is, well, he's going to become a head coach. He's going to become a head coach. Well, I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on this. Is this upsetting anybody else, or is this just in my head going, leave us alone. Let us have our opportunity.
Well, first of all, God bless you. I get where you're coming from because it feels like we've got it really dialed in right now, and you don't want to see it end. Remember with the Chiefs, there was talk about Eric Bieniemy forever. And he was their offensive coordinator, even though people said, oh, it's really Andy Reid. But eventually they got pilfered there, and they have lost assistants throughout the years. But the bottom line is, this is a different thing for us. The right now, the offensive coordinator in Kansas City, I believe, is Matt Nagy, and Spagnuolo is still their defensive coordinator. And, the one thing I'll say, I get the sense, and the people that I've talked to, I don't know that Ben Johnson's going anywhere unless it's absolutely perfect. And the problem is jobs that open up tend not to be opening up because they're, quote, perfect, right? They open up because they're imperfect. So he can pick and choose. He can take his time. I think I would get the sense, I haven't heard, the same sort of, like, I think that, we very well could lose our defensive coordinator, and he's done a great job given the circumstances. But the offensive coordinator, I think he's a little bit, he's going to be very picky is what I've been told. And so he's in no rush. He wants to finish a job here, which they haven't done yet, is one. And two is, he's going to pick his spots. It's funny because, Devlin, his name came up as North Carolina, moving on from Mac Brown. That's their dream candidate is Ben Johnson because he played there.
Okay.
But we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot, but I think you're just going to have to get used to it.
Well, I appreciate it. I'd like to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and have a great New Year, and thank you again for taking my call.
Appreciate the call. 248-539-9797. Matt's in Ontario and next on 97.1 A Ticket. Good morning, Matt.
Morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
You too. Oh, well, Canada. You guys already had your. When is your Thanksgiving? It's like last month, isn't it?
Third week of October. It's pretty lame compared to yours. We're all pretty jealous usually. You guys get the extra time off and football, so on and so on. So there was a caller that called earlier and said Vildor got torched. Like, I don't know what his idea of torched is. And listen, I don't like him much either. However, he's like 2 targets and allowed 14 yards and had a pass breakup.
Yeah.
Was he trailing in coverage a few times? Yeah. But I don't know what else you want Aaron Glenn to do with what we have.
I mean, look, we went over it. I think any team, when you start getting to their 5th corner, that guy's going to probably struggle, and it's okay. And I'm starting to feel bad for him because I feel like he's become a bit of a whipping boy, and he is what he is.
I think Dorsey is the major liability. He almost cost us that down at the half-yard line. Like, just down it at the 1. You don't need to down it at the half-yard line.
Yeah.
And he got torched several times, trailing in coverage by a large amount. It reminded me of watching Cam Sutton last year.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a guy who's 5th or 6th on the depth chart, and he did down it on the 1. It was very close, but he didn't go too far.
No. Again, thanks for taking my call, guys. Have a happy Thanksgiving and a happy holiday.
Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell's response yesterday when he was asked about the injuries, I thought was really, really good. We'll play it for you next hour. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Michigan, Ohio State talk in the noon hour. Of course, it's open lines. You want to go there early. We're all down for it. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out today here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Lions improved to 11-1 after defeating the Bears 23-20. Detroit ending the Thanksgiving losing streak, not the biggest storyline of the game. Receiving the most attention is that of Chicago head coach Matt Eberflus's in-game management in the final seconds of the game. Within striking distance of at least tying the game, the Bears ran the clock down to 0 with a timeout to spare. Following the game, Chicago's head coach stood by his decision. The Lions take the field again in 6 days for Thursday night football against the Packers. Meanwhile, a big game just about 24 hours away as the Wolverines and Buckeyes renew their rivalry in Columbus. Michigan undefeated against OSU in the 2020s, though they are 19.5-point underdogs heading into this matchup. OSU quarterback Will Howard, edge rusher Jack Sawyer saying earlier this week they really want to win this game for Coach Ryan Day, who is 1-3 in his career against the Wolverines. Finally, today, it's Detroit taking the ice and the court. Red Wings with a 3 p.m. puck drop, looking to make it 3 wins in a row as they host the Devils. NBA Cup action in Indiana as the Pistons tip off against the Pacers at 8. Both games airing here on The Ticket. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
All right, so, look, we all saw it yesterday. It's not what we're used to when the Lions play a team that they're clearly better than. We're used to them rolling, okay? They've set the bar very high. And they have spent a good portion of the regular season making it feel like they are any given Sunday proof. Now, let me be clear. Any given Sunday proof doesn't mean you can't lose. Any given Sunday proof means they're not going to get shocked by anybody. Now, we could say that Tampa is an example of why they're not any given Sunday proof. And yesterday might be an example why they're not any given Sunday proof. If you lose to a good team, that's not any given Sunday, right? So, look, that yesterday's game was very losable. Some ineptitude on the Bears' part. At the end of the game, there's no guarantees they would have scored had they called the timeout. There's no guarantees they would have made any field goal. No guarantees they would have been able to get out of bounds. Just as bad as the last play was the 2 wasted timeouts that put them in that position to begin with. But I also think that's a product of having a rookie quarterback. And if Eberflus didn't have a history of his teams blowing end-of-game scenarios like the Washington game, it probably wouldn't be like as big a deal, although it's a big deal. Don't get me wrong. But it probably wouldn't be as big a deal. And I guess I really don't care, because we're talking about somebody else's problems that used to be the Lions' problems. And yesterday, prime example was getting pretty much the fewest number of plays you could possibly get at the end of that game in 43 seconds, coupled with jumping off sides on 4th and 1. God, those are behaviors that are woven through the Lions' existence. And they didn't, that's not our problem anymore. Our biggest problem right now might be the injuries. And, but there are other things that need to get tightened up. In fact, Dan Campbell said it after the game. There are things that need to get cleaned up, and they've already cleaned them up. And that was like after the game. One of them was Jamo. He said Jamo apologized to the team for the unsportsmanlike conduct. It's an immature mistake. Okay, don't do it anymore. We say that a lot with Jamo, but hey, look, he's a young guy. Young people grow up. I have patience for that. He's well worth it. Don't get me wrong. 248-539-9797. Coming up today at 11:20, Dan Campbell with, I think, a really telling quote about the defensive injuries. We'll play it for you at 11:20. Let's go to Bill in Sterling Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Doug. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Yeah, I'm. I still feel pretty good, but I am a little concerned. The thing that I'm most grateful for right now is when I look at their defense, as it is right now. You've still got Ali McNeil, DJ Reader, Kirby Joseph, and Brian Branch, and that's the two tackles and the two safeties. And I think as long as those guys don't get hurt, because those are, I mean, that's like kind of like right up the middle of your defense. And I still feel really good about those four players. But it's tough. I mean, the schedule the rest of the way is no joke, and it's going to be really a challenge for them. And I know Dan Campbell said nobody cares, and that's the right message. He's got to say that because ultimately nobody does care. As you said, it's a pass-fail thing, but we can talk about it, and it's really tough. They got three of their top four linebackers are gone.
Yeah,
the one thing I really wish is that they were playing Buffalo on Thursday, and then they had 10 days for Green Bay.
Yeah,
I wish I could flip the schedule like that because I think they can afford to lose to Buffalo. Actually, because it's a non-conference game, and that's obviously not going to affect them as much as losing to Green Bay. But it is what it is. The one good thing schedule-wise for us is that Green Bay and Minnesota do have to play each other one more time.
Yep.
And so, but I'm a little bit concerned because I don't think, it's to the point now where it's not an excuse. It's just, it is what it is.
It is what it is. That last play, El Quadin Muhammad, you got Broderick Martin making his defensive debut in the last two plays. You got Ezekiel Turner. You got Khalil Dorsey. All on the field.
Those guys made really good plays. The backup D lineman made some huge plays down the stretch.
Yep.
And so, yeah, we'll see. But I just don't want people the thing like you said. I'll be real quick. Like reverting to last year's defense. If we do struggle defensively, some down the stretch now. God Almighty, I just don't want to hear people talking about Aaron Glenn again. Oh my God!
You mean ripping on? You mean ripping on him?
Ripping on him.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I think Aaron Glenn has built up enough credibility in this town that I think people will understand what's going on. When the Lions you're going to have guys hurt. Everybody. I mean, we're sitting here complaining and talking about it and commiserating about the injuries is maybe a better way to put it. Philly just lost Brandon Graham for the rest of the year. Like it's everybody's got to overcome if you're going to try and find a way to win in this league. Nobody goes through unscathed. It just doesn't happen. So deal with it, move on. It's funny because we said this at the beginning of the year when they set the practice squad. Know all these names. Learn all these names because they're all going to play. It's just the way it is. And next thing you know, your Super Bowl hopes are riding on an Ezekiel Turner, a Kindle Vildor. And they got to make plays for you. And the Lions are no different than any other team. Now, maybe they have an exorbitant amount. I mean, the defensive line, Pascal Onzarike, Wingo, Hutch, Davenport, Pecco, just guys, they're going down, and yet they still got to play the games, still got to find a way to win. It's what's tough to do? Tough to win Super Bowls. You just gotta overcome these things. Everybody's got to overcome something. Shane in Farmington Hills, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Shane.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Good.
Okay, so I heard you mentioned in the segment before. You said, Ben Johnson would. You may think that he might not want to leave because it has to be the perfect scenario, but the perfect scenario obviously wouldn't need a head coach. So could we flip this over to Aaron Glenn now? Now, do you think that he would want to leave given that all of the pieces that are broken right now this year, do you think, just say that they might go all the way and win the Super Bowl this year, do you think he would want to come back with the whole defense 100%? Terrion Arnold in his second year, you got Zadarius Smith, and then you got McNeil, Reeder, and Hutch up front still, and you get, Anzalone back. You got Jack Campbell in his third year, Branch in his third year. You see where I'm going with this, but I don't think it would make sense. Obviously, I feel like at that point it would just be about money. I mean, maybe you could help me out here. I hope you see what I'm seeing.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, there's it being about money is a big part of what it's about.
Right.
The what coaches' salaries are. And you start getting into if you last 3 years as a head coach, you'll have to coach for 12 years as a coordinator to make the same amount of money. And you can always go back to being a coordinator. It's it can be life-changing, and I don't begrudge anybody that wants to make that decision. Now, here's the great news, Shane. There's no salary cap on what you pay your coaches, and the Ford family now suddenly feels like they might be an asset here. They might actually open up the checkbook to try and make it as hard as possible. I don't know as much about Aaron Glenn as I do Ben Johnson, because last year we spent a lot of time trying to get to know. Is Ben Johnson really going to leave? And I got some background on it and thought, there's a chance he stays, and then he did. Exactly. But now over the next month and a half, we're going to be talking a lot about Aaron Glenn. And I'll probably learn some more. But I think if they win a Super Bowl, that's when, and this would be a great problem to have. That's when guys might be more likely to leave, is when they get to that mountaintop. And what a wonderful problem to have. Oh, shoot, we've lost our coordinators that just helped us win the Super Bowl. Now, the bummer is if you don't win the Super Bowl and you lose them anyway, which could happen, Aaron Glenn's going to get interviews. Ben Johnson will be coveted. And they'll have to make personal decisions for themselves and their family. But I'm telling you, Ben Johnson not taking a job is a real thing. It was real last year, and it could be real again this year. Hey, Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more about Michigan Auto Law at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They're the best in customer service and satisfaction. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. right after the show, I'm heading down to Columbus for Michigan, Ohio State, and get into it in the noon hour a little bit. You look at this matchup, it's pretty easy to see the path to victory for the Buckeyes. Is there one for Michigan? Is there one for Michigan? We'll get into that in the noon hour. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. And really, the tenor of our discussion today is everything going to be okay? Look, we're talking about a team that has Super Bowl aspirations and have spent the better part of the last 2 months proving that they are a strong, strong candidate to win the NFC and maybe bring home our first Super Bowl here, right? And then yesterday, you start the game and there's no Carlton Davis. Pascal leaves with a knee. Anzarike gets hurt. Mekhi Wingo hurts his knee. He's questionable. Rodrigo leaves the game. Zadarius Smith left the game twice. We already know about Hutch and Anzalone and Davenport, and the list goes on and on. Kaminsky. There's a whole bunch of guys that are gone, and you look down on the field, and there's critical plays, and there's 5 starters from the beginning of the year on the field. And there are 1, 2, 3 guys that weren't on the team on the field. Now, one of them is Zadarius Smith, which is an upgrade. And then there are other guys, Broderick Martin, making his season debut. It appeared he was on the field for the first time all season, the last 3 snaps of the game. The one snap was a penalty, which in the books doesn't count. And then, the last 2 snaps in the game. This is kind of crazy. I got a text literally from a coach that said open tryouts. It wasn't a Lions coach. Open tryouts at Allen Park tomorrow. Pick me up on the way because they're going to need defensive linemen. 248-539-9797. Joe in Waterford, you're on 97 on The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
2 quick things I had, and you just kind of covered it a little bit, but do you have a summary for me? Come playoff time, who's really going to be back in 100%? I mean, how dire is this? Do you have just some insight, some summary here?
So after the game, Dan Campbell said he's pretty concerned about Rodrigo and what that is. They should be getting Emmanuel Mosley back here, Carlton Davis back, Taylor Decker back offensively. I don't know about Khalif Raymond. Fatu Melifonwu seems like he's getting closer. Anzalone should be back late in the year. They haven't ruled out Derek Barnes. He could be back. Guys that are done. Kaminsky, I think, is done. Hutch, they say maybe just maybe the Super Bowl, but even then, what's he going to be after sitting out, the better part of the season? So, they're going to get guys back. In the interim, of course, they'll probably lose some more.
Yeah, we're a little snake bit lately, but all right. Well, my second point I wanted to make, and what do you think about trading Jameson Williams? I mean, not today, but he's had several outbursts, several incidents, and I'm not saying fire sale him, but if they can get some good market value for him, and I think they could. Remember, they've still got Laporta and St. Brown and Patrick to catch passes. And if he's going to keep up with these little outbursts, and if they get a good offer for him, what do you think?
I'm not interested really. What are you? Is it the distraction stuff? The self-inflicted wounds?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm thinking, first of all, since they have already several pass catchers already, and if he's going to keep up with these little incidents, and if they can get some good value for him, hey, I'm listening. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not that interested in it, especially given the first contract here. He's not owed huge money yet, and he's so talented. I'm not interested at all.
He is. All right, so you think his talent overrides? You can put up with these incidents, given his talent.
Look, what's clear is Jamo's, he's got some professionalism things he needs to work on. And I think this organization holds players accountable. The fact that he apologized to the team after the game's a good thing. But yeah, I'm not. That seems extreme. That seems awfully extreme for a player of his talent, who's, I could see them eventually having enough. But, I always talk about nonsense. They've managed, he hasn't gotten too much in his own way. I mean, getting himself suspended is a bigger deal than the personal foul yesterday, which didn't help. But if there's another personal foul or another suspension, there will be another personal foul. You play football, you sometimes things happen, the price of doing business. But that one was completely unnecessary. Like, that one was silly. You might hit a guy late, although wide receivers don't hit guys all that much, but you might block a guy in such a way that dirty block or, some extracurriculars after the whistle. That was really silly. He didn't need to do that. 248-539-9797. All right, so I said we get to this. As far as the injuries are concerned, Dan Campbell has always been like this, and he was the first coach I heard do this, which is nobody cares. And it was about officiating when I first heard it. And I can't remember which game it was. It was early in his career where he was like, I'm not talking about the officiating. After a frustrating loss where it felt like a call went against him or two. And now he's doing it with injuries. Here is Dan Campbell after the game when injuries are brought up in a post-game press conference. Find a way to balance the levies is a great way to put it. He doesn't want to ever send a message to his team that it's okay. It's okay to say the injuries are costing us. It's okay to say the refs took the game from us. And it's funny because that's kind of our job, and I mean this in all sincerity. Like, we could talk about it. But in that locker room, the person that they report to, their boss, doesn't want to hear it from them. Doesn't want them thinking it. And the first time I noticed this was after it was his first year, one of the close games, some bad calls late. And he said, I'm not going to talk about the calls. We got to win the game. And I thought, he doesn't want his team driving home, listening to his post-game press conference and hearing this, or reading the quotes the next day where they think, oh, okay, our effort was good enough. The refs took it from us. He doesn't want them approaching games that way. He doesn't want them that to be their mindset. And quite frankly, it's brilliant. It's brilliant not to talk about it. It's brilliant, no matter how true it is. Because he needs his team to play so well that it won't come down to one call. He needs his team to play so well, everybody else that is healthy, not to feel like, hey, I'm doing my job. Other guys are hurt. I'm doing my job. No, you gotta pick it up. You got to do more. He's the first coach that I ever remember that was this dismissive of officials and official calls, bad officiating, and injuries. Hell, we had a coach here. I think it was Marty Morningwig, would open every press conference laundry listing the injuries. Like, he would set the tone for the entire press conference. Might have been Marinelli. I think it was Morningwig. Who would open every press conference and say, here's who's hurt. And, that bothered some people, and it didn't bother me at the time. And in retrospect, those people bothered were right. It's like he's saying, here's why we're not winning, guys. And you still get fired. Like, you still get fired if you don't win. So, and you still take L's if there's bad calls that cost you. The thing I've always said about bad calls, and it sucks, and in the moment it's terrible, but you got to be – everybody's going to get screwed over by a bad call at one point or another. So you just have to be so good to try not to have it come down to one play. If it comes down to one play and one call, you leave yourself vulnerable to somebody else's ineptitude costing you. But, okay, how do you keep it from coming down to that one play? Because Campbell's right. At the end, nobody cares. Job's still the same. Record's still the same. And nobody says, oh, you should, no, we're not going to fire you because all those bad calls and those injuries. You still get fired. Anyway, that was Dan Campbell. It's Carson Anderson. Open lines. Gators out today. Happy Black Friday. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. Happy Black Friday. Red Wings coming up this afternoon. They take on New Jersey down at LCA. Pistons at Indiana. It's a cup game tonight. Hell yeah. Michigan, Ohio State. We'll get into it next hour. Michigan State against Rutgers tomorrow as well. Wrapping up the regular season. 248-539-9797. The tenor of the beginning of the show is, do you think it's going to be okay? Is everything going to be okay, Lions fans? Yeah, yesterday was closer than we become accustomed to with this team against bad teams. The injuries are piling up, but do you still have faith? Let's go to Eric in Detroit. You're on 97 a ticket. What's up, Eric?
Hey, how are you?
Great.
Good. First time caller here. Just a couple of things when we talk about is everything going to be okay? I think that the main thing we're talking about is basically injuries. And then also, Dan Campbell seems like a great coach, but sometimes we see these questionable decisions. And is that the unorthodox approach, is that going to win us a Super Bowl, right? So one thing that really stuck out to me yesterday was just the end of the second half. I thought, it's fourth and 1, you kick a field goal, and you go up by 3 possessions, And then we got the offsides on them, and what happens? We get a fumble, a turnover, and another defensive injury. It just seems like once you get that first down and 5 yards on them, maybe you kneel the ball down, run out the clock, and kick a field goal to stay up, 3 possessions or get up 3 possessions, and see what they do with that. I don't think we needed another touchdown there. We need clock management and another score. We don't really need a touchdown. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, look, the truth is, I don't think anybody expected Dan Campbell to do anything other than go for it. And it's who he is. I think one of the reasons why they are who they are is because he has taken on this persona, and the team, I think, plays better because of his belief in them. He's believing the offense will move the chains, and he's believing the defense will get the job done if they don't move the chains. And I think they play better because of it. And I started saying it last year, and it's kind of, the calls have stopped coming. But I think if you want Dan Campbell if you want the full Dan Campbell experience, then get used to it. I just think this is what he's going to do. And is it somewhat unconventional? Is it sometimes like he had opportunities to go up 3 scores in that game, and I'm perfectly fine with it.
Yeah. I just look at it and think, at the end of the day, we could have probably gotten up 3 scores, and then, we'd have had a much more comfortable second half. But also, the more time you can keep your offense on the field, the less chance you have of a defensive injury, So I like the idea of running down the clock a little bit. But
I guess
it is what it is.
Yeah, if your defense isn't on the field, their offense is, and you could have a critical offensive injury. It can go both ways. They're stacking up defensively. The thing about their abundance of injuries this year is whether or not, because they really go hard in practice. Is it a cumulative effect? I don't know. They might have to evaluate some things in the offseason. My tendency is to think it's not, that it's just bad luck. But you always go, all right, is there something we could change about it? But as far as Dan Campbell's decision-making, I think to get the full Dan Campbell experience and the output that you want from a Dan Campbell team, he's going to do what he does. And I think everybody's better for it. Andre and Allen Park, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Andre.
What's up, man? How you guys doing today?
Great, thank you.
All right. So you said that the tenor of the show was, is everything going to be all right?
Yeah.
I'd like to start by asking you a question. What is your definition of everything being okay? Is it winning the Super Bowl? Is it making it to the Super Bowl and then losing? Just what's your definition real quick?
Look, I think it's living up to their potential. It's not coming up short. I think the first hurdle to clear is winning the NFC. And so, that's the next step that they need to take. Once they're in that game, it's one 60-minute game. And I guess if they get there, it probably implies that that it's not going to be injuries, and it's not going to be some of these deficiencies that bring them down. Because they'll be good enough to have fended off or defeated Minnesota, Green Bay in the playoffs, Philadelphia, whatever it may be. So,
okay. So then it sounds like your definition is everything's going to be okay, meaning we get to that Super Bowl and then it's a 50-50 shot. So it looks like, yes, everything will be okay. One of the things I've been saying here recently is that injuries happen. And it sounds, you actually said in the last segment a lot of the thoughts that I was thinking. Penalties don't matter. I don't care. Injuries don't matter. I don't care, because the truly elite championship organizations, regardless of what sport it is, but let's say football here, because injuries riddle football. Players step up. It's about the system. It's about the mentality. It's about this overall entity that is in control at all times. It doesn't matter who goes down. It doesn't matter what penalty is called. You come back, you made a mistake, something happens, we come back. Now, what I see from Dan Campbell is that's the MO. And that's what really seems to be special and unique about what we're seeing with these Detroit Lions right now. I expect we'll see more injuries.
Yep.
But I expect that somebody will step up. Now, I also anticipate, or I'll just say, I believe right now this is part of their growth. This is still the genesis, okay? They may not win the Super Bowl or even make it there this year, but it could be the next year, because this is still just part of that growth of becoming a truly fantastic organization. And I know that's hard to say as a Detroit Lions fan, right? Because
Andre, I brought this up last week, how the Lions are beating teams by an average margin of victory before this game that has really, in the last 25 years, there have been few teams that are winning, that started the season 10-1 or 11-0 and were winning games by more than 18 points. And in fact, there were three other teams. There was, I think it was a Philly team and two Patriot teams that were winning, that were 10-1 or 11-0 and winning by 18+ points a game. None of those teams won the Super Bowl. Like, it's cool that they're playing this way, but it doesn't guarantee anything. However, the way Brad Holmes has set this up, it doesn't feel like they're going anywhere. It doesn't feel like one kick at the can. Now, is it a season that may get derailed? Yeah, but I don't feel like this will be their last shot. And I think deep down, if you ask Brad Holmes, how he's tried to do this, I think Brad Holmes will tell you, I'm trying to win Super Bowls. I really think he's trying to win Super Bowls. Not Super Bowl, Super Bowls. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. Did you know they actually have a scratch kitchen? Team's in there every day at 7 a.m. prepping the food that you're going to enjoy. Whether you're in town for the holiday or not, Twin Peaks has something for everyone. Dine in and enjoy with friends, or carry out and share those barbecue favorites with family. Now that we talked about the food, there's the bar. Bourbon List, like one you don't see everywhere else. You should know that they pour the coldest beer in the state. Teeth chattering, 29 degrees. Pair that with wall-to-wall TVs. The beautiful Twin Peaks girls, forget about it. Check out this weekend, pro and college football. Starting today, make sure you're there Saturday early for the game as the Maize and Blue head south to Columbus to play spoiler. Favorite lodges are giving away custom cornhole sets, lawn chairs to enhance any tailgate setup. And at the Livonia Lodge, if you haven't been there, if that's your lodge of choice, check out their new and improved video wall. Twin Peaks, find a location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Feedback coming in. Thankfully, the Lions didn't play a formidable opponent. They got lucky. That's from an unnamed texter. Good morning. I just started listening today. I know there were some blown calls during the game, but the two I saw were crazy. Unnamed texter. Next one. Why is no one mentioning the crowd? We just sacked him. The crowd was super loud, and they were trying to call play at the line. Panic makes poor decisions. Next text. Unnamed texter. This is going to sound crazy, but I feel okay about this. Lions always struggle against the Bears, and they have talent. The record is what it is because, well, you saw it yesterday. Next text. That game was officiated terribly. Every DJ Moore reception was an offensive pass interference. He was blatantly pushing off every route, and it was called 0 times on him. Next text from Scott and Tecumseh. Bates missed a field goal, the fumble, the Williams 15-yard penalty. These things don't happen. If these things don't happen, I think fans will be feeling better. Next text, Sean in White Lake. What didn't make the most sense in that game to me was they only ran the ball to Gibbs one time in the second half. I know he fumbled, but he was averaging almost 10 yards per carry in the first half. Next text. The Bears clearly don't practice in-game situations. You can save that time out if you have if you practice to play from that situation, but it's clear they did not. Next text. DJ Moore got away the whole game. DJ Moore got away that whole game and should have been open more than half the time, and the Bears were literally mugging our receivers downfield. A lot of complaints about the officiating. You won't hear it from Dan Campbell. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Larry and Troy. You're next. Hi, Larry.
Hi. Enjoy your show. Love your calls of the Lions. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, our pleasure.
Getting back to Aaron Glenn, if he wants to go to work for a nut job, like Jerry Jones will give him the keys to the vault.
Probably.
So, and in terms of, Ben Johnson looked around last time and did not find any perfect situations. So that remains to be seen. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, at this point, it's all premature. And it's great. We're in a situation where our assistant coaches are coveted, very competent people. I don't know Ben Johnson personally, okay? I just reached out to people that have some sense of what he was thinking last year. And, the thought was that Ben would only leave for a perfect situation, an absolute perfect situation, because he likes being an offensive coordinator. He thinks they've got this thing set up to win and win big. So he's not maybe as motivated by some others to chase that for personal reasons, and that's perfectly fine. I think you do whatever you want. If you're happy, it's well compensated. Do you, man. And if we're lucky enough to hang on to Ben Johnson longer, that's great. He's happy with his life decision, and we're happy as hell to have him. Aaron Glenn, I don't know as much because I haven't done as much digging. Aaron Glenn's probably going to get a shot here soon, and he'll have every opportunity to
plant his foot when Jameson was careening out of bounds. But they never showed that part on the replay. Did you have any comment on that?
Didn't see it, so no, I don't have a comment on it.
The screener saw it. He goes, "Yeah, I saw that too." He said, "I'm going to put you through." I was just curious if it almost looked like a slew foot in hockey, and I can imagine a guy,
being pissed
feeling
off.
like somebody's, trying to injure him. Right?
Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, you still don't help your football team by reacting. And I'm
Correct.
guessing that Dan Campbell would say, "I don't care."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm reminded of the old announcer Keith. I'm not thinking of his last name right
Jackson?
now. Keith Jackson.
Yeah.
Who said, "Yeah, you never know what an 18-year-old's going to do till he's done it."
Yeah. Well.
So Jameson's young.
He
Give
is
him a
young.
break.
Yep. I'm in that camp. I just, everything he does goes on his permanent record, and I'm not. I don't think we're at extreme measures, but it's football. It's a violent game. It's a physical game and emotional game. All right, we do have an update according to Jordan Schultz, who is a NFL insider at Fox. This is not great news. Lions linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez tore his ACL on Thursday against the Bears. Rodrigo is done for the season. And that sucks. And after the game, if you listen to Dan Campbell. That was the injury that very much concerned him. And now season over for Rodrigo. And Trevor Nowatzki is a player that earlier in the year when they got him back, when the Lions got him back, Aaron Glenn was talking about how much he liked that player. And there was they were just out of room. He was exposed and got selected by, I can't remember where he went. But then when they got a chance to get him back, they got him. He becomes a critical player for this team. David Long, perhaps a critical player for this team. Ezekiel Turner, a critical player for this team. And Jack Campbell, he's just out there making plays, doing a fine job. We've talked. We use the term tolerances. How many injuries can they tolerate? Here is another one, and unfortunately, that's a big one. Rodrigo done for the year, torn ACL. Damn. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your calls. Eddie in Redford, you're on 97.1. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay.
Hey, one thing that kind of bothers me about the Lions is yesterday they left 19 points out on the field. When you count the 3 field goals, when they got in the red zone, they couldn't convert it, and also the fumble. And, another thing that kind of bothers me also.
Hello?
Chicago made adjustments and where they shut down the Lions offense in the second half, and also they were able to put some points on the board. And one thing that is they've got to get some pressure on that quarterback, because if they don't, they're going to be in trouble. And also, what's going to happen is other teams that saw what Chicago did and that was successful against the Lions, they're going to use that same blueprint against them. And I'm just, I'm just worried about these, them not making adjustments to counter what other teams are doing against them.
Well, the Lions make adjustments. Don't be fooled. They do make adjustments. And
no, I'm not being fooled. It's just the fact that the Bears shut them down in the second half. They only scored 1 touchdown. They only scored once in the second half.
Yeah.
So the adjustments that the Bears made against that offense, they worked.
Do you know how many times the Lions had the football in the second half?
Not offhand.
No, they had it 4 times. They had a touchdown, a missed field goal, and 2 punts. It was a shorter game. It was a shorter half. It was a low possession game. Essentially they had 2 non-scoring drives. Two drives that resulted in punts. I'm not sweating that. It's funny, too, because during the game, I had one of the same thoughts that you did. Like, what's wrong with the offense? I'm like, wait a second. They're not going to score every drive. If you have 4 possessions and 2 scoring drives, and look, I mean, Bates missed a field goal, right? It was not a scoring drive, but they had 2 drives that resulted in scoring opportunities. One was a touchdown, one was a missed field goal. You mix in the 2 punts, and it feels like something's wrong. And I'm like, man, we do hold them to a high standard, and that's fine. But I hear where you're coming from. But you get into a game like that, when it's a low possession game. Remember, the Lions basically killed the entire first quarter with their first 2 possessions. The Bears had the ball once in the first quarter, 3 and out. At one point, the Lions had run whatever it was, 36 plays to the Bears 6. It was especially in the second half a low possession game for the Lions. So I don't know that I would rule that as somebody figured the Lions offense out and they really have been exposed to something that others will mimic. They had the ball 4 times, touchdown, missed field goal, and 2 punts. It's where we're at that the bar is so high that also in my mind during the game, I had the thought, what's wrong with the offense? And then I was like, wait a sec. It's okay to punt twice and a half. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get into Michigan, Ohio State next. Then more of your phone calls mixed in as well. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. No shortage of storylines following the Lions' first Thanksgiving win since 2016, and whether that's nationally criticized game management of Chicago in the final seconds of the game or the continuation of the injury bug biting the Lions. After exiting the game yesterday, it has been confirmed that Malcolm Rodriguez has suffered a torn ACL that will have him out for the remainder of the season. Also, some in-game drama involving Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams, who took a costly unsportsmanlike conduct penalty late in the game after throwing the ball at the face of a Bears player on the sideline. Coach Dan Campbell addressing the situation after the game. Lions take the field again Thursday at Ford Field against the Packers. And from NFC North rivals to Big Ten rivals, it does not get any bigger than Michigan and Ohio State. Those two programs meet in Columbus for a big noon kickoff. Doug Karsch will have the call for you right here on the ticket. Also on the ticket, double duty day of Detroit sports as the Wings drop the puck at 3 p.m. against the Devils, who are second in the Metropolitan and the Eastern Conference. It's also an NBA Cup game in Indiana as the Pistons battle the Pacers. Cade Cunningham already ruled out. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get back to your phone calls. Coming up shortly here on 97.1 The Ticket, Black Friday edition of the program. Gators out today. Thanks for being with us. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Look, plenty of Lions discussion. Want to get into Michigan, Ohio State here a little bit. One of the great things about college football that makes it awesome is there is a degree of unpredictability. There's really two competing possible themes leading into this game, in my opinion, that are important. One is Ohio State is going to take out years of pent-up frustrations and do what Ryan Day promised 4 years ago, hang 100 on Michigan, and they haven't won a game since. But the other, and I'm not sure of this, I think some people truly believe this, and I don't know that it's true yet, but is it possible that Ohio State and maybe Day has a legit, clinically diagnosed Michigan problem? And if they do, that bodes well for Michigan. I don't know that they do. And the reason I don't know that they do is because I'm just not sure that they just didn't lose to a better team the last few seasons. It's not hard to see why Ohio State might win this game. They got a ton of talent all over offensively. They got one of the nation's best run defenses. And Michigan obviously wants to run it. They've had limitations in their pass game. But Ohio State is the third best rush defense in the country. They've got three quality wide receivers, and quite frankly, I'm impressed with Guy 4 and Guy 5. Their two running backs, Judkins and Henderson, both are lead backs. They got a quarterback that's running this offense reasonably well. But they've played, if you look at the games they've played against teams in Columbus that I would think of as in Michigan's peer group, I think of the Iowa game and the Nebraska game. Iowa, Ohio State won 35-7. Nebraska, that game was 21-17. And the question becomes, can they do what Nebraska did? Nebraska in that game out first down to Ohio State 18-11. Judkins and Henderson. Judkins had 29 yards on 10 carries. Henderson had 25 yards on 10 carries. Michigan's rush defense is comparable to Ohio State's. Ohio State's number 3 in the country in rush defense. Michigan's number 4. So what you have to do when you have a matchup like this, where on paper you look at it and you go, oh, they got no shot. Whatever advantage you have to exploit the living hell out of it. You have to hope that you can take that advantage and add the multiplier, the Powerball to that advantage. Ohio State's offensive line has had 3 guys go down with injuries. They've shuffled around a little bit. They looked decent last week against Indiana. This Michigan defensive front, though, can be dominant. It can be. And at times it has been. Michigan, their best game defensively this year was the 20 points they allowed at Indiana, where it was just 3 in the second half. And the 3 points came on a short field. And what did Michigan do in that game? They were able to pressure Curtis Rourke, hit Curtis Rourke, and get Curtis Rourke off his mark repeatedly. And then I think he started rushing the football, not letting plays progress because either the pass rush was there or he was concerned that the pass rush was going to get there. They need to do that to Will Howard. It's hard to imagine a path to victory for Michigan without doing that. Now, that's easier said than done, right? Special teams. Special teams have to be elite. I think at one point, there was a very consistent elite play out of the punter. It's been up and down this year. The field goal kicker's great. When they get inside of 57, 58 yards, he's got to make everything. And they have a promising kick returner in Jordan Marshall, who has yet to do it, but you can tell he's capable. And so they have to be special teams. If you can create an advantage on special teams, you give yourself a shot. And then the last thing is do what Michigan's done in the last 4 games. It was 5 games ago, the last time Michigan lost the turnover battle at Illinois. They just can't. You cannot turn the ball over. Now, how do they move it against Ohio State's defense? They're already good against the run. You got a Michigan team that is, the pass game has gotten a little bit better, but it hasn't taken huge steps forward. And, you almost have to run it like an annoying commitment to rushing it. And if you have to punt, you have to punt. Michigan's defense is going to have to force 3, 4, 5 3-and-outs. And they're going to have to hit Will Howard. And if they do all of these things, I don't even know if it means they win the game. It just means the game might be closer than Vegas thinks. And if you do get into a close game, now you really start testing whether or not Ohio State and Ryan Day actually do have a Michigan problem. How do they react in a close game? Being around that team and those kids this week, they have a degree of comfort going into this game because they've won the last 3. Now, I don't mean there's not a sense of urgency, but it's not something that it was, because I was around teams when Ohio State won the 15 of 19 or whatever it was. And those were some Michigan teams that really wanted to prove they could do it, but had nothing to prove, nothing to lean on to show that they could. And this team knows that they have. And look, the guy who's comfortable in his own shoes that have never shown panic to me, and I've seen coaches when the pressure's getting to them, and I'm talking about head coaches, assistant coaches. Sherrone Moore has never shown any of that I've seen. And so I think he's comfortable. I think he knows he can win this game. Now, to be fair, and I say this all the time, every week and getting ready for the Michigan game on Saturday, I get around the team, I get around the coaches, and they are convinced every week that they're going to win, that they have a game plan and they got the people to win. They always think that way. And when you're around it, you start to think that way. They're going to win this game. They're going to win this game. The best teams that they have played offensively are Texas, Oregon, and Indiana. And each one got a little bit better. There are reports out there that Will Johnson won't play in this game. We shall see. That doesn't help. They did play Indiana without Will Johnson. They did play Oregon without Will Johnson. They were better against Oregon and Indiana than they were against Texas. Now, I don't know if Indiana, talent-wise, you'd put them in as a peer group offensively with Texas and Oregon. So that might not be a data point that matters. But they are statistically a great offense, and Michigan held them in check. But the path that they're going to have to try and do, I mean, the stuff that they can control is not turning it over. The stuff that they have to do is they have to pressure Will Howard. They have to. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. We appreciate your patience. Those of you on hold, we'll get to you. Lions fans were asking you, is it going to be okay today? Is it going to be? Is everything going to be all right Friday? After yesterday's tight game with the Chicago Bears, it saw the Bears shoot themselves in the foot late in that game. Lions deserve to win, don't get me wrong, but is it going to be okay? The depressing news that Malcolm Rodriguez lost for the season with a torn ACL is another huge injury for this defense. 248-539-9797. You are next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1, the ticket. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook's app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you got a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page when you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. So go to FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Todd in White Lake. You're on 97.1. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Doug. How you doing? Hey, listen, I was going to talk about the Bears-Lions game, but I'd like to talk about Michigan as well.
Sure.
A lot of fans. I'm a Bears fan, and I'm a Michigan fan, so I got a winning interest in both these games. But a lot of Lions fans are complaining about the refs. It went both ways. The Jameson Williams penalty. Yeah, maybe the Bears guy tripped him on the sideline there, but what about the Keenan Allen play where he got his helmet ripped off, and then the penalty went against him, right? Same thing. So
yeah, I'm not. The truth is, I'm a little surprised we got a string of these texts because I'm so accustomed to debatable calls. It's a tough game to officiate. It's just what happens. I mean, my biggest thought about the official was that he was also the lead guard in the movie Shawshank. That dude was a spitting image for Officer Hadley from Shawshank. he looked like he was made. He looked like he was made in a lab to be an official, like that guy. But yeah, I mean, you can always find calls, and I didn't really, whatever.
Yeah,
it was a string of texts we got.
Congrats to the Lions. The Bears really, bungled it at the end of the game. They've been doing that kind of stuff all year, but the Michigan game, here's what's going to happen. And Doug, you laid it out beautifully, right? This and that and this and that. Throw it all out. Throw it all out in this game. It doesn't matter, right? I'm realistic to the fact of what's probably going to happen, but I'm hopeful to what might happen. And my hope is that Ryan Day is the second coming of John Cooper. I was a freshman at Michigan back in 1995. Had a very similar feel. We had 4 losses going into that game. Ohio State was the number 2 team in the country, like they are today, and we beat them. And we did the same thing the next year. So let's just hope that Ryan Day is the second coming of John Cooper.
So, the thing is, I appreciate the phone call, Todd. Thank you. The thing is, John Jansen played on that team, the 95 team, and the 96 team, which did the same thing. And believe me, in the pregame show, we're going to discuss how that happens, how did those Ohio State teams not beat 4-loss Michigan teams? That was a long time ago, but it also speaks to what you said. That's one of the great things about college football is that upsets do happen. Michigan State, one of their greatest wins of all time, was as a 28-point underdog down in Columbus. Michigan, the last 2 times they've been more than a 17-point dog in this game, they won outright, according to who's the dude from the College Football Inquirer. Anyway, you can build. I'm trying to build a football case for it because what you were talking about is sort of the cosmic stuff that happens in the college game, and that's unpredictable. You can get out-of-body experiences, and you can have a back run for 313 yards. That can happen. But those things, again, take there's a high degree of unpredictability with those. But, hey, it's what makes college football fun. 248-539-9797. Sheldon's in Highland Park and next. Hi, Sheldon.
Okay, just wanted to say about the game was I think the referees controlled the game on both sides. It seemed like since it was a national telegraph game that they wanted to keep the game close because it was some real bad calls they called on Detroit, real bad calls they called on Chicago. Both teams should be complaining. I think they just want to keep it close and not for the Lions to just blow this game out and make it not a good game on Thanksgiving. Because I didn't really see a game like that, ref like that, this whole year for Detroit. And I think when we was up 23-7, I think it was, all right, we about to start blowing this team out, and the referees just kept the game close. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't – I tend not to believe those kinds of things, Sheldon, but everybody's entitled to their opinion and certainly value yours. But to me, it's such a hard game to officiate that I think you could probably flag something on every play, and they just try to be consistent as best they can.
It's a reason why I said that the holding, when we were trying to get to their quarterback, the holding was like so obvious with arms around our neck, and they just didn't call that in the second half. So I was like, yeah, they're trying to keep this game close. It was a lot of holding that I've seen on the Lions this year that they haven't called, but I'm not going to complain with all the bad calls we've been getting over the last 20 years. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do.
I'm not really complaining either way. I'm happy we got a win. Let's move forward.
You know, the El-Quadi Muhammad had a sack, and on the play, he beats his man. His whole body gets turned around because he's being held. Then he gets Caleb Williams steps up, and Muhammad got him anyway. And I made note of it there about how it just felt like an obvious holding. And so, you know, you see that and you go, well, they missed that one. But hey, as I've said, we do have some breaking news right now to our Bears fan that just called. The very predictable has happened. Tom Pelissero tweeting out, the Bears have fired Matt Eberflus. So yesterday was his last game. I got to tell you that there's no shock. End of game scenarios, you got to get enough right. And between the Hail Mary against Washington, this, other subtleties at the end of games that have gone against the Bears, to only get 2 snaps in the last 40 whatever seconds and to have a timeout in the bank is unbelievable. The wasted timeouts prior to that. You have to be ready for a 3rd and 26. I think, though, this goes back to rookie quarterback, and there's a cliche in the game that rookie quarterbacks get coaches fired. And I'm not blaming Caleb Williams. There's a learning curve. But I think I guarantee it is. Jared Goff on the Lions sideline watched that end of game scenario for the Bears and just thought, wow, they've bungled that. Because Goff wouldn't have done that. Veteran quarterbacks wouldn't have done that. Eberflus fired, according to Tom Pelissero and others now, the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Let's get back to your phone calls. Jeff is in Birmingham and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I want to bring up some stats and see if you make anything of it.
Okay.
So in the last 5 games, the Lions have been in the mid-20s in scoring, except for the one outlier, Jacksonville, at 52. We scored 24 against Green Bay, 26 against, who is that? Houston, 52 against Jacksonville, 24 against the Colts, and 23 against the Bears. So what's going on? It seems like maybe defenses have figured us out.
Well, some of those defenses are actually pretty decent. But, mid-20s still puts you in the top 10 in the NFL in points scored. It doesn't feel like it, but it does. And so, it's not a shameful total, but it doesn't feel, it's not as potent as it's been. I mean, we've kind of lost some perspective because they've been so good in some games offensively that they've, their average margin of victory is still one of the largest in the NFL. If not, I'm pretty sure it's the largest in the NFL in spite of yesterday being a 3-point game. And in those games, 2 of them were pretty close. 2 of them were pretty close. And that was the Texans game and yesterday. The others particularly weren't. Even though they did win and didn't score a ton of points, their defense, made them not close. It's not a game of perfect, but yeah, I mean, they have to work. And it's like Jared Goff said a couple weeks ago, this isn't easy.
All right, babe. Thank you.
You just call me babe? All right. That's a new one. 248-539-9797. Feedback. Why are the Lions continuing to run Vildor man on DJ Moore when he could not keep up? We get he's a 5th-string corner. Give him some help. Well, you could use Terron Arnold there. You could use Khalil Dorsey. It depends on which defenses were called, how many times he was asked to play man, how many times he didn't have help. Might have been an example of the Bears recognizing coverages and doing a decent job of getting it to him when Kindle Vildor didn't have help. But, they're kind of they're down near the bottom of what they can do offense or defensively, given the number of injuries. What about James Houston, writes Jerry in Dearborn. They let him go at a very precarious point in the season. Any thoughts of going out and getting him back? Did I see he signed somewhere? He was claimed by Cleveland, I'm told. Yeah, he claimed by Cleveland. So, you could, I suppose, if he's on the practice squad, I think he can make a claim. But look, James Houston was given every opportunity and just could not make an impact. And it's unfortunate because they could really use it. 248-539-9797. Michigan fans gave you the preview of Michigan, Ohio State. What do you build your case around, Wolverine fans? If they're gonna shock the world, how do they do it? Also, Lions fans, is everything gonna be okay? News today, Malcolm Rodriguez done for the season, torn ACL. Lions have claimed Quan Alexander off the Broncos practice squad. Another guy being brought in, and there's been a lot of this lately, hasn't there? A lot of guys having to be brought in to replace injured players. Is everything going to be okay? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell talking about the injuries. Another one announced today, done for the year, Malcolm Rodriguez. Damn. Sucks, but it's part of the game, man. Attrition is such a big part of football and trying to win a Super Bowl. And we've been non-participatory, watching from afar in a man, that injury is going to hurt that team, going to hurt this team. And now we're the one that has to endure the injuries trying to win a Super Bowl. The list goes on and on and on, and it's almost all defensively. And what are you going to do? As Dan Campbell said, you got to find a way to win anyway. He doesn't dwell on it. He doesn't moan. He doesn't cry. Just got to find a way to win anyway. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Danny is next on 97.1. Hi, Danny.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Jared, I was kind of joking around. A couple buddies I had to the games with. Past couple, the Titans game, Jacksonville games were kind of, boring games to be at. Like, I wanted to see a good game, but then yesterday I realized, you know what? I'll take those blowouts any day of the week. But the reason I was calling, just to give Tim Patrick some love. I know at the start of the year, kind of the assessment was, man, is there a way we missed Josh Reynolds? We missed Josh Reynolds, myself included. But, man, Tim Patrick stepped up big. I thought he was going to house one of those catches yesterday, but just want to put some respect on Tim Patrick's name. I think he's a key addition, and I hate the news about Rodrigo. That hurts. But, hey, never complain about a win in the NFL, 11-1,
we've talked about this at the beginning of the show, and that is we have moved sort of beyond a place where what we've done is judge the Lions on a pass-fail basis. That's how they got graded. Did you pass? Did you fail? They passed yesterday. But we've gotten to the point, Danny, where they've looked so good. We've done a lot of, we are grading out wins and the quality of the win, which is nice, but we can also lose perspective. There's a reason why they say any given Sunday, and as compelling as they have made the case that they are any given Sunday proof, they aren't. And that, games might be close, and we don't expect them to be.
Agree. It was kind of that first half. You look, it's only 16-0. Darn near should have been 30-0. A couple drives stalled at the red zone, but you find a way, you hang on, and it's on to Green Bay, who looked pretty good yesterday against Miami.
Yep, and we'll get into that a little bit before the show is done. 248-539-9797. Bob's in Grand Rapids and next. Hi, Bob.
Hey, Doug, how you doing? Happy holidays.
You too.
Hey, like everybody's been mentioning, that game, if Gibbs doesn't fumble, that game's is about to be a blowout. Sometimes in football, I worry about Ben. Why should I say I worry about Ben's office? But sometimes he just seems like he gets a little too cute for my tastes. I mean, one of the series inside the 10, they were first and goal at the 3, and I'm thinking to myself, just run the ball 3 times, try to get it in the end zone. And I know the 2 passes to Laporta were in the red zone right there, but we ended up, I think, with a field goal on that drive, and it's just if Gibbs doesn't fumble, the game's probably going to be cooked at halftime, but it wasn't, and the game came down to the end, and the other team made the mistake, and that's really a shame on Rodriguez's injury. But what I wanted to ask you is, on these injuries in these Thursday night games, I mean, shouldn't the NFL maybe expand the rosters a little bit, maybe to 55? I mean, it just seems like the quality of play on some of these games is just not very good on Thursday. And with
I have real concerns about the NFL adding another game. They're probably going to add an 18th game. They're now playing more games on short rest than ever before.
They've got to add players.
And yeah, you get situations where at the end of games and the Lions are blowing people out, they don't have enough offensive linemen to bench their entire O-line. And you got Penei Sewell out there running around in a game that you're up by 40 points. You got Amon-Ra returning kicks because you don't have enough other wide receivers dressed to do so. And it's I can guarantee it has something to do with a player's service time and that they scratch guys down to 45, I think it is, on game day. But
what are we going to do for linebacker now? I mean, what are the Lions going to do for linebacker now? They've got, like, everybody's hurt.
I mean, they signed Quan Alexander. They had to bring in Nowaski. They brought in David Long. Those guys are going to play.
Yeah, those guys are going to end up playing for sure. And Branch might have to get up there closer to the line of scrimmage for all we know. And I was going to I forgot what I was going to ask you, but on the Michigan game, I'm really hopeful that they can keep it close. And I've got this dog that I have. When she was a puppy, she's never lost to Ohio State since she's been born. So I got to keep that string alive.
Yeah,
thanks a lot, guys.
It's been a minute.
Happy holidays.
They're out for blood down there. I'll get to that in a second. Circling back, as far as Ben Johnson's play calling, he's one of the best in the league. There's a reason why he's coveted by other teams, and I think you could do this every game. I think he could do it every game. That wasn't a good play call. There's always play calls that aren't great play calls. The best get some wrong. Like, they're not perfect. And I think you look at the totality of the work and say, all right, top scoring offense in the NFL, total yards right there as well. And, I have a feeling that other teams hate playing against the Lions because the offense is so difficult to defend. They've had some games where they've roared out to leads and kind of coasted home. And this was another one of them. It should have been a bigger lead. Got it. And then Chicago made it closer than probably all of us were comfortable with. But at the end of the day, going through and nitpicking what Ben Johnson got wrong, it's borderline an unhealthy exercise. As far as Michigan, Ohio State, look, we could talk about that. That's a bloodthirsty program right now that wants. Ryan Day got mad at Jim Harbaugh 4 years ago and said, I'm going to hang 100 on him. He hasn't won a game since. I'm sure tomorrow he would love to hang 100 on Michigan. And I don't think Michigan's defense is going to have that. Now, is this more like the Iowa game for them? If they won at home 35-7, or more like the Nebraska game, which they escaped 21-17. Michigan has got to try and stop the run and put it on Will Howard. Those receivers, though, are really, really good. I suspect that if Will Johnson doesn't play, I think he's the only one that won't play this week. But in the secondary, and they haven't had those guys. They didn't have Will Johnson against Indiana either, and Indiana was 47 points a game. They held them to 20. Now, Indiana's skill isn't like Ohio State's, though. Be clear about that. Does this big game bring out the best in them? I'm not going to say they're relying on that, but you could tell they're comfortable this week from playing in this rivalry game. They feel like, hey, we know we can do this. We've done it. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Black Friday's going on now at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Check out these huge markdowns on new Chevrolets all throughout the lot, now through Monday. They're even open Saturday from 10 to 4, so you could take advantage of incredible deals. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, and Trax, and EVs. Hundreds on the ground to choose from. Take your pick. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. It's feast mode right now. Gobble up. Great deals. They always guarantee the lowest price or it's free. And this week, they're open Saturday from 10 to 4, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall. And Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, so what happens next? What happens next? We've asked you all morning, is everything going to be okay? This team offensively, I still have faith in. A ton of faith in. Defensively, there are concerns, mostly based upon how many guys are out. And Caleb Williams, a rookie quarterback, you can see he has talent. You can see what there is to like. You can also see the rookie moments. And no greater example in the end of that game in terms of execution and aware of what you need to do. But they've got Jordan Love and Josh Allen coming up in back-to-back games here. And, how do you slow down those offenses given what they are capable of? This is going to be a huge, huge test. A huge test. And, now Rodrigo's out for the year. At the end of that game yesterday, there were 5 original defensive starters on the field. Lee McNeil, Jack Campbell, Terrion Arnold, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. And you had guys that just showed up. Ezekiel Turner. El-Quadim Muhammad. You have a guy that made his season debut. And that's Broderick Martin. You got a couple backups in there, and Amik Robertson and Khalil Dorsey. And then you have your upgrade on the end, and he was big, Zadarius Smith, although that play got the sack. He was untouched. I don't know what was going on with protection there. So can they keep this up in spite of the injuries? It feels like the defense is trending to look more like last year's defense, and it's understandable. In fact, one of the telltale signs, the cited play, unfortunately, it's a play that kind of was infamous from last year, the face mask play. Here we are late in the year, and we're seeing Kendall Vildor again, the one that went off his face mask against the 49ers in the NFC title game. And I know some people are frustrated with him, but the fact of the matter is he's their 5th or 6th corner. If you get down that far in any team's depth chart, it's probably going to be challenging. Can they overcome these injuries? Is everything going to be okay? Michigan and Ohio State heading down after the game, after the show rather. Look, there's a reason Ohio State's favored the way they are. I mean, they've got talent all over the board. They have a few things that are challenging for them, but the advantages are way in Ohio State's favor, and it's much easier to what's Ohio State's path to victory? That's kind of easy to build. What's Michigan's path to victory? Well, we cited them at the beginning of this hour. 248-539-9797. The biggest thing is their defensive line has to be in the backfield, and they got to hit Will Howard the way they did Curtis Rourke. I don't know how they move the football. I mean, you can attempt to run it. They did run it better last week against Northwestern, was the best version of themselves, but we'll probably get a sense tomorrow if that was truly indicative of Michigan taking steps forward offensively or more of a statement on where Northwestern's at. But hey, I'd rather get 50 points a week before Ohio State than not. So 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. Luca's on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Luca.
Hi.
Hey.
So I'm here with my dad. We're driving down to Columbus for the game. I'm a Michigan fan, and he's an Ohio State fan. So
okay.
I'm an Ohio State graduate, and Ohio State is going to roll tomorrow.
I disagree. I think, we might be the underdogs going into this game, but I think if we can utilize Loveland and O'Leary, and you get the running backs, Mullings and Edwards involved, I think if they're able to run the ball, Davis Warren has to play his best game of the season. But I think, if the play calling is good and the players give it their all, I think they can definitely be in this game and keep it close and possibly win.
Well, I mean, look, it's going to take, like you said, it would be helpful if they could run the ball. Donovan Edwards has had monster big games. In the biggest stages, he has had monster games. And I don't know if that's something you can necessarily count on, but it seems like it brings out the best. And so that would be awfully useful as if Donovan had another one of those games. And yeah, Davis Warren, look, he threw 6 interceptions the first 2.5 games, and he's calmed down since. And it speaks to his experience. The guy's had more snaps this year than he had in his high school career. He's got arm talent. It's just He's short on, and they don't have an abundance of weapons. Yeah, Colston left last week. Probably seeing warm-ups, his availability, but it's arguably the best tight end in the country, and I continue to be amazed that he gets open. I continue to be amazed that he gets open. He, if you're a defensive coordinator, it's probably the number one bullet point, and somehow, some way, he gets open. From an unnamed texter, I got 38-6 Ohio State. That's from an unnamed texter. Play action pass all day. Great defense. Michigan comes to play. They can win. They have no pressure. Todd at work. Good morning, guys. Hope you had a nice Thanksgiving. Question on the Michigan-Ohio State game. What happens if Michigan loses, but they keep it really, really close when it comes down to just a field goal or a touchdown? Is that still a win for Michigan? No. I'm not a big moral victories guy. It won't be as demoralizing as getting blown out, but I wouldn't refer to it as a win. Hopefully Michigan can get a repeat of 1969 when they had a rookie coach beat a number one ranked Ohio State team. We can hope. We can dream. That's from Jim in Roseville. Somebody writes in, weather is an issue. U of M's only chance. Well, it is going to be cold, and it's getting colder. And it could play a part. Could play a part. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Howell and Gary. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, is Jalen Reeves-Maben going to be back soon?
I believe so. Well, let me see if I can find the latest. Jalen Reeves-Maben. I think he is. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that was like season ending or anything like that.
Yeah, he might be able to help replace Rodrigo.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's it's amazing how many guys are hurt. It's truly amazing. And I know they're at one point they thought Derek Barnes was done for the year. Now they don't think so. Seems to be indication that he could be back. If you look at what they had on the field at the beginning of the year, we were worried about the defense, and now what we wouldn't give to have those people back. It's crazy what they've lost.
If they get Davis and Maben back, I think they'll be okay. But who's going to go down next?
Yeah, well, I mean, yesterday it was guys leaving the field. You kept looking up, and there was another flurry of players being carted off the field or helped off the field. Pascal had a knee. He was chasing a quarterback, and you could see him come up lame. They said it was a knee. Levi Onwuzurike got hurt during that game. Mekhi Wingo got hurt during that game. Rodrigo left the game. Zadarius Smith got hurt a couple times and left the game. And, they've got – it's really testing their depth. I've always said this about depth. The thing about depth is it matters most when you suffer injuries. I mean, it's nice to have depth, but where it really makes a difference is times like these. But now we're testing the depth. Like we moved beyond second stringers. We moved beyond some third stringers. And look, this is life in the big city, right? This isn't, it happens in the NFL. It's annoying. It's even more annoying when you think about the league adding more games, adding more midweek games. And, you wonder, is this really good for the game? But it's the world they operate in, and Dan Campbell's not having it. He's not listening to it. He doesn't want to hear anybody cry. Doesn't want to hear anybody bitch. He's like, we still got a job to do. And if we got to do it with Hutch, we'll do it with Hutch. We don't have Hutch anymore. Now we're down to we're going to do it with El-Quadin Muhammad. Going to do it with David Long, who started the season in Miami. Do it with Tim Patrick, who was in Denver. Do it with Quan Alexander now, apparently. Like, it's amazing, but it's going to be really tough the next two games. Like, buckle up. This Green Bay game is going to be really difficult a week from yesterday. I mean, the crazy thing is usually you play the Thanksgiving game and you get a couple extra days to prepare for your next game. Not this year. This year they go Thursday. So they're going to play this massive game next week where it's a big game for Detroit. It's a big game for Green Bay. It's a big game for Minnesota. It's a big game for Philadelphia as they're all chasing the Lions. And Green Bay can do them all solid and help bring Detroit back to the pack. And if Detroit loses to Green Bay, Minnesota controls their own destiny in the division. Think about that. All this heavy lifting, and Minnesota, if they win out, wins the division. Because that'll be a conference loss for Detroit and a division loss for Detroit. And if Minnesota wins out, that's another conference loss, another division loss. And Minnesota will only have one division loss, and Detroit will have two. So this is a massive game next Thursday. It's huge. And they're not just trying to make the playoffs anymore. Trying to be the 1 seed. It's a big ask without what they've lost on the field defensively. But man, it also feels like at times the offense looks unstoppable. In fact, they spent a good portion of yesterday looking unstoppable. And somehow, some way, only were able to produce 23 points. Some red zone failures. And then a real short second half. They only had the ball 4 times. Missing a field goal didn't help. And having drive stall didn't help. But it is what it is. Got to still find a way. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1 The Ticket. If you're just joining us, unfortunately, some depressing news from the Lions. Malcolm Rodriguez, season over, torn ACL. That came out this morning. Quan Alexander signed off the Broncos practice squad. He is going to be another dude that they get off the street, essentially, to try and help him win a Super Bowl. It's amazing that what they've had to do. Yeah, yesterday was another test. I want to talk about a play that hasn't come up in the first 3 hours of the show. It's my favorite 1-yard loss of all time. Dude, they were going to have Penei Sewell throw a pass. And Penei Sewell, with the football in his hands, look, I don't want to see him get hurt. But when he made the decision to tuck it and run, he wasn't going down, was he? This is the National Football League, and it looked like a dad playing football in the living room with his kids. It's the NFL. And he's like dragging 4 guys. That play was insane. And hey, didn't work. Got it. Not everything's going to work. But we all knew at some point Penei Sewell was going to be asked to throw a pass. We knew it. And came in that game, didn't work. Can't expect them all to work. But that was still something. Lined up on the end, little tackle around. And I was so fired up. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then he tucked it and got what he could. We have the play-by-play? All right, here's what it sounded like. It was so great. I was glad he made the good decision not to throw it, too. Glad he made that decision. But, man, Lions, that drive ended in a Jake Bates field goal. I know some people say, oh, bad call. Shouldn't have called that. They're not all going to work, okay? They're not all going to work. So, I can guarantee that Ben Johnson after that game isn't gone. Everything went perfect. They're going to evaluate what they're doing in the red zone to try and finish these drives. It goes back to, remember a couple weeks ago we played some Jared Goff sound where he sounded kind of irritated that the implication that they were making it look easy. And if you think about it, think about whatever you do for a living. If somebody told you your job's easy, is that kind of insulting? And it wasn't intended to be an insult, but it's, hey, you guys are so good that sometimes you do make it look easy. Now, somebody pointed out, if you look at like 5 of their last 6 games, they've scored in the mid-20s. Not like they've scored 48 points every time out, but even mid-20s puts you in the top 10 in the NFL. So it's not, if their low bar, if their offensive low bar is top 10 in the NFL, it's pretty damn good. But this whole thing is becoming about the defense. How are they going to get it done? How are they going to get it done without the people that they have on the field? When you start talking about all the defensive linemen, 6, 7, 8 guys out, guys off the street having to play late in games with the game on the line. Did they get help from the Bears? Sure. I mean, a big part of the NFL is if you're a good team, one of the things that makes you good is you wait out the bad teams. You wait them out, and they eventually help you win. And that's what Chicago Bears did. And the Chicago Bears, we talked about it going into this game. Look, new and improved offensive coordinator, who today has been named the interim head coach. Again, if you're just joining us, Matt Eberflus fired. He is now, the Thomas Brown Cat is their interim head coach. And they're going to have to try and Lions were able to outlast the Bears, right? And look, the Bears did things that we watched the Lions do for years. The play, the 4th down play where they jumped in the neutral zone, that was a Lions staple. How many games did you pull your hair out because the Lions would jump in the neutral zone on third and short or fourth and short? Bears did it. How much mismanagement of the clock did we see historically with the Lions? Bears did it. But our big question today is, do you still think it's going to be okay? This was a very confident fan base for the first 11 games. And I'm guessing you're probably still confident. But, look, that game was close. And with the amount of injuries they have, do you still think everything's going to be okay? 248-539-9797. Michigan and Ohio State. Tomorrow, Michigan's offense has stopped turning it over. That's been useful. Last time they lost turnover margin was the Illinois game 5 games ago. Probably Davis Warren coming off his best overall game. 26-35, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. They got a huge challenge. Ohio State is one of the best run defenses in the nation. Both these run defenses are really good. And Michigan needs to maybe really commit to the run and hope that their defense can force 4, 5, 3-and-outs. Ohio State's defense is number 2 in red zone scoring percentage. So that means, again, to create a path to victory, Zavada's got to be money. He has been all year long. But, man, they're good offensively. This will be the 4th top 25 scoring offense Michigan's faced. You can make a case each time they've gotten a little bit better, from Texas to Oregon to Indiana. Indiana was their best game, but I would say statistically Indiana's right there. I don't think their skill people are like Ohio State, nor Oregon, nor Texas. But what they did in that Indiana game was they hit Curtis Rourke, hit him early, and I think it changed the way he was able to perform. And yeah, man, it's cold. It's going to be cold down there. Colder the better. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Herman in Pontiac. You're on 97.1. Hi, Herman.
Hey, hi. How you doing?
Good. Thank you.
My question, the number game, I watch just about every Lions game this season, and seems to me, first down, Lions run. Second down, Lions run. And then the third down, if it's 3 or 4 yards, then they might have to pass. Then I was wondering why I didn't have a pass option more, keep the defense honest, pass more.
Well, you ever hear Goff go kill before a play is snap?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him, changing the play. So it probably has a lot to do with what looks the other team is getting them. I mean, the Lions are their pass offense is one of the best in the NFL. So I don't know that they're not passing enough. I think they're good.
It's just that there'll be a time, the way the defense is getting every week, defense is getting weaker and weaker, you might say. It's going to come to a point where we're going to have to match their scores every time we get the ball. And if the other team already knows we're going to run, they're going to have, instead of 4 guys rushing, they're going to have more than that and blitzing people. I think it'd be better just to mix it up, instead of just a screen pass, we're more down the road, make them think. For first down, they don't know what we're going to do until it's too late.
I think they're one of the hardest offenses in the league to defend, man. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, they literally, they were like carrying the ball in the first half at 10 yards a pop. It's a pretty reliable way to win a game. I'm not, if you want every call to be perfect, but I mean, we're talking about Ben Johnson. Everybody in the league wants to be like the Lions offense. And no, he's not perfect. And no, he's not above, beyond any kind of criticism, but I'm sorry. I would guess that most teams would love to have a guy like Ben Johnson calling plays. The first half of that game, Jahmyr Gibbs averaged 11.9 yards per carry. David Montgomery, 4.5. You can live off 4.5. You're feasting at 11.9. They were running on first and second down and kept doing it. It's probably because it was working. 248-539-9797. But again, you don't get every play call right. And I'm pretty sure you shouldn't expect them to either, because that's It's probably an unrealistic standard. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, your weekend started early, and Twin Peaks is ready to host a party all weekend long. Long weekend, friends and family home from out of town, and football all weekend long. What makes Twin Peaks great for football is the wall-to-wall coverage, high-definition TVs. There isn't a bad seat in the house. They can show up to 10 live games at once. Perfect for Saturday with rivalry matchups all day long, and Sunday, keep track of your fantasy players. Pair that up with a comfortable setting. The beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving up food and stuff you crave all day long. Hand-cut New York strips, hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings, tenders, smoked ribs, brisket, wings. It's amazing. The smash burgers, best you've ever had. Wash it all down with that 29-degree beer that stays cold all the way to the last drop. Hey, if you're going to put a man cave in your house, you definitely want to set it up like Twin Peaks because they have it all. Check it out this weekend. Pro football, college football starting today. Make sure you're in early for the game Saturday. The Maize and Blue head to Columbus to play spoiler. Your favorite lodges will be giving away custom cornhole sets and lawn chairs to enhance your tailgating setup. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Michigan fans, what, if anything, gives you hope? Ohio State, heck, this time tomorrow, be down in Columbus doing the game. Can't wait. Always enjoy it. And Lions fans, is everything going to be okay? Or are you starting to get concerned? And look, this kind of circles back. They won the game. The truth is, it's a pass-fail league. Dan Campbell said it afterwards. Hey, we can grade our performances, but we won the game. That's the most important thing. And absolutely, that's the most important thing. And we spent the bulk of my professional career judging the Lions on a pass-fail basis. Well, now it feels like even in wins, we're like, all right, what needs to get better? Because we're trying to prove that the Lions can win the Super Bowl every single Sunday, or in this case, Thursday. But it's going to be tough, man. Losses, injuries are building up. And you got a Packer team that's coming in here that's going to need to win next Thursday. You've got guys signed off the street having to play major roles for you defensively. And after that, it's a Buffalo team. Like, things can change in a hurry. They're 11-1. It's the best start in franchise history. 11-1. But it's why all throughout this winning streak, I've said seasons are long and stuff can change. Then let's hope they can continue to endure. We've used the term tolerances. How much can they tolerate in terms of players lost defensively? I mean, Hutch went down. They haven't lost. They're undefeated. Alex Anzalone's out. Marcus Davenport's out. Felt like we never really knew what we had in Marcus Davenport. Derek Barnes is out. Now Rodrigo's lost for the season. You kidding me? They were on cornerbacks 5 and 6 yesterday. They were on defensive linemen 8, 9, 10. Still finding a way to win the game and get the passing grade, pass fail. But is everything going to be okay? 248-539-9797. Suzanne's in Oxford at next year on 97.1. Hi, Suzanne.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, thank you. And you?
Good. As excited as I was about that game yesterday, I was so cautiously optimistic. I know everybody was saying, oh, it's a shoo-in. We're going to beat them. And yet you just know we've got so many injuries out there. And I feel I've got so much confidence in our coaching staff. I've got so much confidence in our players. But with the way they're falling one by one and injury after injury, I'm looking at it thinking, what about our strength and conditioning program? Do they have adequate people running the strength and conditioning program at the Detroit Lions?
So it's interesting because every time a team has a flurry of injuries, it's only a matter of time before somebody starts asking these questions. And I'm sure they'll take a look at it. I'm sure Dan Campbell will take a look in the mirror and say, because one of the things that we hear all the time is how tough practices are. Is there too much wear and tear during the week and not enough recovery time? I don't know. They know the answer to these questions, but given the level of detail with which they've approached everything, I can guarantee they'll have everything under the microscope to make sure that they're getting the most out of their guys.
Well, I hope you're right. Because the clock is ticking, and our games just seem to be so close together, and the toll it takes on their bodies is incredible. So that's my call for the day.
Thank you, Suzanne. But I suspect it's more bad luck than anything. But if they're doing something wrong, I mean, this has been a very, very competent group. If they're doing something wrong, I think we'll know it. They'll know it. They will know it. Not we, but they will know it. 248-539-9797. John is in White Lake and next. Hello, John.
Hey, hi, guys. You've been hitting on everything I want to talk about, but are they close to getting anyone back? I mean, it seems like the guys that are going down have season-ending injuries, and I don't think when we start playing a stricter competition, Green Bay, Buffalo, getting into the playoffs, we've lost these guys for the season, and they're getting guys off the street. Can they get any big names to come in and help?
You mean from other teams?
Well, I don't know. That's my question. I mean,
well, we're past the trade deadline.
But...
We're past the trade deadline, so there's nothing that's going to happen there. As far as guys that they can get back, Emmanuel Mosley and Carlton Davis will probably be back relatively soon, the two corners. There's no word that it's long-term on Pascal or Onzarike or Wingo up front. Derek Barnes, that thing seems to have gone from grim to a possibility of getting him back. Anzalone should be back before the year is done. So they will be getting some guys back, but you can't swing any big deals.
Anzalone's going to come back?
Yeah, they believe he will, yes.
Okay, well, we're starting to get into crunch time with we've had three pretty, I know all the games are not, anyone can win on any Sunday, but the last three games have been pretty meeker competition than what we're going to be going. Divisional foes, Buffalo in there. I mean, this is the time we got to be at our best, and we are very, very thin. It
wasn't long ago that they had a 4-game stretch where they were playing some really, really good teams, and I was like, okay, what do they do? 2-0. It'd be great to go 3-1. They went 4-0, and the only one in those that was a gimme was the Titans. They won at Minnesota, at Green Bay, and at the Texans, all playoff teams.
Right.
And then now they had the stretch of 3 easier games, and Jacksonville. Who'd they have last weekend? Indianapolis, thank you. And then yesterday, Chicago. Now it gets tough again. And at least these games are at home. The next 2, Green Bay and Buffalo. But, yeah, I mean, it's next week's a challenge. Next week's a huge challenge. And they know it, and we'll see. Because I got to tell you, I think the one thing that can make everything look different is finishing drives in the end zone instead of field goal attempts. Make everything look good. That was a 28-0 halftime game disguised as a 16-0 score. They found a way not to score. The Bears give them credit for stopping the Lions in the red zone, but the Lions, I'm sure, will take a long look at what they're doing in the red zone and try and make some corrections. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Waterford and Noah. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Noah.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, so, when you look around the league, and I don't know if you've looked into it, are we disproportionately injured than the other teams? I mean, San Fran from the jump, that's been a struggle. Now I don't even know if Purdy's playing this weekend, and they've been beat up. Rice and Pacheco over at Kansas City. I mean, at some point when the product is as good as the NFL, I think Joe Burrow touched on it, do you start to really look at playing 18 games with 2 bye weeks? I mean, to me, I don't see any negatives of that.
You don't?
But, selfishly, for my own Detroit Lions, I think 2 bye weeks, and if all that means we got to add 1 more game, I mean, wouldn't you think an extra bye, just only play 1 more game?
I know this sounds crazy because we all love football. I'd go back to 16. I don't.
Sure.
I think, when I hear you say you want to go to 18 games, you don't think it's going to. I don't remember how you worded it, but I mean,
to me, it's the bye week aspect of it. Is that if 18 games is the thing that could trigger the NFL allowing teams to have 2, because I don't think the Lions got a good draw as far as when their bye week was. I think right now we'd prefer it was a little more in the middle of the season versus week 4, whatever it was. But if 18 games was the trade-off you had to give in order to have 2 bye weeks, I mean, to me, that's a positive. I know we could use a bye week right now from the seams of things. Instead, we're playing again on Thursday next week.
Yeah, I would. First of all, I think playing an odd number of games is really awkward. Secondly is I think we've seen and it feels like more and more this is a game of attrition. And I don't know, do we really like that? Adding an 18th game is going to make it probably worse, even if you add a second bye week. I'm sure they'll have data that would support that. You asked the question, are the Lions disproportionate in terms of the amount of injuries? CBS Sports lists everybody on their website, and the Lions list is longer than most. I don't have the exact head count, how many man games they've missed. Looking at Miami, they got a long list. New England has a long list. The Giants have a long list. Just kind of scrolling through here. But the Lions have overcome it. San Francisco has a long list. Lions have overcome it and managed to keep winning. But at some point, it might be too big an ask. This is a it's a huge couple of games, and they will be really depleted defensively. They might get some guys back. 248-539-9797. Morris in Rochester Hills, you're on 97.1. Hi, Morris.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Just listening to the caller about the adequate strength and conditioning coach. I mean, that's hilarious, to be honest with you, because the NFL's violent. You're going to have injuries. It's part of the territory. and I think we've done a good job managing it. And let's face it, is there anyone here in Michigan that can say, yeah, we're going to be 11-1? I mean, let's we've overachieved. My main thing is, can you get Houston back at all, or no? Once you release him, he's gone?
Well, he got picked up by the Browns.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yep. So.
Okay. How about any CFL guys? Can you pick up or no?
Yeah, what happened to Matthew Betts? That guy that was with them this preseason. Look, they're going to do everything they can. They'll unturn every stone. We got one of the best GMs in the league. I'm sure that they, look, they've made some really smart moves off of players that they got off the street. Maybe the best this year is Tim Patrick, the wide receiver. But they just added David Long. He looks like he might, he's going to get some playing time now with the Rodrigo news today that he's done for the year. And David Long he was a starter at the beginning of the year, a captain. He's not that old. It's hard to believe that he was available. It wasn't working, and I know he had it was grading out poorly. But this is an emergency break glass situation. You're not going to add there's not accessibility to an all-pro player or a Pro Bowler. But who can come in that can help you make plays or be better than the alternative? I think David Long might fit that category. Quan Alexander they got today, he might fit that category. I mean, the El Qadim Muhammad kid, the Ezekiel Turner kid. There's been some guys off the street that are forced into duty in what are going to be high premium football games. It's just the way it is. And Aaron Glenn got some work to do. It's not easy. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines Gators out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harshgater out today, 248-539-9797, headed to Columbus after this. Michigan taking on Ohio State. Our tailgate show starts at 9 a.m. with Brian Bush, Jack Miller, Jason Avant, John Jansen, and myself. Pregame coverage starts at 11 and kickoff at, I think it's 12:14, the exact kickoff this week. Michigan and Ohio State in the game. And crazy stuff has happened in this game, and this would have to be one of those crazy stuff would happen. We talked about the path to victory earlier for Michigan. It probably falls on the guys on the defensive front more than anybody. And then there's always the unpredictable out-of-body experience. Who can have that out-of-body experience where they just play out of their minds? But it's an Ohio State program that feels like they smell blood in the water, and they want. It's been a minute since they won this game. If it's a close game, we'll find out if there is truly a diagnosable clinical problem with Ohio State football as it pertains to Michigan. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, is it going to be okay? Is it going to be okay? Well, let's go to Tim in Rochester. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, Doug. How you doing, man?
Okay, thank you.
Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Hey,
you too.
Before the last break, you kind of hit the nail on the head in terms of, I guess, my point, which was, that first half yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like it was, 30-0. Yep. But with the red zone, the efficiency, and then, of course, the Gibbs turnover there right before crossing the goal line, it's kind of beating a dead horse. But, before the season started, I think most of us were saying, if the defense is just kind of average, we should have a pretty good chance at getting back to an NFC championship game, if not further.
Yep.
And obviously the first half of the year we've been stellar. So I guess the silver lining would be, you're getting guys in the depth chart, getting experience and whatnot. But now we're to the point where there's, no margin for error, and I hate to even say it, but on the other side of the football, I don't have concern in general, I guess, to answer your question. However, if the other side of the football stays healthy, I'm good. If anything catastrophic happens, then it's a fire.
Look,
fire drill.
I mean, the one thing that we got to keep in mind, and it's easy to lose perspective, is other teams have challenges too. Like Green Bay still has to go to Minnesota, right? They have to come to Detroit. And, they have some tough games too. And Minnesota, probably a little bit easier schedule than Detroit, but they're playing a Cardinal team that's on the brink of the playoffs. They've got Detroit, they've got the Packers. There's going to be some games where they might not win every game. We're counting on it. I mean, Philly plays Baltimore this week, so that's no easy game. You don't have to go 16-1 to win the number one seed, probably.
Yeah, I would say schedule-wise, obviously I'm very interested in the home games with Green Bay and Buffalo, but even the road game at Soldier Field, who knows what the elements are. Obviously it sets up well us playing in domes basically every game this year. Mm-hmm. But, I think the defense there. But who knows, man? It's just good to be in the mix and kind of be where we think we should be. Hopefully things hold up, man, and maybe 6-8 weeks from now we're having some fun. But, hey, I appreciate you taking the call.
Tim, thanks for the call.
Happy Thanksgiving again, and good safe travels down to Columbus.
Thanks, sir. 248-539-9797. Matt's in Hazel Park and next on 97.1. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up, Karsh? I almost called you Gator. What's up, Karsh? I'm actually out here in Pittsburgh for work. Sorry.
That's all right.
1 to 10, my concern level is probably a 3. Defense did really good. They played one heck of a game with stopping the Bears. My only concern is the referees tailgating, because that referee was definitely drunk if that was a pass interference call. And maybe he was seeing things. I don't know what he was doing. But we can't keep – that call was ridiculous. And I'm out here with some Steelers friends, and as soon as they called that, I started screaming at the TV, and it scared them. I felt bad. But, yeah, I'm not too concerned because Lions are going to overcome. This is their year. Every few games we got injuries, and what do? We keep pushing forward. It doesn't matter who it is. And even me being from Missouri, rooting for the Chiefs, I'm a Lions fan too, which is some people think is dumb. I really think the Lions would destroy the Chiefs if they played right now.
Do you really?
And I even though Mahomes is a different beast in a Super Bowl, I still feel like Lions might have the edge. And I would, if I was betting on the Super Bowl like right now, I'd put my money on the Lions.
Well, look, it's so you so want them to be playing their best in the postseason. That's one of the biggest things that we hope is that they're at 100%, as close as you can possibly be to 100% for the postseason, because that's what matters. Like the Lions can clinch a playoff berth this weekend. They did their part. If the ball bounces right, they could clinch a freaking playoff berth after the Thanksgiving game. That's amazing. We used to just go, oh, my God, can they make the playoffs? Can they make the playoffs? Now they can clinch before we've gotten to December. I guess Sunday will be December. But that's incredible. So, the concerns now, okay, let's say these injuries may cost them the 1 seed. But if they get Anzalone back, and they get Pascal back, Anzarike back, Carlton Davis back, Emmanuel Mosley back, things start to look different. I mean, the most amazing stat, all right, is that the quarterback rating against was the best in the NFL. And they haven't played with Hutch since, what was that, week 4? And so we sit here and we go, oh, you got to rush the passer, Yeah, rushing the passer helps your pass defense, which has still been the best in the NFL. We're talking about one of the things that essentially helps the pass defense. They've been surviving without their great people there. So, it's amazing. Now, can they? What's happened though, of late, is they started to cut into the secondary. No Carlton Davis. They thought they were going to have Mosley back. They didn't. You start getting down the depth chart, and the next thing you know, there's guys on the field that we didn't think we'd see playing defense again. It's just find a way, as Dan Campbell says, got to find a way. 248-539-9797. Kathleen is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
The Detroit Lions are anointed. People say, wow, it's magical, or what's happening, all this stuff, and they keep pursuing and winning. It's because they're divinely aligned and they're going all the way.
I like the term divinely aligned.
Yes, they are. And I said that before they even played their first game of this season.
Well, I hope.
And now my friends thought I was crazy, and now they're kind of paying attention.
Kathleen, I don't know how long you've been a Lions fan, but at any previous time in your life, did you feel like they were divinely aligned? Did you feel like they were going all the way?
No. The only other time I felt divinely aligned with the team was when, you're not going to want to hear this, Matthew Stafford to win the Super Bowl.
Wait, what? You thought when he went to the Rams were divinely aligned?
That they were going to go all the way and win the Super Bowl. That's the only other time I had that feeling.
Interesting. All right, well.
So I'm batting 1,000%.
So this is as determined up above by
exactly.
greater powers.
It's not magical. Exactly. It's not magical. They're anointed. They are anointed. The Lions are anointed.
I guess there's nothing else to say,
They will overcome
Kathleen.
any obstacle.
What else is there to say then?
It's true.
They're on a mission from God.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. People don't talk about that, but guess what? They are.
You are right. It hasn't gotten a lot of discussion on this show, Kathleen. People haven't talked about it being decreed from on high on stone tablets.
Their time. It's their time. It's the right timing for them. No matter what comes at them, when one door closes, ain't no one gonna. And when God opens a door, ain't no one gonna shut it.
Well, I feel much better, Kathleen. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Hey, Black Friday's going on now at Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Go check out the huge markdowns they have on new Chevrolets all throughout the lot through Monday. They're even open Saturday from 10 to 4, so you can take advantage of their unbelievable deals. Go check them out. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. So when you're shopping for Black Friday markdowns, you'll be able to choose from a huge inventory. Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, and Trax, and EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode. Don't forget, always the lowest price or it's free. Again, Saturday, 10 to 4, 17.5, and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall. And Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to SERRA.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Here's some text coming in. Ken in Highland Park says, I missed what you said about the availability of Will Johnson, Colston Loveland. Secondary's gotten a lot better for Michigan since the beginning of the season. I believe if Michigan can run the ball effectively and stop the run, they'll give themselves a good shot of pulling off the upset. Go Blue, Ken in Highland Park. Ken, that's why Nebraska kept it close. Nebraska held Judkins and Travion Henderson to under 3 yards a carry. And that's, they when it was all said and done, Ohio State had 11 first downs against Nebraska. 11. If you look at Michigan's peer group in the Big Ten, the teams that have gone to Columbus, Iowa, that was a 35-7 game. But Nebraska probably falls in the same group as where Michigan's at. It was a 21-17 game. Nebraska had it late with a chance to win, and that's what you try and do is mimic that game plan. Running the ball and stopping the run. Well, Ohio State's number 3 in the country in run defense. I like Michigan's backs. I like the rushing performance last week. I hope them being able to run the ball last week is more indicative of where Michigan is and not necessarily indicative of where Northwestern is. Probably know pretty early on. Next one, Ben Johnson play calling was terrible in the red zone. Gibbs only had 2 carries in the second half. That's just ridiculous. That's from an unnamed texter. Yep, sure. He's still like the best in the game, but he's not perfect. I would agree. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Chesterfield. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm kind of, I don't know, at least with family or whatever over the Thanksgiving turkey, there was a lot of debate about how the Lions are in peril, and there's a lot of panic that the game was so close. But you got to imagine, man, we kicked 3 field goals. Gibbs fumbles like at the 2-yard line, and Bates misses a field goal. Imagine if we converted, man, we would have won like 40-20. I think our defense is pretty dang good. Through what they've suffered through.
We haven't done a ton of that.
That could have been a blowout.
Yeah, we haven't done a ton of that if they only stuff, right? I mean, this is one of those games where there were some regrettable moments, some stuff I'm sure they'd like to have back, something that I think, these guys sit down and evaluate everything they do after every game, win or lose, and figure out how they can do it better. And, there were some points left on the field.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, points left. There could have been almost – I personally – I'm not worried at all. I think this could have been a blowout game. Everyone's talking about the mismanagement in the time and coach getting that. Am I wrong, or did Eberflus get fired?
He got fired.
Yeah. I almost thought that was fake, man. I looked at it on Facebook. I'm like, yeah, no way.
Yeah, he got fired earlier today.
I mean, could you imagine if that didn't happen? If there wasn't that time mismanagement, there's like 3 points and we could tie the game, and the Lions are really up by like 30-some points because all those what-ifs. Would he have gotten fired?
Probably not. I mean, it's they've had end-of-game scenarios, disastrous end-of-game scenarios with the Bears. I mean, disastrous. And obviously one too many was yesterday. Tony in Detroit, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Carl, how you doing, bro?
What's up?
Listen, I want to make a bet with you. I want to ask you a question. I want to make a bet. I want to ask you a question on top of it. I want to make a bet that I'm talking about the Jameson Williams incident.
Yep.
And that's twice he done grabbed the privacy, and now he's doing idiot stuff on and off the field. And I want to ask you, do you think that if from this game, from today all the way to the end before the playoffs start, will he have any more incidents like this and on and off the field? I'm willing to bet you that he's going to have at least 1 or 2 more before we get to the playoffs. Do you agree with me on that?
I don't know. I mean, look, what is there, 12 games? So 5 more regular season games. Will he have an unsportsmanlike conduct in the last 5 games? If you're saying 2, I would bet the under.
You bet the under?
I would bet the under.
Now, how many? So he'd already missed games this year, right?
Yes.
He already been in trouble with the law this year, right? He already
never got charges were dropped, but yes,
he shouldn't have been involved in the first place. So, but that's another case for another day. I'm saying this, Jameson Williams. I mean, I love his talent. I take character over talent any day. I keep telling people, character gets you a long way. Talent only gets you so far. And I'm thinking if he gets in more incidents that cost us penalties where crucial games, because I ain't talking about penalties, jumping off side. I'm talking about penalties that crucial, like yesterday. That was a 15-yard penalty that we shouldn't even been in that position. That almost could cost us a game. So I'm asking you, if he does this continue, do you think about
one thing I like, Tony, I'll just say this. No,
I
don't think that. I mean, that first of all, that would be a question for the offseason. Secondly, I think it would have to be much worse than another personal foul if they were decide to do something like that. I love that after the game, he, on his own, stood up in the locker room and apologized to the team. He wasn't prompted to do that. He did it.
Carter, how many apologies he gonna keep doing?
I hope not many. Because he can get. I hope not many because he can get in his own way, and it's in his best interest not to sabotage his own career with stuff that keeps him off the field. Personal fouls are going to happen, and you don't want them to happen at the wrong time. But yeah, J-Mo, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a little bit more of a grow-up talk. Another one probably, but I don't think we've reached critical mass yet. One more suspension, and they might say, all right, enough, because they don't put up with a lot of nonsense. You hope that it's an example of a young person growing up. Thank you for the phone call. Let's take one more. Tony in West Bloomfield. Hi, Tony. Tony, are you there? No, Tony. We'll try Phil in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Phil.
Hey, Doug. How are you today?
Phil.
Hey, listen. No matter how ugly this win was, through all our years, and I'm 68 years old, and I've been following the Lions all my life, since I could watch them. But I want to tell you something. Out of all the things that we've been through in this town with the Lions and all the last-minute losses that we've suffered, you know what, Doug? This is our turn. Things are coming back to us. We're going to take it. No matter what it is, we're taking the win. Don't care how ugly. And as the other thing, and the other thing is, Bates kicking the field goals. I don't care if it hits all the uprights. If it goes through that, it's a field goal. We're going to take those. Doesn't matter. But this is our turn now. This is our destiny. Let's take it, enjoy it, and watch and see what happens with this. Honest to God,
Phil.
Honest to God.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of the reasons why I've said a million times seasons are long and things can change. And when you're on a win streak, you feel like you're never going to lose again. And when you're on a lose streak, you think you're losing streak, you think you're never going to win again. This team found a way to win in a pass-fail league. They get a passing grade. Jeff Rieger is here. Hi, Jeff.
Happy Thanksgiving. What's going on? You know what's amazing? I was driving in, listening to your fine program. There is a lot of angst out there.
There is.
There's a lot of anxiety, and I kind of feel there should not be.
Well, I mean,
they're still 11-1. I understand they have injuries, but they've had injuries since Hutch got injured, and they haven't lost the game since.
Has every team in the league had a game that was closer than it should have been?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they won, but the question is, can they withstand the defensive injuries the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, so Dan Campbell had a cut post game. We're going to play it for you. And I love the mindset. I think the answer is yes. I also think the offense can play better. Over the last 2 weeks, it hasn't been as good. But more than anything, Doug, it's the weirdest feeling. I'm watching the game like you were yesterday. Bears are driving down the field. They start at their own one. There's penalties. They extend drives. At no point did I actually think the Lions would lose the football game, which is the weirdest effing feeling around.
It is weird.
Considering how many times. It's also nice to get somebody else's coach fired after Thanksgiving. So bravo to us.
There were so many things that the Bears did that I was like, that looks familiar.
Yeah, exactly. That used to be us.
I said, it's like looking in the mirror but seeing somebody else's image.
It's amazing,
Yep.
isn't it?
Yep.
And it's funny how quickly it's forgotten about too, right? Like the Lions are now such a good organization that nobody around the league, I think, remembers how bad they used to be. That used to be us.
Who's your co-host today?
This is Olive Rieger.
Yes.
She has strong opinions on YouTube, and she will give them. We have 45 minutes and then Red Wing hockey. So I brought her to work today.
Have a great long weekend.
You as well.
Yes. And we'll talk to you tomorrow from Columbus. Thanks to Gus Man behind the glass. It's Carson Anderson. Gary will be back Monday. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, Dan Campbell mentioned that Malcolm Rodriguez looked like the worst injury the Lions suffered yesterday, and according to reports, it sounds like he'll be out the remainder of the season with a torn ACL. A corresponding move has already been made as Detroit picked up Quan Alexander from the Broncos practice squad. According to Jeremy Fowler, Josh Paschal's knee injury is not serious based off initial test. It will require rehab, however. Paschal was ruled out at halftime yesterday. It also appears that yesterday's Bears loss to the Lions was the final straw for Chicago head coach Matt Eberflus as he was let go today. This comes hours after he told the media that he was confident he would coach the team in their next game against the Niners. The Red Wings are back in action this afternoon against the Devils. Jersey comes in as the second best team in the Metro Division with 32 points. Detroit looking to make it 3 wins in a row after a 2-1 overtime win over the Flames a couple days ago. Pre-game at 2:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Pistons are undefeated in the NBA Cup thus far. They'll look to make it 3-0 tonight in a matchup with the Pacers on the road. Kate Cunningham has missed the last 2 games, but his status now reads questionable. Tobias Harris has the same status. Pre-game at 7:35, also right here on The Ticket. According to Pete Thamel, Michigan corner Will Johnson not expected to play tomorrow versus Ohio State. The first day of the MHSA football finals also underway at Ford Field. One game is final so far. Riverview Gabriel Richard lost to Beale City 43-14. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, hello, everybody. Hi, in for Mike and Rico. They get the day off. I don't, but I'm happy to be here. Only on for about 45 minutes, get you up to Red Wing hockey. Wings going for 3 in a row. Devils in town. How about that? Anyway, a lot to talk about. It's Black Friday, right? But I think it's interesting driving in, listening to Doug's show, how much freaking out I'm hearing. A lot of anxiety. A lot of unsettlement going on by Lions fans, which I think is a little bit bizarre simply because, yes, they have injuries, but everything else is fine. They're 11-1, 10-game winning streak, best start in the history of the organization. And mind you, they didn't look great against the Colts. They won by 18. They sure in the hell didn't look great yesterday in the second half. They still won. I was telling Doug at the crosstalk, even when the Bears were marching down late in the game, knowing a touchdown could win it, a field goal could tie it, I still felt confident the Lions were going to win the football game. And that's a weird thing, considering the Bears used to be us. It wasn't too long ago, 4 years to be exact, when Quinn and Patricia got whacked after getting mutilated on Thanksgiving Day. Kind of like the Bears just did. Like, it's nice that other teams' coaches are getting fired after Turkey Day and no longer our coaches. It's nice that the Lions aren't the embarrassment that other teams happen to be. Like, the Bears are definitely embarrassing, but that used to be us. But nobody cares about that right now. There's only one goal. There's only one expectation. It's to win the Super Bowl. And I still think this team can do it. But driving in, the amount of freak out kind of took me aback just a little bit. So I'm curious, and I want to just get right into it. I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. But 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. Are you concerned? There's so many injuries, we can go over it. Malcolm Rodriguez, the latest to be out for the season. The offense hasn't looked amazing the last 2 games. Are you concerned knowing the Packers and the Buffalo Bills are coming a knocking in the next 2 games? Or are you confident knowing nothing's going to beat this team? The coaching staff is too good. The talent is too deep. They're way too prepared, and it's their year. Because I'm still confident. I still have very little worry. I actually recently put on the social media. I want to read this tweet to you. I think it's absolutely genius, if I do say so myself. Okay, it's probably not genius, but I thought it was. I'm like, the Lions have really checked off things on the to-do list this year. It's like their own personal revenge tour. They beat Seattle. Could never do that under Dan Campbell. They started 11-1. Best start in the history of the Detroit Lions, like 94, 95 years. They have a 10-game win streak. That's unheard of. Lions have done that. They won on Thanksgiving for the first time in 8 years, had a 7-year drought of winning on Turkey Day, and they got someone else's coach whacked, which is the best of it all. It really is. Like when I saw Eberflus and his boneheaded decision-making or lack of there down the stretch, I'm like, he's going to get whacked. And the funny thing is, I watched the postgame, he could not even explain why he did what he did. It made no sense. It was gibberish. And kudos to the Chicago media. Like, that is my sweet spot. I like when it gets a little contentious. I like when the media can go at the coach just a little bit. And they went at him, and he could not answer. He sounded ridiculous. And at one point, he said, I like the outcome. Yeah, you what? You like the outcome? You're riding a 5-game losing skid. You could have knocked off the best team in football. You like the outcome? And then today on Zoom, he says, I will coach the next game against San Francisco. Hours later, whacked. Hours later, whacked. That's like me saying, I will do my next radio show. Hours later, whacked. I hope that's not the case. I hope I will do my next radio show. I'm confident. I don't think I'm as confident as Eberflus was. It's insane how they mismanaged that clock, that game down the stretch. It's utterly insane. But that used to be us. That used to be us. And it's so nice that everybody's laughing at somebody else now. But 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. So many injuries. Are you confident the goals are still achievable, winning the Super Bowl, or are you concerned? You got the Packers coming to town. They just routed Miami. But does that really even count? Miami had to go to Green Bay. It was 19 degrees out at the frozen tundra. I mean, come on. You knew they were going to win that game. And then you got the Buffalo Bills coming to town, a team that has no problem playing outdoors and in the cold. So I've heard a lot of people concerned simply because of the injuries. But here's the thing. They've had injuries all season long, and they have yet to stop them. Aiden Hutchinson went out in the Dallas game. They haven't lost since. Alex Anzalone went out. Haven't lost since. Marcus Davenport didn't even get a chance to be a Detroit Lion. He went out in game 2. Haven't lost since. This team is still remarkable, and they can continue to play better. And for all the people that are wondering, but, you just got Quan Alexander off the Broncos practice squad. How can these guys hold up? I mean, that's what you said about Kindle Vildor, right? We were so afraid of Vildor having any playing time at all after seeing him in the NFC Championship game last year. And then last week against the Colts shredded him. Every throw that Anthony Richardson wasn't getting sacked on or incompleting a ball, he threw it down Vildor's way, and Vildor got trashed and thrashed. We were all worried about Vildor going yesterday against the Bears. He got some playing time. He allowed 14 yards. That's it, 14 yards. And yes, the DPI at the end of the game, which you could make the case that it wasn't defensive pass interference at all. I think it might have been, but whatever. It's a pretty good game by Vildor, a guy that all Lions fans wrote off. My point being is, I do believe this team is so well coached that whoever you put defensively in there to play, they're going to be okay. You don't believe me? Listen to Dan Campbell. This was Campbell after the game. Take a listen. All right, so that's Dan Campbell, and I love the mindset, and I know there's people that don't believe it simply because it makes no sense. You grab a guy off the streets, he's not going to be able to play in the NFL. And while I would agree with that premise, this team has been doing exactly that for the last 5 to 6 weeks, and they just continue to win. They've won on the road at Minnesota. They've won in the elements at Green Bay. They won the games they should win, which, by the way, is a skill in itself. Like, you're supposed to beat the Colts. They did. You're supposed to beat the Bears. They did. You're supposed to beat the Tennessee Titans and the Jags. They did. Other teams in their spot have not. Wasn't too long ago the Ravens lost to the Browns. Wasn't too long ago the Steelers lost to the Browns. Teams lose games they should not all the time. The Lions have yet to do that. Unless you want to count week 2 against Tampa Bay where they stunk in the red zone. They were 0 for 7. Now, they weren't very good in the red zone yesterday, but you could kind of see that coming considering the Bears, for all their faults and flaws, are a top 5 defensive red zone team. So I'm curious where you're at. 248-539-9797. You got 2 massive games coming up. You have the hardest schedule remaining of the Vikings, the Eagles, the Packers, and you. All teams that could get that one spot in the NFC. Are you concerned? It's all falling apart. The injuries are too great. They're mounting. Or are you confident? This is the same exact team that routed Tennessee by 170 points. Where are you at? I'm confident. Somebody asked me on Twitter, give me your scale 1 to 10, your worry for injuries. 10 being, of course, freaking out. 1 being not worried at all. I'm at a 3. I am. And maybe that sounds insane to you. But I do believe this staff is so good. This team is so good. They are on a mission. And I don't believe a couple of injuries on the defensive front, and to be fair, it's way more than a couple. They got way too many guys on IR, is going to down this team. Confident, concerned. We'll take your calls. We'll get your texts. We'll get you to Red Wing Hockey at 245. 97 won the ticket. All right, it is football season. The best part of football season really about to get going. That's why you should make Hollywood Casino Greektown your game day headquarters this football season. Watch all the best games on their giant screen TVs and their brand new ESPN Bet Sportsbook, which is now open. Also, Penn Play football fans, sign up for the free Cover 5 app today and make your picks for a chance to win up to $500 Penn Cash every week. All you're doing is picking 5 games per week, totally free, total blast. And if you don't do well, you get to do it again the next week. But sign up right now at PennPlaySports.com/cover5 because this is the last time you can do it for college football. PennPlaySports.com/cover5. Visit there to start playing today. Score big this football season at Hollywood Casino Greektown and Penn Play. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem, getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, happy holidays, everybody. 248-539-9797. Rieger here for you. I want to point out before we go to the calls and before I give you the gruesome Lions injury report with Malcolm Rodriguez being the latest to go on IR, I do want to point out that I do the show with Wojo every night at 6, and Wojo did say to me, the first loss or the first sign of trouble, he accused me of freaking out. He's like, you're going to freak out? I just know you're going to freak. I'm doing the furthest thing from. I'm not concerned at all. I think they beat the Packers, despite the Packers looking pretty good yesterday. Packers are probably hotter than you are currently. I still think you win the football game. I think you beat the Bills. I do. I still think all the goals we've talked about for the last 3 months are totally achievable. But I know everybody's not with me. Really quickly before the phones, here is the people on IR. Davenport, Pecco, Lynn, Hutch, Bada, Kaminsky, Barnes, Anzalone, Malcolm Rodriguez now, Ennis Rakestraw Jr., and Ife Melifonwu. By my count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes. Oh, by the way, Jalen Reeves-Maben makes it dozen dudes on IR. That's insane. But it does not wreck my confidence. So where you are? Concerned or confident? Let's go to Clarence in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Clarence? How are you, bud? Clarence, you there?
Oh, I need rotors. I got your brake pads still on Groupon, whatever, but I need brakes.
That's a hell of a voice.
He was trying to find a quote, but
we're talking about brake pads here. Clarence, you hung up on him. Somebody was getting their car fixed.
That's not going to fly with me.
That was a really bassy voice. Do you know what I would do for a voice like that? If I had a voice like that. I know,
and then you call the radio station, and then you just put your phone down and start doing something else. It's great.
You get too comfortable? We had him on hold too long, apparently. If I had a voice like that, I feel I'd be national by now. Although I really have dumb opinions, too. So I'd probably have to work on the opinions. It's a hell of a voice. Nate in Oak Park, you're on the ticket. What's the word, Nate?
I'm not worried at all. A couple things. First of all, the injury report seems a lot of defensive line injuries, a lot of linebacker injuries. But what's the strength of this Lions team over past Lions team, especially last year's Niners team when they lost against the Niners? It's our secondary. We have 2 all-pro safeties, and I think that's going to be the factor that pushes over the edges here. It's the fact that we have Brian Branch, we have Kirby Joseph, Alex Anzalone will be back for the playoffs. I don't know about Malcolm Rodriguez. I'm not sure.
Probably not. No.
Full injury. We're not going to have him for the playoffs?
No, he tore his ACL. But no, Nate, you're absolutely right. First of all, you will start eventually getting guys back. As soon as this week, Carlton Davis will come back, which is great because then it goes back to the normal corners. Arnold on one side, almost got a pick yesterday, and, of course, Davis on the other side. You're absolutely right about the safeties. Here's the other thing, Nate, and maybe I'm totally full of it. But when I watched that game down the stretch, when the Lions were losing defensive player after defensive player, believe it or not, they still got pressure late. They still made life hell on Caleb. Now, I know the Bears lost their starting center, but my point is, anybody can step up, like Dan Campbell said. That Mohammed guy, every time he plays, he seems to make an impact. Like, it seems like Zadarius Smith went out twice yesterday, came back, made an impact. So I do believe in the next man up. I believe that sort of thing is all about coaching. And I agree with Campbell. These guys will be ready to play. But go on.
Yeah, so I agree with what you're saying. I think it's the Dan Campbell mindset. You play for everyone around you, and you trust each other, and you really try to be the best you can be. And it's clearly worked. I mean, Hutch went out, and we're still on this 10-game win streak. So 100%, I agree with everything you say. And my panic level is where it started at the beginning of the season. It's at 0. We're going all the way.
All right, Nate, I appreciate the call. It's funny, my brother, big Broncos fan, he loves to watch the national prognosticators. He loves to watch the get-ups and the Good Morning Footballs. You know, those shows, the FS1, Up First with Nick Wright or whatever the hell it's called. He's a big fan of watching those shows. And he calls me up today. He's like, the latest narrative is you're too injured. Philly is going to win the NFC. The Vikings are going to win the NFC. The Packers are going to win the NFC. Where are you at? I don't buy it. I've seen too much already. There's so much to like on this football team. Here's the thing to remember as well. The offense the last 2 weeks has not played great. yesterday could not get in the end zone. Against the Colts, I thought they looked off too. They're capable of playing so much better. Now, you might say, well, other teams have figured them out. Sure, maybe. But I think Ben Johnson's pretty good at his job to adjust. Let's go to James in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's going on, James? How are you, bud?
I'm great. Just driving back from Frankenmuth.
Oh, nice. You go to Bronner's?
No, hell no. I was there for
Hell
the
no.
food.
Okay, fair enough.
It's so crowded there. So I'd watched the game, but I didn't realize, the update on injuries was nice. Thank you. And then to find out that the Bears coach had been fired, I called my brother who lives in Chicago to ask him about it. He's like, hey, he's gone through 11 assistant coaches since he's been the head coach, and they've lost, at least this season, 4 games, counting ours yesterday, by 1 score. They're a much better team than and I think we saw that yesterday.
James, you're right about that.
Their coaching has been off, and their luck has been off. It reminded me of the Lions. And the only thing I could say to him, I said, well, I'll tell you, I've never been so upset after a victory in a long time. And that's a sign of that you're rooting for a great team, when you're upset after they win. So I just wanted to touch base with you. I thought it was an interesting couple of days post-Thanksgiving Day game.
James, I think Dan Campbell said it best. He said you never want to rank your own victories post-game, because then you almost start to forget about how special they are and how tough it is to come by them. They've won 10 games in a row. They're all not going to be beauties. You need a couple bounces along the way. And believe it or not, and I know people are going to bitch about the Vildor DPI at the end of the game, but the Lions got the favorable whistle yesterday. There was that play where the Bears were looking for a personal foul, and the officials called it on them way back at their own goal line. There was also the horse collar that if it's not called, Detroit in the third quarter goes 3 and out. Bears get the ball back. They're only down by 9, I think, at that time. And who knows? It could have been a hell of a lot closer. So you add it all together, James. I think you're right. It's fine to get upset after a win, but it's still a win.
Well, that second half, it was a dogfight.
Yeah, and the Lions looked awful. I would agree with that.
Yeah, 4 days rest, but so did the Bears. So, yeah, I'm not unhappy. It's just, Campbell said it best. You're absolutely right. You look at your wins and take them as you go. Because 3 years ago, that was a Lions loss. Guaranteed.
James, I appreciate the call. And too bad you didn't go to Bronner's. Actually, I don't blame you. That place overwhelms me. A lot of anxiety. Lots. And I go in there. I'm a Jewish guy. They don't sell the menorahs, do they? I don't know. Anyway, you don't care. I know. But yes, I get the feeling of uncertainty, unsettlement, unrest because of the injuries. I wouldn't be shocked if the Lions whipped the Packers. Now, I know the Packers are coming in here. They're a 9-3 football team. They're still thinking they can get the 1 seed. They're looking for a little revenge against the Lions. They're hoping to win the division. It's going to be a tough game. But all season long, games that you were uncertain about. At Minnesota, Lions win. At Green Bay, Goff can't play outdoors in the element. Lions win. Can't go to Dallas. You beat them by 50. So, until I see a loss, and it sounds crazy, I'm going to expect them to win. So are you concerned or are you confident? You like the alliteration? I worked very hard on this radio topic. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We got one more segment of radio. We'll get you to Red Wings hockey. Jack Hughes and the Devils in town. 97 won the ticket. All righty. 97 won the ticket. Happy Thanksgiving weekend, everybody. Happy Black Friday. Michigan, Ohio State tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Talking about the Lions before Red Wing hockey. Are you confident or are you concerned? I'm still rather confident. Not funny. Like all season long. And I get it because the Lions fans have been preconditioned to always expect the worst. I get it. I understand it because we've lived through the worst. But all season long, I hear from the fans, well, this is going to screw us. Well, we're not going to win because of this. Well, definitely. And all season long, the Lions have proven everybody wrong. This is just the latest example. At some point, you got to trust what you're watching on the field every Sunday. And yesterday for a Thursday, of course. I don't think this team is screwed like a lot of people do. Yeah, there's a lot of people defensively out. So what? The offense just gets better. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. People are texting in about the JMO penalty. All right. He apologized. It is what it is. Not too concerned about that either. I feel weird because I've made, can you call this a career? I don't know. But I've done this for like 20 years. And usually after Thanksgiving when the Lions play, here's how the show sounds. Well, you got to fire the head coach. Well, you got to get a new quarterback. Well, you should tank the rest of the season. Well, you hopefully get a high draft pick. That's how it's been for damn near 2 decades of my life when doing this job on the radio. It's so much easier to do it this way. Just believe, because they've given you every reason to believe in this team. Couple injuries defensively, I don't think is going to down them. Sheldon in Detroit, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Sheldon? How are you?
Hey, brother Jeff, how's it going, man?
Good, man. How you been?
Yeah, I'm good. But like I said, in answer to your question, I'm both, but I am a tad bit more concerned about the defense, especially guys dropping. But I guess, but the way our offense is clicking, we're gonna have to be like the St. Louis Rams, especially in their first champion, the greatest show on turf. Remember, they never had a good defense. And mind you, that offense carried that team to the Super Bowl, but then the defense did make the final stop in them securing a championship. That's just the way I feel we just going to have to roll.
So, and Sheldon, real quick, let's point out a couple quick things, okay? And I agree with you. I do believe this offense is potent enough to win you football games. Yesterday, Jahmyr Gibbs had 1 carry in the second half. But in the second half, I'm talking about, like, you can turn, and I know he fumbled, and that was probably the game right there. But you can turn this offense over to their running backs, Montgomery and Gibbs, and the offensive line is good enough to protect. So if you have a bad defense or an injured defense, just kill a little more clock with running the football. I didn't understand the second half game plan. I thought Ben Johnson wanted to throw the ball way too much. When you're up, why not just run and salt away the clock? But I agree with you. I think this offense is capable of carrying this team. Go on.
But we are going to have to get. But it's like, and I give Aaron Glenn mad props. I mean, hey, if with bodies dropping on defense and he's devising up schemes and blitzes, so he's really making chicken salad out of chicken. You know what? Just for the defense to still carry. But eventually, that could come up to bite us. But like you said, maybe. Like I said, Ben Johnson, he said, okay, we do have a good offensive line where it starts and stops with, hey, just run the football more, then maybe occasionally take a couple of shots down. Like I said, be like the St. Louis Rams, but without always gunning it all the time. Like I said, running more. Keep our defense kind of fresh, and just the offense just gonna have to score points to compensate for almost the lack of bodies on defense.
Hey Sheldon, real quick, what do you think happens win-loss in the next 2 games, Packers and Bills?
I say Packers, we can still win it. Bills might be a little bit of a dogfight, but Josh Allen might have a little more toys, but we still stop them. I just want us to maybe, hopefully, if the Lions can get the 1 seed and that bye, there, you know what? Rest some guys. Let the second string, let Hooker and the other guys play, get some experience. We ain't got the. So what if they lose that game? But as long as we know, hey, we got the number 1 seed in the bye week.
Sheldon, it's a good call, man. Happy holidays. No, listen, I'm with Sheldon. I am. I'm not saying there's no reason to be concerned. But overall, life is still pretty damn good. Here's the other thing that nobody's brought up, I feel. So the Vikings get Arizona this weekend. I kind of feel that's a Vikings win. But anybody check to see who Philly's playing? They're at Baltimore. The Ravens are coming off a big win against the Chargers. Let's just say Philly loses that game. You're essentially then 2 games up, but you're really 3 games up on the Eagles. Your biggest competition for the 1 spot in the NFC, you're like 3 games up because they got to lose a couple, or they got to win a couple more games than you at that point. Now, I understand the Lions' strength of schedule down the stretch is not easy. And I know the Vikings are lurking as well. And I know the Packers are lurking too. But you're in a really good spot. John in Canton, you're on the ticket. What's up, John?
Hey, Rieger. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too, man.
Yeah, I think that, it was a tough second half to watch, but you know what? We know what their offense can do. We've seen it, so I'm not worried. But, the thing that I liked yesterday is who's that Muhammad guy, man?
Now, he's been good, and it's not just yesterday. When he plays, and of course he's way down on the depth chart, but when he plays, it seems like he makes an impact. And, John, you're going to be seeing a lot more of him because they have no choice. They have to play him.
Yeah, that's fine. Get him in there. And, I can't remember. Za'Darius, he played okay, too.
Yeah, he was really good,
guys,
I thought.
Yeah. And, we got O'Neal and Reeder. And, I don't know about Mosley.
So Mosley was supposed to start yesterday, and then apparently he was downgraded. Yeah. Something happened pregame. But no, John, I appreciate the call, my man. But here's the deal. At least secondary-wise, I would assume as soon as Thursday against the Packers, you're going to be totally healthy. Your secondary is going to be great. Carlton Davis is going to be back on one side, Terry and Arnold on the other side, and your 2 all-pro-to-be safeties are going to be there too. Linebacker, you're going to be thin. And up the front 4, you're going to be thin as well. Quick ticket text. Concern 2 questions I like your opinion on. Does Aaron Glenn's aggressive style of defense leave players more vulnerable to injury? Here's the other question. Do we seem to have a problem getting receivers open? Seems like Goff is holding so long and or grounding so many passes. Not sure why. Thanks, David Howell. Question number 1, I'd say no. If you look around the NFL, violent sport, injuries happen. And there's a lot of teams that are dealing with the same injury bug that you are. As far as the second question, is Goff holding on to the ball too long? I think he's making smart decisions. You do see a lot of plays where he just grounds the football and doesn't want to take a sack. He understands the pressure's coming. Live to fight another play. Better than the alternative, doing what Jordan Love did against the Lions and just putting the ball in the air and hoping for the best. All right, one more quick call. Tony in Walled Lake, you're on the ticket. What's up, Tone?
Hey, how you doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
You too, man.
Here's my thought. If we had half the guys we had, I'd have a whole lot more confidence. The thought process is this. Number 1, we got a tough schedule. Number 2, the boat can only handle so many holes. After a while, it can take some waves, but we're going to be playing teams that are a lot better. And number 3, the offense, in light of our defense, having half of the starters
Tony,
out.
We're up against it very quickly. 5 games left. How many did they lose? Go ahead, very quickly.
I'm going to say 3.
All right, thank you, Tony. I might disagree. All right, we got Red Wing hockey coming up next. Look at me being so positive for 45 minutes. I'm very proud of myself. Guys, I'm on tomorrow after Michigan, Ohio State, so I'll catch you tomorrow. Enjoy Black Friday. Have a hell of a weekend. We'll see you tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket. Bye.